Today I'm bringing something that can only be called a straight-up classic. This is the literal definition of 99% of gamblers quit right before they hit it big. Meet Grid, a guy every single guild on the continent is looking for because the rumor is that anything he forges comes out as the absolute best possible legendary item for its class. A simple arrow normally goes for 3 silvers, but the first batch he ever made got snatched up at 72 silver per arrow, 20 times more than normal price, and all 99 of them vanished off the market instantly. People were fighting to bid for that. This archer baddie takes one look at the stats and physically cannot believe something this game-breaking is being forged by a player. That had to be some secret drop from a monster. But where did his hype begin? His name was first heard in a competition today. Grid's stuck in a blacksmith duel with his master's forge and home on the line, a shop that's been in the family for 7 generations. If he loses, it gets handed straight to the slimy merchant company that's been sabotaging the place for days. And his opponent? Euphemina, a prodigy with one of the most broken abilities in the entire game, a perfect copy. With a simple look, Cedric can perfectly copy someone's skills, and sometimes even is more effective than the owner, since she's much high level. Which is terrible for our boy since he's low level, and has just awakened his skills. She is the perfect counter. Before the forging starts, Euphemina turns on the charm, telling Grid their fates brought them together and that she'll be in his care, which should make him feel lucky since she's a beauty goddess. Grid tells her not to come near him, calls her a kid, and says she's not his type. She's offended, saying that's a rude way to talk to a beautiful girl. Grid says she's kind of mid and should know her place. No man has ever treated her like that, and it throws her off enough that she swears she'll humiliate him in front of everyone. The challenge is to make the better dagger in 3 hours. Her plan is to copy his skill, so she uses Analyze on Grid, and something she's never seen before happens. The system tells her she can't copy it because her Analyze level is too low. That should be impossible. Her Analyze is already level 7, and back when it was only level 5, she copied an advanced blacksmith skill with no problem. She starts wondering if he's a master blacksmith, but that makes no sense, since the #1 ranked smith is only intermediate. An epic class? Can't be. She's supposed to be one of only 3. Whatever his class is, it's too far above her to read. Without options, she copies the skill off Khan instead, which is our boy's master, taking advanced blacksmith crafting level 2. It was strange that she could steal the master but not the pupil. The teacher's skill copied cleanly, but the student was somehow on a level the system wouldn't let her touch. Euphemina locks in the copied skill, tells herself the levels are even now, and feels confident she'll win, so she gets to work. And after some minutes of forging, she comes up with a dagger, an epic class seduction dagger with clean stats. The crowd reacts, and he calls the match in her favor. Even Grid admits it looks impressive and that she wasn't all talk, but he's still hammering, heads down and locked in on his own work. The merchant running the duel starts to worry, because the closer that blade gets to finished, the more it looks like it'll beat her dagger. And just as he's about to drop something legendary, something that would leave her dagger with absolutely 0 chance, the guards storm in and arrest him, screaming that he's been working with a wanted terrorist from the region. Before he can even get a word out, Grid is dragged off. But Euphemina and the merchant already knew the truth. If Grid had finished that item, it was over. This guy has the potential to completely shatter the power balance of any war he steps into if he's capable of this level of forging. And spoiler, they're not wrong. That's exactly what's coming. A few months forward in a boss room, a top-tier guild grinding one of the hardest dungeons in the game, sweating bullets against a boss they've been preparing to for 5 weeks straight. The fight was about to start when suddenly someone gets into the room, and it's Grid. Everyone's asking who's that guy with those absurdly overpowered items, but instead of fighting, RG goes to a corner and starts mining in front of the boss. The thing unloads a full attack on him and he just ignores it, doesn't even flinch. Then he casually turns to the dude behind him like, yo, can somebody deal with this thing? It's getting hot back here. The whole guild is like, what the fuck? He's tanking the boss like absolutely nothing. But wait, how the— Because some time ago, Grid was just a broke, burnt-out grinder doing an S-rank quest for the Count, who hired him. Months of his life gone, all in the search of this one item, a legendary reward. But the second he finishes the job, the guy who hired him betrays him, turning on him to rip the reward straight out of his hands. Cornered, seconds from death, Grid does the only thing he can. He cracks open the legendary item he found, bet everything on it, fully expecting something incredible to happen. And what does he get? A black fucking smith class. Bro was floored. The game's babbling about Pagma's descendant, this and that, but the only 2 words that registered were legendary class. Even though it wasn't an actual fighting class, he could seal this for a fortune. 100,000 minimum in the market. He could pay off his tuition and never touch slave-tier manual labor again. Except instead of selling it, the moment he was attacked, he ended up being forced to activate it. The class change nukes him from the 70s straight down to level 1, and one tiny flick to the forehead later, he's dead. Booted all the way into negative levels. Then he's blinking awake at home, crawling out of his capsule like none of it happened. Meanwhile, the devs are watching. To the team, he's just another deadbeat gaming addict who's gonna waste a legendary class. But the big boss, he's losing his mind, because this absolute nobody just beat the company's prediction supercomputer by 2 entire years and grabbed that book way ahead of schedule. And everybody's doubting him. His family treats him like the parasite dragging them under. But this dude has only one redeemable quality, and that is that he never gives up. Rock Lee maxing, aren't we? Back home, Greed thinks about logging into the game because he still wants to see what the class is like, even after losing everything. He says, as long as the capsule holds together, it'll be fine. so he puts his faith in it one more time and swears he'll get his money back no matter what. Then he logs back into Satisfy. He appears there half naked again and wonders where he is, because this place looks nothing like that cave. He figures he's still somewhere in Patreon, but he never explored the whole area. He grumbles that getting extracted by Libanier was already bad enough. So first he decides to find a sign and figure out where he is. Then when he looks ahead, he spots something dangerous. And when he peers inside, he sees something he definitely shouldn't have found. A sacrifice is underway, with a woman lying in the center. Greed can only wonder what kind of messed up place this is. The system announces that he has entered the Temple of Yatan. He immediately thinks temples are meant for players above level 150, so this place is way too dangerous for him. Checking his status, he sees his class and title, but also notices his carry weight is absurdly high. That confirms it. He really is level -1. It wasn't a system bug. Even so, he says the options still look amazing. He can make money with repair skills. Then he tries equipping an item, and when it works, he realizes he can wear level 60 gear. He figures that should normally need at least 200 strength to use. He also notices there are penalties attached, but even then, the longsword still has 200 attack power, and the metal armor should give around 130 defense. Level 1 gear barely helps at all, so even with the penalties, this is way better. That makes him excited. Legendary classes really are amazing, and being able to equip higher level gear is incredible. He says he must be insanely lucky, but then remembers he's still inside the temple. If that nearby monster is level 195, then everything around here is probably just as strong. He wonders if the game is trying to stab him with a smile. Then he hears the woman in the middle groaning in pain, and since this is the Temple of Yatan, he guesses Yatan followers must be nearby, so he wonders if they're carrying out some kind of ritual. He thinks wandering around here will get him killed. Even one scratch from these guys is enough. Then one of the followers shows up behind him. He tells himself he'll be fine as long as he doesn't get caught, and hiding should be easy enough, but then the follower puts a hand on his shoulder, and the boy swings his sword back in panic. The man quickly tells him to relax, asking if he was really trying to kill him. The man says he's a secret guard under Stren, and his name is Doran. Since the boy was hiding, he figures he isn't one of them. So the two move to a more secluded spot. There, Doran explains everything. The boy learns the woman is Irene, Count Sten's daughter. Doran says she was kidnapped during a trip, and even in a mess like this, it's good to have help. Grid has no idea what he means. Then he gets a quest: save the Count's beloved daughter within 1 hour. The reward is 3,000 gold with a chance to become the Count's son-in-law. Fail, and he loses 2 levels. Seeing another S-rank quest pop up, he can only think this NPC is a total menace. Doran says most people are crushed by the dark energy, but since Grid seems fine, he assumes he's strong. Grid asks if he's serious. There's no way a weakling like him should resist this, so he wonders if it's because of some natural skill. That has to be it, his self-control skill. It greatly lowers the chance of status effects and speeds up recovery. He realizes he needs to learn his class's pros and cons fast. Doran is shocked that a warrior like him would help, and he thanks him for stepping in at such a hard time. Grid just looks at him and asks, "Who said this is my problem?" Doran tells him to come on, but Grid keeps refusing. Doran tells him to wait and asks if he'll really make him fight all those dark mages alone. Grid still says it's none of his business. Losing 3,000 gold would suck, sure, but he's already stuck with another S-rank quest. Taking this one too would be insane. Doran asks if he can really endure the dark energy, because he can't win alone, and he begs the boy for help. Grid says he's only fine because he got lucky. Nothing more. He's level -1, so if he fails, he'll drop to -3. Doran begs again, saying the Count's daughter is in deadly danger. Grid asks how many times he has to repeat himself. He can't help. Doran tells him to stop lying because he knows he's strong, and Grid keeps denying it. But while they keep arguing, they don't notice a rock fall from above. It drops down and kills one of the men below. Just like that, the quest to save the Count's daughter becomes active, and the boy starts getting annoyed. Doran says Grid has now crossed the Temple of Yatan, so he's just as doomed as he is. Grid asks who decided that. Doran explains that Yatan's followers are fanatics who perform human sacrifices. Now that he attacked them, they'll never let him leave. He says this is his fate now, so complaining won't help. He should accept it with honor, and Doran will open the way for him to save the Count's daughter. The Yatan men call them heretics for daring to wound a child of Yatan and order everyone to kill them. Grid sees there are way too many and tells Doran they need to run. As those crazy fanatics charge in, he gets more and more terrified. Even with all his gear, the penalties drag his stats down to about a level 34 player. One hit and he's dead. He starts thinking he's going to die right after respawning. That thought makes him miserable. Then one of the Yatan cultists suddenly drops dead beside him. Meanwhile, the rest keep rushing Doran, but he just cuts them down one after another with ease. The boy is stunned. Doran moves insanely fast, even in such a tight space. Maybe if he's lucky, he won't die after all. Then more cultists appear behind Doran, and Grid decides maybe he really is dead. Doran asks if fighting like this will get them anywhere. Grid honestly says he has no clue. Doran says he knows what Grid is doing, waiting to wipe them all out at once instead of wasting time on weaklings. Then he throws the boy down from the altar and jumps after him. Grid immediately thinks they're finished, but Doran uses levitation, keeping the boy from smashing into the ground. Doran says it's just a spell to stop fall damage. Grid thinks it's wild that someone this strong calls magic like that simple, and starts realizing he may have a hard time trusting people. Even so, he admits he's only alive because of Doran and thanks him. Doran says that means it's time for Grid to use the strength he's been hiding. He says the mission to save the Count's daughter starts now. They've reached the bottom, and enemies are waiting ahead. The cultists start casting, calling on the souls of the underworld to carry out their will. Grid asks if they're chanting some kind of spell. Doran realizes it's black magic, and says they can't let them finish. He starts throwing kunai, asking if they really thought he'd let them complete the spell. One cultist notices Doran is targeting the casters and orders the children of Yatan to buy time. They must kill the heretics at any cost, so they rush in. Grid is amazed Doran is handling them alone, especially in a level 150 temple. Doran really is incredible. If this keeps up, Grid might clear an S-rank quest thanks to an NPC, so all he can do is cheer from the back, calling Doran his hero, and telling him to crush them. But one dark mage finishes the spell and fires it at Doran. The black mask catches him. Grid instantly takes back everything he said and jokes that he always wanted to be a servant of Yatan anyway. The cultist says that's what happens to heretics who stick their noses where they don't belong. He starts thinking he's about to control Doran, but Doran declares that he is Doran, the shadow of Sten, the shadow that protects the family and will fulfill its duty to the end. With that, he breaks free from the black magic. Grid is shocked and realizes Doran is a named NPC. The cultists begin another spell, but Doran pulls out daggers now charged with lightning. He says anyone who threatens the Sten family doesn't deserve a second chance. Then he hurls his kunai at them, but a shield appears. Everyone is caught off guard, and then a woman arrives saying this is their lucky day. She warns they won't get past her because protecting the ritual is her S-rank mission. She says she never expected her opponent here to be a named NPC like Doran and admits she hasn't been this excited in a long time. Then she asks if they'll give her the honor of fighting them. She introduces herself as Yura, the Blood Witch, the #1 black mage and 5th on the unified rankings, a famous South Korean player known around the world for both her beauty and skill. Yura says she's really lucky. She never thought this mission would make her face Doran, and now this sounds fun. She's known as a master among dark mages and pushed her class past its normal limits through amazing combos and control. Grid can only wonder why the hell she's here. She attacks right away, forcing both of them to dodge. Then she asks if he's the one who accepted the East-rank mission. Grid is shocked. Yura says this place is perfect for testing her new skill with no cameras around, and tells him it's all because of him. She notices he's wearing Mangle armor and using Momon's longsword, then asks if this won't be a pretty hard fight for a level 80 player. Grid is stunned that she guessed his level wrong, but ranked players really are on another level. Still, this won't be so easy. He tells her not to get cocky, because that guy over there is a named NPC. She replies that actually he and Doran are doing her a favor. She needed an opponent to celebrate reaching level 230. Doran tells Grid not to just stand there. There's no time to hesitate. Even a little extra speed can decide a fight. While trading blows, Yura thinks that does sound like something a named NPC would say, but she still can't keep up with his speed, so she uses black magic to bind his leg. Doran says there's no way a pathetic skill like that can hold him. Then he makes the daggers stuck in the ground rise up toward her, telling her to return the favor. She avoids them and says it's impressive, especially since he's already used a good amount of stamina. Doran thinks she's strong enough to deal with monsters like her. Then he notices a spell forming over him and realizes her real attack is coming from the other side. Yura says he should go ahead and thank her, because she's about to make that powerful body of his lighter by draining all his blood, and his blood starts spilling out. Grid feels useless just standing there. If Doran dies, he's done too. Yura says this is an advanced skill that uses 30% of her mana and now it's over, but then Doran starts activating something in his hand. He asks if she's being too arrogant, showing off a power that's protected his family for 100 years. Yura is stunned. How did he force out a level 220 focus skill? Grid asks what just happened, and Doran explains that it's all thanks to his ring. Its effects are unusual, but even if the protection isn't perfect, it can block her curses and help him recover faster. Grid immediately aims for the ring, and Doran asks if he's always this blunt. Still, he says Yura isn't unbeatable. They need to move now, it's time to strike back. Then he sends his daggers moving again, launching them at her, but Yura knocks everyone away. Even so, she admits he's tougher than expected, and if she has to use her last resort, so be it. She's determined to beat them. What she doesn't get is Grid. Why bring a low-level warrior into a dangerous high-level area? Then Grid notices the mages have respawned and warns Doran that they're back. That makes Yura angry. She didn't want NPC help to finish this mission, but this is her chance, so she calls on the gods of darkness and tells Doran it's over. This is her ultimate spell, powered by every bit of mana she has left. She unleashes Black Storm at both of them. Doran panics thinking this is the end, but Grid steps in front and takes the hit himself. Yura thinks using that spell this fast may have been overkill, but at least they should be dead. Time to leave. But then Grid comes out of the attack completely unharmed. Yura can't believe he's still alive after taking her ultimate spell. How can someone this strong be a total unknown? Who is this guy? Grid knows he definitely got hit, but somehow he's still at 1 GP, and then he realizes why. He still had tenacity of the legends. When his HP gets low, he's invincible for 5 seconds. That's why he's still alive. Yura is completely lost. She thought he was just level 80. On top of that, he's smiling. To him, it looks cool and determined. But really, he just looks greedy. She keeps wondering how someone this strong could be unknown and who he really is. Then Grid gets smacked on the back by Doran, who reminds him that the fastest one wins. Yura asks if he really thinks that was the finishing blow, telling him not to underestimate her as she casts Crystal Shield. Doran admits he didn't expect her to still be able to cast. She's almost out of mana, so she decides to finish him before it's too late. But when she looks over, Grid is already gone. She can't believe he left without attacking, even after showing that kind of power. What is going on inside that player's head? Meanwhile, Grid is furious in the real world. He died and lost 2 levels, dropping to -3. Since that's his second death in 24 hours, he can't log in again for the next 12 hours. Then he remembers how Doran used him as a stepping stone, dealt 1 damage and got him killed. He realizes Doran's friendly fire finished him off and starts cursing him out. Back in the game, Yura is left behind, wondering if he gave up the mission for her sake. She can't believe he'd act that kind, and swears she'll find him and never forgive him. The next day, an unknown player shakes the Satisfy community after the fight with Yura at Yatan Temple. Grid, meanwhile, keeps trashing Doran for forcing that mission on him and then getting him killed, calling him a useless NPC. He blames everything on Yura. If not for her, he would have gotten his happy ending. After cooling down, he admits this game is all about the strong surviving. He needs to think clearly. Instead, he jumps onto the player forums and starts hating on Yura in every way possible. He even admits he's being a sore loser while telling her to go die, calling her an evil witch. Then his sister walks in and asks if he's finally lost his mind. That girl is Shin, his 17-year-old little sister. She asks if he could at least clean his room once in a while because it smells awful. She says his hair is greasy and asks when he last showered. While she starts cleaning up, he tells her to stop and asks if she woke up just to annoy him. She ignores that and asks if there's really money to be made from that game. He says it's huge with 2 million real players, so if someone takes it seriously, they can do very well. Meanwhile, she notices everything he wrote about Yura. He quickly says it's not his fault, and that he has nothing to do with that kind of thing. Shin says she can't believe he'd act like this, and tells him she's disappointed. He tries to explain but starts thinking Yura is ruining his real life now too. A little later, he's home alone. His parents are at work and he is still at school, so he can finally watch the Satisfy channel in peace. There, an international news reporter says he's live at the scene of a breaking story. Grig comments that every channel has a game show now. Satisfy really is massive, and if he got famous, he could make a fortune too. The reporter says he's outside Yatan Temple in the northern part of the Eternal Kingdom, and that the temple collapsed last night, as everyone can see. The big question is what caused that much damage. Grid is shocked because that's where he was. Then the reporter says their investigation has led to one name, the one responsible, Yura, the Dark Mage ranked 5th on the unified rankings. Judging by the ruined temple, a fierce battle took place there. Next, they play testimony from an eyewitness. The witness says he had to flee the temple while a monster chased him. Then he heard a loud crash and saw Yura use a powerful spell against a Ryung. He almost gets sidetracked saying Yura is super pretty in real life, and the reporter has to pull him back on topic. The witness continues, saying something shocking happened. Even Yura looked stunned after using her ultimate spell. Even after being hit by it, the Ryung didn't have a scratch on him. The reporter asks if that means the man was a top-ranked player, and wonders how the witness couldn't recognize someone that famous. The guy says a rock hit his head, and while he was out of it, Yura died. So the reporter says he understands, but now the whole world wants to know who this mystery player is. Grid starts realizing he's getting famous, and the second he notices even a little fame, the crazy part of Grid starts thinking about all the money he could make. You only live once, he thinks, and there's no way he's letting this chance pass. So he calls the contact center and says he wants to share information with the international news, because he's the player from the Yatan Temple story. They ask for his nickname, and he says it's Grid. Then they ask his level, and he says -3. The call is immediately disconnected. Grid thinks none of this would have happened if not for Yura. Later, the news says they'll air one last recording from the temple, and hope viewers can help identify the mystery player. Watching it, Grid realizes Doran managed to save Irene. He says Doran doesn't look good though. Well, of course not. He fought Yura all by himself. Then Grid realizes Doran died in the end. That actually hits him hard. For an NPC, Doran was a really good person. Grid also remembers that Doran had that pretty amazing magic ring, so after that he decides to take a nap. The news moves on to another hot Satisfy topic, an interview with a rising player, and he introduces himself as Cades, a level 203 warrior. Grid recognizes him right away as that famous arrogant brat. He heard Cades is the heir to a huge company and pretty reckless. The host says Cades reached rank 53 on the unified rankings in no time, and everyone's curious about the secret behind it. After all, he gained 30 levels in just 3 months. Grid is shocked getting to level 70 took him years. Before answering, Cades asks if this is a Korean program. When the host says yes and confirms Korea's top player is Yura, he sends her a message. Her era is over. He says he'll crush her pride and become the next #1. Grid calls him insane. The guy is rank 53 and thinks he can challenge number 5. Even Grid knows Yura is a monster. Then Kade says everyone wants to know his leveling secret, and claims the answer is his sword. Grid admits it looks impressive, but still wonders how a sword alone can explain all that success. Kade tells them to watch for themselves and decide whether they believe him or not. Then he starts wrapping the sword in a wild aura, and Grid instantly wonders what kind of sword that is. It looked terrifying. He says it's his passive skill. Any weapon he holds can drain some of his life and turn it into attack power. The more he attacks, the more it drains, so he can grind faster. Then he brings the sword close to the host. She says she's never heard of a skill like that, and he proudly says that makes sense. He only got it 3 months ago. His class is called Blood Warrior. Grid realizes it's another secret class. No wonder he leveled up so fast with just that one skill. That makes him want to try out his own class, Pagma's Descendant. So he logs back into the game and arrives at Bara Village, then remembers this is where he did Asher's quest. Since the Yatan religion hates him in Dukes, there's no way he can respawn at the temple. A moment later, he hears people looking for a monk over level 130 to go to the Mubide ruins. Others are recruiting high-level fighters too, and Grid quickly gets why everything outside that village is over level 100. At level -3, he can't even step outside. He's completely stuck, so he decides he needs a village that matches his level better. Then he remembers he could just take a carriage. He goes to Koshiro and asks for the nearest safe village. Koshiro says Easton would be perfect for a beginner, and that the ride costs 10 gold. Grid checks his money and finds out he only has 3 gold and 11 silver. He apologizes, and Koshiro tells him to get lost. Then a boy speaks up, but Koshiro cuts him off and asks if he's here to gather herbs. His mother is sick and the boy says yes. Even so, Koshiro still tells him to leave. Grid can only blame cruel capitalism. Now he starts thinking he might die trapped here. Asher ruined him, and he wonders why he had to change classes and drop to level -3. But then that class change hits him. He's Pagma's Descendant. He can make money and level up by crafting items, so there's still hope. He decides to check his stats and skills, thinking he might be holding something amazing. Then he sees Blacksmith's Craftsmanship, which raises all item stats by 10, and every item he makes boosts his reputation and status. He's already mastered basic blacksmith crafting and even has level 1 legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship. On top of that, he knows the top blacksmith in the game only reached intermediate rank, so this is huge. Creation is the best part. He can design his own production method, and he gets 3 chances to do it, so he decides to give it a shot. If an epic class was that strong, a legendary one should be even crazier. At that point, he starts wondering why he should even keep studying. The system tells him he's using legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship and asks what item he wants to make. He picks a longsword since it would help him in battle and for grinding. Then the system asks what materials he wants to use, and he goes with blue or calcum, because he wants something strong. That reminds him of the guy talking in the square earlier. Next, the system tells him to enter the weapon's traits after making the design, and a drawing screen pops up. Grid is shocked he has to do it himself, but then he shrugs and starts dreaming big. He wants it huge and powerful like a shark, heavy but light, dark but shiny, with over 8,000 attack power, meteors falling every time it strikes, defense ignore, and instant death. Good thing Grid doesn't take his meds because only a maniac could come up with something this wild. All excited, he keeps drawing a sword that looks like some weird mix of shark, Hot Wheels, and a car wash sign. Looking at that thing, he thinks it's amazing, like some shark anchovy mutant. Then the system says calibration will begin, with changes based on the materials and the design. Grid is shocked, the weapon can auto-fix itself. As it adjusts, he admits he may have gone a little overboard, and wonders what all those numbers and words even mean. When the auto-calibration ends, he suddenly understands all of it. It's his first time designing something, so maybe this is his class effect. It almost feels like he's become a real blacksmith, and the sword actually turns out great. 1090 durability, 1820 attack power, 800 defense, and 50 agility. Grid says the crazy stats got toned down a bit, but it still kept all those extra effects. That shocks him because every single one of them is busted. Now he just needs gold and blue orichalcum from the Forest Guardian quest group. But then he remembers they're only looking for players around level 200, so he gives up on the material for now and checks the weapon requirements. They're absurd, level 300 or higher, over 5,000 strength, advanced sword mastery level 8 or more, and 550 weight. Even the top player in the unified rankings just reached level 250. And there's no way Grid can hit 5,000 strength, even if he puts every stat point there. The best blacksmith only reached intermediate skill, but this sword wants advanced sword mastery level 8 too. He realizes he wasted an insanely valuable skill making one giant, overpowered mess shaped like a shark. Still, it's not totally useless. He has no item equip limit. That's why he's been able to use his gear up to now. Even with the heavy penalty, the longsword is still broken. He just needs some way to forge it, so he decides to move fast. He has to join the Forest Guardian party no matter what and get carried, because going alone at level -3 is basically digging his own grave. He approaches a man who looks shocked that Grid wants in and tells him to get lost. Grid asks why, and the guy says the party is only for players over level 190. Based on his gear, Grid looks around level 60. Grid lies and says he's level 100, just wearing weaker gear, and adds that skill matters more anyway. That only makes the guy mad. He asks if Grid is saying he relies only on equipment, and another one demands to know how some nobody can look down on their group. They point out he has no accessories, clearly wants to be carried, and is probably lying about being level 100. Then they ask if he's not ashamed of being so shameless. Right then, Regis steps in and tells them to stop. He says his guild will handle the boss fight, so why not let Grid do something else? That's when Grid realizes it's Regis from the Tezaka Guild. The others say it's their first time seeing him in person. He's number 1 among martial artists, known as the Holy Fist. His class has harsh gear requirements, so leveling is hard, but he's still already over 180. Grid instantly gets jealous that this handsome guy is a ranked player too. As always, the world feels unfair. The recruiter still complains, saying Regis is too kind and shouldn't trust suspicious players. But Regis says more people would mean more loot. Grid quickly agrees and tells them to leave it to him. Even if he doesn't like Regis's face, he has to admit the guy seems pretty decent. The recruiter says that's fair, but the other members may not agree. Grid starts wishing he'd just accept a ranker's opinion already and asks Regis to back him up, so they suggest a one-on-one test. If Grid can prove he's good, there won't be a problem. That's when Grid realizes everything just went very, very wrong. Now he's panicking, and Regis asks if he's ready. The recruiter says everyone agreed. He asks if the kid's name is Grid and announces the test is about to start. Instead, Grid takes off running. He calls them annoying, says he needs leg day and bolts. Regis is left wondering why he ran off, since it would have been good to have him with them. Grid meanwhile admits he knew it wouldn't work. For now, he'll just try to earn enough money for the carriage. Then the system tells him to name the item, and he gets annoyed at the thing he created. Still, thanks to it, he now understands how creation works. Since the creation skill has limited uses, he decides to save custom items for when he really needs them. For now, he'll treat this like practice while earning money for the carriage fee. So he names the sword Failure and says this is only the beginning. Then he heads to a forge. The blacksmith there tells him to leave before Grid even says a word and keeps repeating it. He's offended that Grid wants to learn a creation method and asks if the kid is looking down on blacksmithing. Still hammering away, he grumbles that some brat who doesn't even know the basics came to steal his secrets. Grid says he already knows it's not a big deal and just wants a little help. That only makes the man push back harder. He says Grid isn't the first person to look down on the job and he wants to tell him something. People who belittle others and what they have are all the same. They've never made anything with their own hands. He tells him to quit bothering him and get lost. So Grid leaves, saying this was his only shot at making money for the carriage. He starts wondering if he's going to die stuck in that village. But then the blacksmith comes out and says he can't just let him die. He tells Grid to stop smashing his head against the wall and chop some firewood instead. That starts a quest. Cut 500 logs for 10 EXP and 20 bronze. Grid is surprised. It's been a while since he got a normal quest like this, and he thinks he can handle it. But he's heard you can still fail at chopping wood in this game, so he checks the axe first. It's an old axe with 6 durability and 47 attack power. His understanding of it jumps straight to 100, and he learns how it's made. That shocks him, and he wonders if it's because of his passive skill. Still, knowing something and actually doing it are two very different things. And he looks at the log and sees a marker showing the exact spot to hit. He swings there and cuts it in one try. Grid can't help saying that knowledge is seriously amazing. He figures if he can understand legendary items this easily, he might get rich fast and finish this woodcutting quest just as fast. But 2 hours later, he's flat on the ground. He curses his level -3 stamina because he's only cut about 150 pieces. Even so, he forces himself to keep going with the little strength he has left. If he wants to leave the village, quitting isn't an option. So he gets serious and tries again. The system rewards that effort by giving him persistence. Grid stares at it, confused. Persistence makes him tire less easily, raises how much weight he can carry, and keeps the feeling of satisfaction around longer. On top of that, every 10 points in persistence raises his indomitable stat by 1. Grid realizes this is a legendary limit break skill. That explains why he suddenly isn't tired anymore. He can feel power running through his body. He tells himself to hold on a little longer and pushes through to finish the quest. In the end, he completes it. All 500 pieces of wood. The blacksmith is shocked that he finished what he calls 1,000 logs in just 6 hours, and Grid brushes it off like it was easy. Then he adds that, looks aside, he's a blacksmith too. The old man treats it like a joke and asks how a kid like him could be a blacksmith. Still, he gives Grid another job, mine iron, and says he'll believe him if he can do that. Grid sees he only needs 55 EXP to reach level 0, so he confidently says to leave it to him. Then he heads to the mine. Once he gets there, he's stunned. It took 3 hours to make a trip that should have taken 30 minutes. Just walking drains his stamina. The slow movement makes sense though. He's wearing level 70 gear while stuck at a negative level. He'd love to take it off, but he can't. At the mine, he tells a worker that Smith sent him to gather iron. The miner repeats that to his friend, then gets distracted by Grid's strange armor. They wonder if the kid is just going to slow them down since they're already busy trying to meet their own quota. So they tell him not to bother them and to go over there and pretend to work. One of them adds that he doesn't have time to teach him and says he'll complain to Smith later. Then they suddenly hear a huge crash from Grid. When they turn around, they see he mined iron with ease. The men are stunned. They ask how he pulled that much iron out at once, and while wearing armor no less. Grid feels like his body is about to fall apart, but his mind is still sharp. At that moment, he admits the blacksmith was right. With this persistence, he really can do it. The miners are impressed now, saying they can't help admiring him and feel bad for looking down on him. To them, Grid is on another level. They even bet he'd make a great miner. Before long, Grid has nearly cleaned out the whole cave. He gathers 170 chunks of iron ore. Then he lets out a huge shout. His weapon, he says, is persistence. And at last, Grid reaches level 1. The system announces that he's level 1 now. The stats that had dropped to the minimum because of his negative level penalty return to normal, and Pagma's descendant base stats are applied. Grid is shocked to feel normal again. He counts it up, 22 stat points at level 1, plus 165 base class stats. With the points he put into persistence and indomitable, that gives him 182 total. Then he notices he has 40 stat points. He should only get 10 per level, so why did he get 40? He remembers the 4-level gap from level -3 to level 1, and just stares in surprise. At the same time, Smith says he's ashamed for treating someone so talented like a child, and admits he's jealous. His relationship with Smith rises by 60. His reputation in Byron Village goes up by 200, and Grid is horrified by the numbers popping up. Smith grabs him, saying they're both blacksmiths now, but Grid tells the old man to back off. He explains that someone told him about an item with high demand and he needs good money to pay for the carriage. Smith says he already has the perfect item for him. It's called the Jaffa arrow, a very special kind of arrow. Grid doubts it right away, saying cheap consumables like arrows usually aren't worth much. But Smith explains this isn't ordinary. It's made by mixing Jaffa and steel. Because of that, it ignores part of the enemy's defense, which makes it important for archers during the Forest Guardian quest. Grid instantly sees profit in it and asks if he can analyze it. He checks the arrow. It sells for 6 silver. His understanding reaches 89 and he can use it skillfully. He's surprised it stopped at 89 and thinks he might get the last 11 points by using his item disassembly skill. Acting all friendly now, Smith asks if he wants to learn the production method, and Grid wonders if he's always this eager to switch sides. Smith begins teaching. First, put the right ratio of ore into the furnace, then remove the limestone and the iron's impurities. Once the iron hardens, it becomes pig iron, but that still isn't ready for a weapon. It has to be turned into steel with less carbon than the original iron. After showing the process, Smith tells him he can try, though getting the ore ratio just right is the hard part. Grid says he's ready to go for it. He notes that he paid close attention to Smith's method. Even though this game is realistic, learning job knowledge is pretty easy. On top of that, his class compensation effect gives him guides for the direction and force of the bellows. Thanks to that, he gets the furnace going in just 5 minutes. The system says Pagma's descendant is sensitive to temperature changes, letting him measure the furnace heat exactly. It hits 700 degrees, then climbs to 730. Grid thinks it's awesome that he can read the exact temperature. At this rate, he knows he can do it. He finishes the task and gets 80 EXP. He's happy about that, right until Smith suddenly appears behind him. Grid snaps at him not to sneak up like that, and Smith says it's unbelievable. Even with 0 smelting experience, he pulled it off. Smith says this goes beyond talent. It's almost like Pagma came back to life. Grid thinks the old man got close, but not quite. He's not Pagma reborn. He's Pagma's descendant. Then he reaches level 2, and Smith moves on to the next step, making the arrowheads by mixing Jaffa and iron at a 1:12 ratio. After that, the arrowhead has to harden in the mold for 40 minutes. Then it needs polishing, careful symmetry while hammering, and a sharp tip. The process ends by fixing the head onto the shaft. Smith adds that the shaft and feathers must keep the arrow's center of gravity perfect to maximize penetration. Then he asks if Grid thinks he can do it. The system immediately says he learned how to make Jaffa arrows, and Grid answers with total confidence that he can. His understanding reaches 100. Smith hands over the materials and tells him to start. Privately, Smith realizes Grid is no ordinary kid. The way he handles molten metal is already very skilled. He starts to say he still hasn't taught him how to make the arrow shafts, and that he'll prepare some while the arrowheads cool. But Grid cuts in and says it's fine. He'll make the shafts himself. His understanding is already at 100, so he can see the full production method. Just by watching, he learned that much. He says the list is still a little incomplete, but one day it'll be full, and for now he can do this alone. So he starts sanding and straightening bent shafts, cutting them to the right length, and attaching the feathers. With his current dexterity and class correction effect, it's much easier. Watching all this, Smith can only think it's incredible that Grid learned everything just by observing. Then Smith spots Grady dunking an arrowhead in water and freaks out, asking what he's doing. Even if it gets stronger, he warns, it could also snap. Grady tells him to relax, he's going to heat it again afterward. Smith is shocked that he even knows how to temper metal, but says it's a bit much for a consumable item. Using that method means he'll make fewer arrows. Grady figures better-made arrows will sell for more anyway. He also thinks that if someone like him wants to grow, then he has to work harder than everyone else. So he keeps forging the arrow. Once it's almost done, Smith says the only step left is fixing the arrowhead to the shaft, then praises Grady's skill. Grady can only laugh at the irony. In real life he works all the time, yet somehow working inside a game is actually fun. With the quest nearly finished, he starts to relax, but then the system says the legendary blacksmith's breath has activated, and the arrow begins to change. He stares at it confused. The skill description explains that when he's fully focused on crafting, the Will of Pagma's descendant completes the item. All item stats go up by 5, and there's a rare chance to add a special effect. A special Jaffa arrow is born, and it comes out epic. Grady is stunned. The quest clears right away. He made an epic item, all his stats permanently rise by 4. His reputation across the continent goes up by 80. He gains 300 experience and reaches level 3. He can hardly believe it. On top of leveling up, the arrow is epic. Smith is amazed. Even as a beginner, Grady made a perfect arrow, and Smith asks if he's just as blown away by it. But Grady is actually crying, saying he should have made an epic sword instead. He checks the stats and realizes most arrows don't even hit 40 damage. This one also ignores enemy defense. That makes it insanely strong, maybe even stronger than a level 20 sword. Later, Smith sadly asks if he really has to leave so soon, but Grid tells him not to look so down. They'll meet again. Smith says he earned this fair and square and tells him to keep it. Grid receives 100 Jaffa arrows and 3 Jaffa bars. Since his affinity with Smith is so high, he's shocked by how generous it is and thanks him for everything. Smith says he'd love it if Grid stayed with him, but Grid tells him not to make that face or blush like that. He admits it's a great gift, but all that weight makes him really slow. Then he shrugs it off and decides he'll just sell everything. He proudly tells players everywhere to get ready for amazing items made by the great Grid. Elsewhere, at the Forest Guardian raid, one party is getting crushed by the monsters there. Then an archer starts saving them, calling them idiots, and reminding them she warned them to be careful. That archer is Jashuka, master of the Sudaka Guild. She asks if they still want to live and tells them to wake up and fight. Regas charges in, swinging hard while Tobin pushes forward with his shield, and Vantner joins with his axes. Afterward, Jashuka looks over the dead players and says most of them were useless. She can't believe they died to weak mobs after the group had already killed the boss. Even so, she says the losses were too heavy. The raid was rough, but they cleared it. Then they start discussing how to split the loot. Jashuka lists it out. 30 iron ores, 8 orichalcum ores, and 1 blue orichalcum ore. Regas points out that the amethyst shield still didn't drop. Banter says at least they got the blue orichalcum ore, even if it took a full day of fighting. Jashuka asks Tobin how many died. He says 75 total, counting his guild members. The golems multiplied and caused major damage while the main team handled the boss. Jashuka says ranked quests are just too hard without proper plans to deal with them. After that, they head to Bearing Village. She says the 4th raid didn't bring good results either. The Forest Guardian raid is losing value, and if this keeps up, future raid groups will fall behind in levels. The story then explains the Zadaka Guild. Even though it only has high-level players, its fame isn't that big, because it has so few members. The 17 guild members first met in an older game called LTS, long before Satisfy. Since they're small, they often raid with regular players, but that only works up to a point. Tobin says they need the Amethyst Shield for a chain quest, so they'll pause the raid for now and focus on strengthening the guild overall. Rakus says he doesn't care as long as he gets to fight, but Vantner warns them not to rush. Jashuka agrees. From now on, the Zadaka Guild will stop raid activity and focus on leveling up and improving gear. Her goal is for everyone to gain 15 levels in 3 months. Then she adds, almost cheerfully, that anyone who fails will be killed. She singles out Regas and raises his minimum target to 20 levels. Vantner immediately starts teasing him, saying it's too bad, and asking if he even knows what she's like. Later that afternoon, Jashuka visits another place and asks a shopkeeper to show her his Jaffa arrows. She thinks the guild's situation really is bad. Early on, they got lots of attention, but now not even newbies talk about them, and she needs better arrows. Then she sees someone selling arrows for 18 silver, triple the normal price, and pauses. They're purple arrows. Epic arrows. She checks the stats and wonders what she's looking at. She asked nearly every blacksmith for special arrows before, but none of them had ever even heard of epic arrows. And now she realizes these things are absurdly overpowered. They could decide high-level battles, so she has to buy them now. But first she wants to know who made them. As far as she knows, only the top blacksmiths, Pamir or Stang, should be able to pull this off. If it wasn't either of them, then someone has already surpassed them. Meanwhile, Regas starts wondering how he's supposed to gain 20 levels in 3 months, and Vantner tells him to think carefully because Jashuka was probably serious when she said she'd kill him. Vantner jokes that all he can do now is plan Regas' last meal, which just makes Regas even more annoyed. Then they receive a guild message. It says they need to find someone, a blacksmith. Regas says Jaka just sent them this out of nowhere, and asks what their guild master is thinking. Vantner notices he actually read the message since his mood changed really fast. The message says that blacksmith might help them clear the Forest Guardian raid, and Vantner says if their guild master wants him that badly, they need to find him quickly. The message also says they're an elite group that has stayed in the top 3 of their class rankings since the second half of last year, so there's no way this blacksmith would turn down an offer from their guild. Even if they aren't as famous or influential as the biggest guilds, no one can deny Zadaka's strength and authority. That's just how Zadaka does things. Jashuka adds that if this smith really is better than Panmir or Stang, then the items he makes must be far better than what's being sold on the market. Soon every guild on the continent will be hunting for him, so they have to find him before anyone else, no matter what. Elsewhere, in a mining area, people start talking about the rumor. All the major guilds are searching for a famous blacksmith, and apparently it's because he crafted something incredible. Fans across the game sites are talking about it too, and Pan Min hears the news about the epic Jaffa arrows. He reads the item description, which says the arrow was made by a craftsman with great skill and huge potential, but little experience and reputation. Pan Min thinks not even his own items were ever described that way. He says that even though he's only done it twice, he was the first person to make a unique item, and he's always been proud of working harder than everyone else, so now he wants to know who this bastard is. Meanwhile, that same bastard is at his real-life job, eating kimbap and wondering what time work even starts. While waiting in line, he gets elbowed as someone rushes in to apply for a job. He grumbles that the guy could at least show some pity for younger unemployed people. Then a man calls out that they need 3 laborers. The kid keeps getting shoved around while trying to volunteer. He needs money too, and begs them to let him work, but someone says there's no time for a petty fight. Then the man offers one opening for spinning wire, saying it pays 11,001. Grady thinks that's the worst job there. He tried it last year and spent more on medicine than he earned, so he decides he won't take it. But then the man grabs the boy's arm and Grady ends up stuck with the job anyway. The next day, he heads to work looking half dead. His mother says it's barely morning, but he says he's already late. Then his father asks to talk to him and he gets impatient, wondering what his dad wants now. After paying off his loans, he'll only have 9,221 left. His father tells him to take the day off and says he'll cover his pay, but the boy notices there's only 70,001 there when he normally earns 90,000 a day. His sister tells him to be grateful he got anything at all, then gives him something and says she already prepared his bath so he should rest a little. He says if this isn't important, he should already be at work by now. Then he asks what's going on. Did they want to have breakfast with him or something? Then he realizes how nice his family is and jokes around, asking his dad if he can pay off his loans too. That gets him a bowl of rice to the face. After that, he goes back to the game, thinking a little rest in gaming should help, but his empty bank account and all those loans ruin the mood. He starts wondering how much money the arrows made him, but first he needs to hurry back to the village. And when he opens it, he nearly jumps. People are offering 72 silver for his arrows. At 72 silver each, and 99 sold, he made 71 gold, and 28 silver. Since 100 gold equals 12,001, and 8,001 takes him 6 hours to earn, he doesn't need that job anymore. He heads straight to the bank to withdraw his gold, but the banker says it's only 60 gold and 59 silver now, because epic items get hit with a 15% tax. Grid starts grumbling that taxes are basically theft, but if money is this easy to make here, maybe he doesn't need to leave after all. Then he remembers Smith and decides staying is way too risky. Yeah, he still needs to go. On the wagon, he complains that 8 gold and 90 silver is way too expensive. Koshiro tells him to be thankful for the discount and asks if he thinks driving a carriage is easy. Grid asks why Winston Village isn't called a city yet. Koshiro says the population has grown so much that it'll probably become a city soon. He also heard Count Stance's son is the lord of the town, and Grid feels like he's heard that name before somewhere. Soon they realize they're almost there, and he says he's finally reached the next village. Once he arrives, he sees it's 4 times bigger than Byron Village, and the center is way busier too. He wants to start off right here, so first he decides to clean out his inventory, because walking those streets with all that stuff is a pain. He thinks about dumping what he doesn't need into storage, but then pauses. He still hasn't analyzed Maimon's item, or Mingle's. Now he wonders if understanding them better will lower the penalties. Maimon's longsword reaches 33% understanding, and Mingle's metal armor hits 65%. Unlike the axe, neither one jumps straight to 100%. Then the system says, better understanding reduce the penalties, the longsword's attack penalty drops from 30% to 20%, and the armor's defense penalty falls from 20% to 8%. Now he finally sees the value in this. His gear durability is pretty low, and repairing it could raise his understanding more, but right now he needs to save money. So he decides to store the items away, since he needs energy to make new gear. Then he buys a storage slot, and the clerk says each storage container costs 30 silver. Grid asks for a discount, but of course that goes nowhere. For now, he only stores the sword and armor, and keeps Jaffa's special arrow with him in case of an emergency. Without the armor, he feels super light, and now it's time to find a forge. Looking around, he notices this area is full of noobs, while the stronger players are somewhere else. The levels here don't seem too uneven, so he goes off to find a forge. When he spots one, it's pretty big, and he figures the blacksmith there must be at least intermediate level. That means the guy should treat him pretty well. So he barges in, shouting for the blacksmith, but the place seems empty. And then a man asks who's there. He wants to know what this is about. Grid says he wants to learn how to make the most profitable item in the village and asks for some help. The man says he can't help. Miro Company has been buying up nearby forges and selling items cheap, so he can't sell anything around here anymore. He adds that this forge has basically been shut down for a long time. Grady clicks his tongue and asks if there's another forge nearby he could recommend. But right then someone arrives, calling out to the old man and asking if he's made up his mind yet. They tell him to hand the place over while they're still being nice. Grady feels bad. He first thought the guy was just lazy, but the truth is he literally can't sell anything. One of the men orders him to sign the sale contract already and stop testing his patience. That's when Grady realizes they want both the forge and the land, so this Miro group must be a big company. He decides to leave before they turn their attention to him, but one of them stops him and asks where he thinks he's going after seeing the contract. Then he asks Grady if he's a spy from Scania Company. Grady figures Miro must have hired a hostile NPC to do the dirty work, and hostile NPCs can kill players too. Judging by their gear, those thugs are around level 35. Better a live coward than a dead hero. So Grady quickly says that's not it. This is his first time in Winston, and he knows nothing about the place. The NPC says that matches his clothes and tells him to get lost. Then the old man starts cursing them out, saying they're destroying a family business that lasted 7 generations. One thug asks if he has any idea how much trouble he's causing, then says it'd be great if he handed over half the payment to make up for their headache. Grady realizes that money is almost enough for him to open a shop. Then another NPC says the old man's son died from illness, so he has no future anyway, and asks if this forge is going to be his grave too. The old man snaps at him not to speak about his son like that, and Grady gets mad. He tells himself to calm down since he can't beat them and tries to leave, thinking this isn't his problem, but then he starts wondering if the old man will really be okay. Just then he gets a B-rank quest, Blacksmith's Fury, and he can't believe the timing. The quest tells him to destroy the contract between Khan and Miro Company. The rewards are a big boost to Khan's affinity, max friendship with Khan, and just accepting it gives him the skill Blacksmith's Fury. He notices there's a reward just for taking it, and since it's a class-related skill he knows he has to accept, but he still wonders what his odds are. Then he remembers he has legendary Blacksmith's Patience, plus another skill that makes him invincible for 5 seconds if his HP drops too low. On top of that, his stats put him around level 20. The biggest problem is that he left his armor and sword in storage, so he has nothing to fight with. Then he remembers he has an epic weapon and summons Jaffa's arrow. Even if its attack power is weak, the armor-piercing effect should be enough. Then he asks the evil NPC if his mother never taught him to respect his elders. Khan asks why he's getting involved. The thug asks why he still hasn't left, and Grady fires back that even idiots have limits. The man asks if he's gone crazy after being spared, then mocks that tiny arrow and tells him to shut up and get out. Grady says it may look like just an arrow, but he's got another weapon too. Then Blacksmith's Fury activates and the NPC wastes no time trying to attack, but Grady slips out of the way. He's shocked at how fast warriors are, then realizes he needs some kind of edge, so he moves to the stairs where the narrow space will help him. He taunts them, asking who wants to get chopped up. They all start coming up, but the kid quickly uses Blacksmith's Fury again, driving the arrow into one of them and landing a critical hit. They're stunned because it's just an arrow. Grady asks if it still looks like just an arrow, then invites them to try it too. With Blacksmith's Fury, his power and speed shoot up for 20 seconds, and the countdown starts ticking down. He realizes he's already landed 2 hits thanks to the attack speed boost, and both times the armor ignore passive activated. That kills the Winston Bandit. His reputation in the village rises by 60, his relation with the Winston Bandits changes to hostile, and he gets 4,300 EXP leveling up 5 times. He reaches level 8 and is stunned, because back at level 3 killing a level 35 NPC gave him 5 whole levels. Now his stat points are up to 110. He figures those jerks hit hard, but their defense is weak. To kill the rest, he needs to dump all his points into agility and strength right now. So he spends every last one, then dodges another attack and slams into a bandit from the side, sending him flying. Then he asks if the man's okay, and the thug says he can still fight. Maybe that last hit was just luck. The red-haired one says the brat is fast, and their weapons are useless on such a narrow staircase. Grady realizes he still couldn't kill him even after spending all his stat points. This time the armor ignore and critical didn't trigger. The red-haired thug asks if he plans to stay there forever, and tells the kid to come down. Grady says he has no choice but to face them, and the thug warns that refusing won't change anything. Grady knows he won't last 3 hits if they surround him, but he still has one more card up his sleeve. Even with low HP and no armor, he can still beat them the moment they all rush in, as long as he has enough HP left to keep going. What he needs is the legendary Blacksmith's Patience. It boosts vitality, defense, and dexterity by 200% for an hour. That's the skill he's been counting on. The redhead thanks him for finally stopping the stalling, then says he'll make him pay for wasting their time or kill one of the others. Ready to fight, the redhead closes in while he tries to trigger legendary Blacksmith's Patience, but the system says the skill uses no mana and can't be turned on by choice. It only activates on its own when he keeps fighting to stay alive. The redhead asks if he's ready to die, then he freezes in shock when the skill still doesn't activate. The thugs don't wait around for his panic. They rush him, and he realizes he's in real trouble. The one skill he needed most didn't work. All of them attack at once. His max HP is only 316, so he has to use a mid-level potion to raise it. Even then there's a 20-second cooldown. He just has to stay alive until it ends. He survives another hit by stopping an axe with an arrow. Still, he takes 200 damage and the blow slices his leg. The pain almost drops him. Even so, he avoids the next attack. He realizes he'll need more expensive potions if he wants to keep living. Each one costs 10 gold, about 24,001. He's spending more on this B-rank quest than he ever did on fried chicken. The bandits close in on him again. He keeps dodging. They mock him for scurrying around like a rat, and wonder how much longer he can keep it up. He's shocked they're still this strong, even with his buffs. More than anything, he needs time for his legs to recover, so he backs off, and the men hesitate. Greed figures they're stronger than he hoped, so he offers a deal. Hand over the contract and nobody gets hurt. They tell him to stop the nonsense. After he killed Neo, there's no way they'd hand it over now, and either way they plan to kill him. Greed says he means it, that he won't kill them. At the same time, he notices the potion cooldown is almost over, so he just needs a little more time. One of the punks keeps arguing with him, but Greed takes advantage of the opening and strikes straight at his head. Then he asks why the guy let his guard down. They're not close enough to talk to him like that. With that, he kills Johnson, earns 4,300 experience, and gains 3 levels. The redhead says he thought Greed was strong, but it was just the potion. He calls him a filthy cockroach and goes right back to trying to kill him. Greed warns him that charging in carelessly now is a bad idea. He's level 11 and things are different now. He lands a hit on the bald guy's chest, but it still doesn't kill him. The bald man tells him to keep swinging if he wants. Then he promises Greed a slow death for it. A cross-shaped slash tears across his chest, and he knows he has to keep dodging until he can drink more potions. But then the bald guy grabs him around the waist and asks if he's trying to run again. Greed knows this is bad. If it keeps going like this, he really will die. For a second, he thinks it's over. Then he looks up and notices a suit of armor nearby. In that moment, he drives the arrow into the bald man's neck. Then he throws the arrow toward the redhead and sprints up the stairs toward the armor. The redhead can't believe he threw away his weapon. To him, that just proves Greed is desperate. Greed tells him to keep talking all he wants. Then he shouts to Khan, asking if he wants to protect the forge. Khan says of course he does, and if Greed helps him, he swears he'll protect it from now on. Hearing that, Greed says he's going to borrow that armor. Khan warns him that item can't be worn by just anyone. The only things Greed can use are on the first floor. The redhead laughs and asks what the point of that warning is when he's about to die, but Greed is already putting the armor on. The redhead says his luck just ran out and tells him to die. Instead, Greed asks if they've ever heard of Overgeared. Yeah, he really said the title right there. The bandits wonder who this bastard really is, and then he wipes out all of Winston's men, leveling up again and again. Khan asks if he's okay, but when he looks at the boy, he sees Greed wearing that golden armor, like some legendary knight. Greed tells the old man it's amazing, and asks why he left something like this collecting dust upstairs. That armor is Valhalla, a unique item. Its requirements are insane. Level 250, 800 strength, 1000 stamina, and advanced heavy armor mastery. Its creator is Albertino. In Greed's hand is the replica of Dainsleif, also unique, with just as crazy requirements, and it was made by Albertino too. Greed says this Albertino guy is amazing, and he wonders how he can even see the details of those items, including who made them. He shrugs and says he kinda just took a look. But when Khan looks over, he suddenly faints. Greed figures maybe it's high blood pressure or all the drinking. Either way, old people really need to watch their health. He tells Khan it's fine, he can stop pretending now. The mission is over, and Greed needs to move on to the next one. Then he remembers what the next mission is and immediately tells Khan to wake up already and not die before giving it to him. Meanwhile, at the Mara Company, they learn the mercenaries they sent have vanished. The man giving the report says he recommended them because they were famous in the village, but his boss cuts him off and asks how he plans to take responsibility. He says the man is responsible for advancing their payment and will have to cover the loss for their failure. The man says he doesn't have that kind of money and begs for one more chance. His boss tells BL to listen carefully. If he can't get the money, he can always sell his relatives at the slave market. Then he orders the man to get upstairs. After that, he turns to Rabbit and tells him to explain exactly what happened. Rabbit says it's strange. They definitely went to the forge, but after that, they seem to have just disappeared. Valmont says there can only be one forge per village, and he needs that one. He can't believe they failed such a simple job, then asks about Old Khan. Rabbit says Valmont was ruthless. He tossed aside an employee who worked for him for the last 10 years without mercy. He also says a witness saw a young man carrying Khan to the clinic 2 hours ago. Valmont realizes that young man might know something. He says getting rid of that blacksmith took a lot, selling weapons cheap and forcing Khan into debt, and he can't believe he lost his chance after barely keeping him trapped. So to fix this mess, he orders Rabbit to handle everything. Meanwhile, back at home, Greed is thrilled. He says his luck has been crazy lately. He can't believe killing those bandits got him all the way to level 21, and he even picked up a chain quest. If that armor and sword are the reward, he's going to get rich. He points out that Dainsleif, Valhalla, and Failure are all unique items, but unlike Failure, those two don't have impossible restrictions for selling, so the quest should be easy now that Old Khan is recovering at the clinic. He thinks Khan should really take better care of himself, then pushes that aside. It's time to make easy money. He logs back into the game and sees he spawned in the clinic. Khan asks if he came to visit him. Greed asks the doctor how Khan is doing, and the doctor says his cholesterol is down. He can leave now, and he'll be fine as long as he stops drinking. Khan then asks Greed's name, saying he owes him a lot. Greed says people should help each other in hard times, then tells the old man to pay the medical bill and get discharged soon. Khan apologizes and says he's broke. So Greed goes, "Wait, what?" Before he can say more, the doctor gets right in Greed's face and says he's sure Greed wouldn't want to upset the god of this world, then tells him to pay 1 gold. Greed realizes that God's kindness is nowhere to be found, so he pays and Khan starts thanking him. Khan says Greed gave him hope. Because of him he saved the family business, passed down for 7 generations, and nearly lost forever. Greed agrees and tells him to go home and rest, now that he's been discharged. He says it's a good thing Khan managed to protect that place because losing it would have driven him even deeper into drinking. He also points out that Khan never would have made it to the hospital without him. Khan admits that's true and says he'd love to repay him somehow. Then they end up standing in front of that armor again. Greed's eyes light up right away. Khan tells him to wait because he can't give it to him. Greed gets mad and says he's the one who saved all of this. But Khan says those are family heirlooms and begs him to understand. He wouldn't hand them over even if his life were in danger. He explains that Dainsleif and Valhalla are cursed items and their power is beyond imagination. But because of absurd restrictions, it's been hundreds of years since anyone could use them. Still, 130 years ago, one man recognized them. His name was Pagma. Pagma equipped them and showed sword skills so amazing it was unreal. He moved like he and the gear were one, and his blade seemed to pierce the sky, calling down lightning. Khan's ancestor, a descendant of Albertino, knelt before Pagma and begged him to please take Dainsleif and Valhalla with him. Greed asks if Pagma accepted. The old man says no. Pagma refused, saying the true owner would appear someday and he had been able to equip them. Khan says his answer will decide everything, then asks how Shin was able to equip them. The protagonist thinks this must be the start of a chain quest, and there's no way he's letting those treasures go, so he tells Khan the truth. He's a lot like Pagma. The blacksmith is stunned. He asks if MC is Pagma's descendant, and MC says yes. That unlocks the class quest for Pagma's descendant. To learn Pagma's swordsmanship, Shin now has to uncover his full legend. He asks if Khan will hand over the items now, but Khan says not yet. First he needs proof. He wonders if the protagonist is truly worthy of inheriting that legend, just like Pagma once did. Khan says proving it shouldn't be too hard, then suggests they celebrate meeting each other. MC immediately warns him not to drink a single drop until the quest is done. While they argue, someone arrives at the shop and calls out, "It's Habit, an employee from Marrow Company." Shin recognizes the name and wonders if this is the guy who hired those thugs. Khan says he'll go hear what he has to say. Habit tells him he owes Marrow Company 600 gold, and from what he heard, Khan has no way to pay it back. Khan admits that part is true, but says he still won't hand over the forge and tells him to leave. Habit replies that he came to offer a deal. Marrow Company will take ownership of the forge, but Khan can keep working there. Khan asks if that means becoming the company's pet blacksmith. Habit says it's better than their last offer and asks if he really plans to refuse. Khan answers that he isn't trying to protect his job, he's trying to protect the forge itself. Habit says the rumors about Khan's pride were true. If that's how he feels, then there's only one way to settle it. He proposes a duel against Marrow's blacksmith, with the debt and the forge on the line. The more skilled blacksmith keeps the forge. Shin can tell it sounds fair, but it's obviously a trap. They'll bring someone stronger than Khan. Still, Khan accepts, and that catches Habit off guard. Khan explains he can't show his real skill right now because of his drinking, and because he hasn't worked in a while, so his successor will take his place. Then he asks if that's a problem. Habit says he didn't know Khan even had a successor. Then Khan shocks even him by announcing that he is the one. He has no idea what's going on. He asks who said he'd be anyone's successor, and Habit points out that he just looks like some random traveler. That triggers the quest Duel of Blacksmiths against Marrow Company. The goal is to win. If the protagonist fails, Winston's reputation will hit rock bottom, and Khan's forge will go to Miro. The system asks if he wants to accept, but MC tells it to wait a second, and starts reading the details, especially the part about the 600 gold. Habit tells him to leave since this has nothing to do with him. But greedy as ever, Shin jumps in and says he'll crush them. Seeing that look in his eyes, Habit gets nervous and says he'll send the location soon. After he leaves, Khan apologizes. He says this was the only way to protect the forge, but he says he gets it. Inside though, he's thinking he'd sell his soul for that reward. Then he notices the quest rank and realizes this should be impossible for a level 21 player. Still, he reminds himself he's the legendary blacksmith who made an epic item, so somehow it'll work out. Khan says the forge has been idle for a while, so there are still plenty of unused materials Shin can practice with. The protagonist asks why Khan never told the Lord about any of this. Khan says the Lord is on Miro Company's side, he was bribed. MC points out that Winston belongs to the Condestem territory, so why didn't Khan try to meet him instead? Khan says he appealed and even tried to see him in person, but the local lord blocked him every time. Shin tells him not to worry, they'll win this. He knows Khan chose him because he believed in him. Khan thanks him for trying to cheer him up and says that if his son were still alive, he would have grown into a great man like him. The protagonist tells him not to get emotional yet. He'll feel a lot better once he sees him at work. Then MC stops and wonders why he's acting so nice. He's usually not like this. Maybe it's because Khan feels like a lucky charm. and he reminds him of his grandfather. The way he talks and the feeling around him are strangely similar. Now Shin is working through the heat and steel beside someone he actually likes, and he realizes moments like this make Satisfy feel real. Later, outside the game, he finally logs off before 4 a.m. He wonders if he should sleep another 30 minutes. 2 days passed in-game, but the results were really good. He thinks Khan is different from the blacksmith in Byron. Even in bad shape, Khan still shows the skill of a master. Shin even finds himself missing Khan because he wants to learn more from him. But then he catches himself and realizes how crazy that sounds. He goes to talk with his family, and they ask if he feels better after resting all day. They're surprised he's up early. He says he'll work harder if his mom cuts him some pineapple. His dad instantly clowns him, asking why he needs pineapple when he doesn't even have a girlfriend. The protagonist tells them not to underestimate him. He could get a girlfriend anytime. His mom joins in too, joking that she didn't know her baby could be so confident. Then he asks about his grandfather and how he's been lately. His family is caught off guard by the question. His dad says it's rare for MC to ask about him, but he's doing fine. He asks why they don't visit him together next time. MC says that sounds good, and promises he'll definitely visit this time. The next day at Marrow Company, the owner asks Habit why he did something so unnecessary. He says Khan would have lost the forge anyway, since he can't pay his debt, so why make a pointless bet and give him a chance? He even asks if Habit is siding with Khan. Habit says the company's image has gotten worse because of its push for monopoly, and if they care about long-term ties with the townspeople, acting friendly is the smarter move. The owner snaps back, asking what Habit is trying to say. He reminds him that he bought this lousy land and the trade rights, and says everyone else can go to hell. He's in charge. Habit thinks Valmont has hit his limit, and that Marrow Company will have a hard time growing under him. He explains that the villagers admire Khan for standing up to their pressure alone, but the owner asks what that has to do with anything. Habit says giving Khan a fair chance will make people see the company in a better light. The Marrow owner realizes that could bring in not just customers but loyal ones, so he says fine as long as there's profit, he has no problem with it. Then he asks if that boy really has any chance in the duel. Habit says his investigation found nothing special, he is just an unknown young man. On top of that, Habit already picked an opponent he can't beat. The owner decides this should be easy, and tells Habit to use the chance to wipe out the problem for good. Habit thinks that even if the protagonist has no fame, they still sent their best blacksmith against him, because unknown factors are the most dangerous. Meanwhile, an old friend of Khan asks if that boy really beat the Veil Gang. He says Shin looks too innocent to understand how the world works. Khan replies that even if he looks like a nobody, he's very skilled. MC just tells them both to be quiet. Then more people show up and ask Khan if the rumor going around the village is true, that Marrow Company is going to duel him with the forge on the line. Khan says it's true, and asks why they're making such a big deal out of it. The villagers say they were starting to think Marrow might not be so bad after all. Since the company chose a fair duel, it looked like they really respected Khan and maybe wanted to live peacefully with everyone. Shine says that might be true. Even though they sent bandits before, this duel almost makes them seem decent. But Khan tears that idea apart. He reminds them Marrow tried to monopolize the land and trade rights, driving people into poverty. He asks how they could be fooled by one piece of paper after everything they've suffered. The villagers admit he's right. They say they were stupid to believe it, and got tricked again after being betrayed so many times. Shin realizes they're right too, and thinks he almost fell for it himself. Then a boy shows up and says he heard Marrow bought land and trade rights from villagers who didn't know about Winston's development plans, so were they forced to sell their property? He immediately thinks this guy's a jerk. Because he has a green light over his head, he's a player. The man says the villagers sold their land for money and plan to leave. After hearing about the development, they change their minds, so he blames their greed instead of the company. That sets the NPCs off. They ask how some outsider dares to meddle in their business, and whether he's a spy for the company. He quickly says he doesn't want to fight. His point is simple. Companies chasing profit is normal. If the villagers accept that, he says they can live in peace with the company, like they should have from the start, and the company needs them too. The villagers start to waver, thinking he might be right. If the company prospers, maybe their lives improve too. Greed notices the whole conversation has shifted and wonders who this bastard is. Khan asks for his name, and the man apologizes, saying he was so worried he forgot to introduce himself. He says his name is Heroi. Greed is stunned by how easily Heroi changed the mood and starts wondering who he really is. Even Khan starts to agree that living peacefully with a big company could be better in the long run. But then he adds that Winston Village falls under Candace Ten's rule, and there is a local law called the Rights of the People. Heroi asks about that. Khan explains that people living in Candace Ten's territory have the right to be told first and ahead of time about changes in their area. Candace Ten personally declared those rights. He says this matters a lot to the villages around the northern city because of the northern development zone. Candace Ten wants everyone prepared for major changes and wants information shared with the people so everyone benefits. Heroi realizes the real problem. The company completely ignored Candace Ten's will. So if the Lord let the company hide the development plans, then the Lord is in the wrong too. Khan agrees. That's exactly why this whole conflict started. Now Heroi says he understands the situation and there is something he has to do. He says he knows Khan's appeal was blocked by the Lord and the company, and everyone confirms it. So they decide the Lords and the company's crimes need to be exposed, and Huroi says he'll secretly take the appeal to Candace 10 himself. At last, they find a solution. Grid can hardly believe it, and keeps wondering how Huroi pulled that off. He didn't receive the quest, he made them hand it over. After Huroi leaves, Grid runs after him, but Huroi mistakes him for an NPC from the Forge. That pisses Grid off. He gets straight to the point. Huroi clearly started with the Miro Company quest, so how did he switch sides? Huroi instantly loses enthusiasm at Grid's tone, but still shares the quest details with him. The quest is now about protecting Winston's residence, and the new goal is to get an audience with Candace 10. The rewards are the title Apostle of Justice, max affinity and reputation with Winston's villagers, and a gift from Candace 10. The title also unlocks the bravery stat, gives plus 10 to all stats, and grants the skill Unshakable Justice. Reading that, Grid can only think one thing. Those were basically his rewards. Trying not to sound jealous, he asks how Huroi did it. Huroi can tell from Grid's face that he definitely is jealous. Since Grid figured out he made the villagers give him the quest, Huroi wonders if he should explain. He says all he did was use the freedom Satisfy gives players. If you directly interfere in NPC matters, you can trigger quests tied to those problems. Older players know this trick, which is why Grid didn't. Huroi adds that the method will probably spread online soon, so Grid shouldn't feel too bad. Right now, only veteran players use it. Then Huroi asks what's wrong. Still tearing up, Grid says he's an old player too. Huroi bursts out laughing and says this is common knowledge among longtime players. He finds it so funny that he offers to be Grid's friend. Grid gets even angrier, tells him to screw off and logs out right away. Huroi realizes that Grid got mad and ran off. He lets it go since he has no time to waste. Even after playing 18 hours a day since launch, he's only level 127. He says that's because his class is Orator. Leveling is hard because his offense depends on speech. His weapon options are limited. His HP is low, his combat power is weak, and worst of all, he has no escape skill. That's why he needs the bravery stat. He can't become a ranked player just by talking to NPCs and collecting quests forever. He decides he has to get past that gate and meet Candace 10, so Huroi walks up to the guards and comments that security looks tight. Then he says he's just a traveler and would like to leave if there's no problem. The guards stay silent, and Huroi thinks that's strange since they aren't reacting at all. Then Rabbit appears and says they won't answer because he ordered them not to. Huroi is shocked to see Rabbit there and asks what he's doing. Rabbit reminds him that he was told to report back after investigating. Huroi realizes this is going to be a pain. He'll have to use persuasion, and if he uses it right, he can sway an NPC. He activates his passive and starts talking, but Rabbit cuts him off. Rabbit says he overestimated him. They got confused by the rumors and couldn't investigate properly, but now that Huroi is trying to run, Rabbit assumes he's been digging into them. Huroi starts to realize his persuasion didn't work. Rabbit says he's learned to stay ready for betrayal, and Huroi should know exactly why he's being arrested. Huroi takes off running, saying he can't give up on the quest like this. First he has to escape, but a rope catches him and yanks him back. He pulls a dagger from his pocket and says it's not much, but it'll have to do since he's in a hurry. He tries to cut the rope, but a soldier strikes his hand and knocks the dagger away. Huroi expected that. Fighting his way out won't work, so he tries to force an escape by logging out, but the game tells him he can't log out now. Rabbit says resistance is useless, and asks if Huroi didn't know they could block his exit spell. Since he'll just revive if they kill him, Rabbit says prison is the better choice. They're taking him to the castle's underground jail. Then the quest changes to wait, start rank. It says Rabbit captured Huroi and locked him in Winston Castle's inescapable underground prison. But if he waits patiently, the Apostle of Justice he failed to become will come save him. The goal is to stay logged in for 50 real-world hours, and the quest warns that it's extremely dangerous. Elderly players or anyone in poor health are advised to give up. The system asks if he wants to quit the quest, and Huroi thinks 50 hours is almost impossible. He's played 20 hours straight before, but the capsule forces users out as a penalty and locks them out for 6 hours. Staying trapped in a prison for 8 days and 8 hours in-game could seriously mess with his mind. Still, he's a lonely, unemployed guy in real life, so no one is going to interrupt him. Maybe his body can handle it if he turns on the capsule's trance mode, and he can't throw away an S-rank hidden quest. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, so he refuses to quit, accepts the quest, and the timer starts. The game also lists the rewards, which can just go on screen. There is no penalty for failure, and Huroi activates the capsule's trance mode too. In trance mode, his brainwaves are monitored, and the system will force him out if he's in danger. If that happens, the SA group will send executives and a medical team to his house. The capsule also can't be shut off from outside. If there's any outside shock or someone tries to power it down, an SA group employee will be sent to protect the capsule. So Huroi starts begging for someone to help him clear the quest. No matter who it is, he'll swear loyalty to them. All he can do now is wait for the Apostle of Justice. Then the story shifts to Satisfy, a huge game where every player's actions can change the world. With over 20 billion players, unexpected variables are everywhere, so errors and bugs can't be allowed if the game world is going to keep working. Then someone reports that Mission B408 has been activated and asks for permission to send the executives out right away. The team leader approves and says he'll be there soon. He's surprised because B408 is a hidden quest with very specific conditions, and its reward is a secondary class. If the player succeeds, he'll be the first in Satisfy to have 2 classes. But to clear it, he has to stay logged in for 200 in-game hours, and if something goes wrong, his life could be at risk. Then Heroi's ID file appears. His real name is Dambi Alumbatar. He's 25 years old, and he's the player who triggered mission B408. The team leader says that's incredible, since only 3% of their players are from Mongolia. The assistant adds that even though he's a weak fighter and just a speaker-type class, he still made it to level 127 by clearing class-related quests. Hearing that, the team leader asks Director Yon if the Mongolia branch manager reported anything. They connect with him, and Park Ryu says the other branch executives are there too. The team leader says the meeting is about mission B408 and asks if Alombatar's safety has been confirmed. They say yes, they're watching him live, a medical team is ready, and they even have support from the Mongolian government. Then they say they want to make a proposal. The leader is confused, so they explain. They want to reveal that players can earn a second class. If people learn the first player to get one is from Mongolia, interest in the game will rise there, and the market should grow. They admit the Mongolian market has been struggling, and one woman agrees. Since much of the population is nomadic, many people there distrust the capsules, but the bald director asks if they're being too hopeful. What happens if he fails after they build up all that hype? His coworker tells him not to worry. As long as Hiroi isn't forcefully logged out, they should be fine. The mission was designed to be easy. Then he turns to team leader Choi Nahe and asks if she checked the mission success rate. She says she already sent the data so they can see it for themselves. When they pull up the success rate, everyone realizes it's only 9%. He's shocked and asks if mission B408 wasn't supposed to involve a hidden NPC rescuing the player. The player trapped in the underground prison was meant to meet a secret swordsman after the Winston Village incident. That rescue would lead to huge rewards, and as long as the player stayed safe, clearing the mission should have been simple. But then the head director starts laughing. The others ask why, and he tells them to read the document again. He says there was one variable. The mission information was shared. Looking closer, they see Hiroi was originally supposed to be saved by that hidden swordsman after Winston, but he told another player about the quest, making the NPC unnecessary. Then they notice something even more important. The player he told was Grid, Shin Young-yu. Meanwhile, the protagonist is dying of jealousy over Hiroi's quest. His own reward is only 600 gold, so he curses Khan for not giving him that amazing mission sooner. At the same time, the tavern owner is still furious. MC complains that Hiroi only had to talk a little while he had to pay that old man's medical bills. To cheer himself up, he orders chicken soup. After stuffing himself, he gets home at 1 a.m. and says he'll need to sneak in quietly. But his sister catches him and scolds him for not saying he'd be late, asking if he even knows what time it is. Shine asks why she's still awake. He says a student shouldn't be nagging him about that, but she says she got worried because she couldn't find him anywhere. He's usually inside his capsule. Then she notices he's been drinking. He grins and asks if she was worried about her big brother. She denies it, saying she just stayed up watching shows longer than usual, then tells him to go take a shower while he keeps standing there drunk. Back at the meeting, the director in blue asks if the success rate shouldn't really be 0. He says 9% makes no sense and even jokes that the Morpheus supercomputer must have made a mistake. His coworker shuts that down. He admits he knows it was just frustration talking. The head director explains that once the quest info was shared, everything changed, so the success rate can no longer be predicted normally. Hiroi's savior in the underground prison is no longer the hidden swordsman. Now it's Grid. Another director gets really annoyed because Shin Young-yu keeps causing trouble. He has a legendary class, yet he's still only level 21, making everyone wonder what he's been doing this whole time. It already made no sense for a talentless nobody like him to get that class, and now he's interfering with another major event too. The director starts calling him a cancer, saying Grid is a fatal disease to Satisfy. One coworker asks if Hiroi is just going to fail if they leave things as they are. If so, trying to advertise this now would be a huge waste. The head director thinks about how, ever since getting his legendary class, Grid made epic arrows and triggered a class quest. His results are hard to predict, but then the director says that honestly, Grid is fascinating to watch. His incompetence goes beyond common sense. He adds that there are currently 3 epic classes in Satisfy. Aside from the newest one, Blood Warrior, the other 2 haven't been revealed to the public. Nobody knows who got the first epic class. The second was Agnes, ranked 7th overall, and ever since then they've kept arguing about what the other 2 classes are and who got the first one. Meanwhile, in Acheron dungeon inside Count Stain's territory, a bunch of guys crowd around a girl, asking her to join their party and promising to split the drops evenly. Their female teammates get jealous because those guys never welcome them like that. They grumble that this self-centered girl always has a swarm of men around her. Euphemina answers calmly. She'll join the strongest party, so they should show her what they can do. That gets everyone excited. When monsters appear, they rush in, eager to impress her and win her into their party. They wipe out the monsters fast, but Euphemina just watches, unimpressed, until Whirlwind of Fury appears and catches her eye. She can tell it's a powerful skill and wonders who used it. Then she spots the older man who cast it. She figures he worked hard to level that skill and it would be perfect against Piaru, so she asks to use it too and instantly copies it. At that moment, the skill leaves the old man, transfers to her as Whirlwind of Fury level 3, and the copy succeeds. She's told the copied skill can be used once and she'll keep it until she does. After that, she casually says goodbye. That was their first meeting with Euphemina, the level 190 imitator. Once the fight ends and they try to talk to her, they realize she's already gone. Euphemina keeps moving, saying that one skill should be enough. She spent 63 days preparing for this, all to clear an S-rank quest. She steels herself and checks the mission info. Before going in, she admits S-rank quests are terrifying, especially since the enemy NPC is insanely strong. When she steps through the door, she remembers hearing he was stronger than bosses. Then Pru, the immortal hermit, appears before her, and she recognizes him as the strongest knight in the Saren Empire. He asks if Asmophil sent her. She thinks she can do this. She prepared too much to fail now. But Pru attacks first, striking straight down at her, and she uses Tartan, calling up a giant guardian behind her. She explains that Tartan is the strongest defensive skill possessed only by Bump, the #1 guardian knight. Euphemina says she only has 9 base skills and can use her copy skills just 3 times a day, so she spent the last 2 months collecting high-rank skills. Because of that, she managed to gather 50 top-level abilities. Even if each one can only be used once, she believes it should be enough. Then Pru suddenly moves to her left. Euphemina, the first player in Satisfied to earn an epic class, uses Counter Barrier to block his blow and throw him back. Pru wonders how she can use a skill like that. She follows up with Whirlwind of Fury and attacks him at close range, but she quickly realizes that still won't kill him, so she gets ready to go all out. She unleashes Blazing Heatwave, Scepter of Light, Tyrant's Right, Spear of Darkness, and Prelude to Destruction all at once on Pru. She wonders if that finished him, but it didn't. The clear screen never appeared. He's still alive, and she burned through a huge amount of mana by chaining that many high-level skills. She starts floating back, saying she needs some distance so she can drink a potion and recover her mana. But Pru comes out of a dark portal with his sword at her neck, and she wonders if he took no damage at all. Even so, she thinks of the next skill, one that should definitely kill him, and activates Mortal Fate. Pru tells her he'll give her an unavoidable death instead. Now panicking, she fires the skill, thinking she has to survive. A burst of shadow projection shoots at him, but Pru only grows more excited, asking if Asmophil has finally come to fight. Euphemina realizes shadow projection traps the target in a deep illusion. She'd been saving it for a moment like this, and the effect won't last long, but at least he's busy fighting Asmophil in his own mind, giving her time to restore mana and use the rest of her skills. Then a warning pops up. She pushed herself too hard in too little time. Her body and mind hit the limit. Her skills are sealed for now, and all her stats drop by 50%. That makes her panic. She was so close. Even so, she knows she has to run before Pru fully snaps out of it. But Pru suddenly stops midair. Then he turns to her with pure killing intent. She realizes he's already recovered and calls him a monster. As an imitator, she was never strong enough to beat him head-on. Now she just freezes, unable to think of any way out, so she gives up and fails the mission. She loses 2 levels, as Asmophil trusts her less, and all that hard work over the last 2 months feels wasted. She complains that this was the perfect chance to earn a new title, one that fit her class exactly. Furious, she starts cursing. Sure, she'll never get another S-rank mission like this again. Then someone walks up and asks if she's Lady Atarina. He says he has a message for her, and that catches her off guard. The man adds that if she isn't busy, they'd like her help with something. A new quest appears, and she scoffs. Losing one mission was bad enough, and now these losers want a favor too. But then she suddenly stops. The quest reward includes a title, plus 1,500 gold. She also notices he called her Arena. Out of all the fake names she has used, Arena was the one she used when she made an amazing item. That makes her wonder if he's from the Miro Company. She quickly agrees and accepts the blacksmith duel quest. Meanwhile, Calm tries to calm down. He finally says enough is enough. He can't believe he gave such a great mission to someone he barely knows, and reminds them the whole village is under watch. If he left Winston, he'd die right away. But an outsider like Heroi wouldn't draw as much attention. He says he can't risk putting his benefactor in that much danger, and Greed starts to understand. Calm adds that if anything happened to him, he could never live with it. He sees Greed like his own son. Greed tells him to quit crying. Then Greed says they should get back to training, and asks if they decided when the duel will happen. Calm says it's in 2 days and asks if he's ready. Greed says of course they'll show everyone what a real blacksmith looks like. He says the more he uses his skills, the better he gets. His movements have clearly become more precise and efficient. He makes another item, gaining +2 to all stats and +30 reputation across the continent. After that, he keeps forging non-stop, raising both his persistence and dexterity. Greed says this feeling of getting stronger is amazing. Later, he finally collapses from exhaustion. He wonders how much he's improved, but after checking his stats, he feels disappointed. After making so many items, the gains seem small, and he wonders if Java's arrows were just a rare exception. Still, he decides it's not a big problem. Miro Company bought all the good materials, and they could probably even sell some epic items. Even if his stats don't look crazy, his blacksmithing is clearly improving fast. He earned 130 stat points just from forging. He says dexterity is the best choice if he wants to win this game, but after nearly dying to those bandits, he wonders if that should really be his top priority. In the end, he puts 60 points into stamina and 70 into dexterity. As his stamina rises, his HP goes up too, and he thinks this definitely doesn't look like a level 21 character. Going by stats alone, he says he looks more like level 75, and the better the items he makes, the more stat points he earns. That should help make up for how weak he is in combat. He knows he'll have to work like crazy, but that's nothing new to him. So he says that in tomorrow's match, he'll show the true power of a worker. The next day, the competition starts in Winston's Central Square, packed with both NPCs and players. The players wonder why so many NPCs showed up. They hear the villagers came to support the forge and stop it from being taken by Marrow Company. Before long, all the NPCs start cheering for Grid. The players look him over and ask if that's really Grid. Judging by his gear, they think he looks like a noob and joke that this is just a match between two amateurs. Then the leader of Marrow Company asks if everything is ready for Habit. They say yes, and the announcer asks everyone to welcome today's star. Representing Marrow Company is Irina. The crowd immediately notices how pretty she is and starts cheering for her. She thanks her fans and lays on even more charm. Grid admits she's pretty cute, but wonders if she can really compare to Irina. He tells himself he doesn't care if the players are all on her side, since at least the villagers still support him. But then even the villagers start getting won over by her. Grid instantly gets gloomy after losing his only fans. Then she sweetly says their fates have brought them together, and that she'll be in Grid's care. But he's already annoyed and snaps at her not to come near him. He calls her a brat and says she's not his type. She looks shocked and says that's a horribly rude way to treat such a beautiful girl. Grid shrugs and says she's kind of cute, but brats like her should know their place. Now she's completely thrown off. No man has ever treated her like that before, so she swears she'll humiliate him in front of everyone. She argues about the brat comment, saying she's 20 years old, but he just mocks her age and says she can't compare to an old man like him. Right in the middle of that childish fight, the duel begins. The judge explains the challenge: make a dagger in 3 hours. The winner is whoever creates the better one. She thinks about the prize. If she wins, she'll get a title and bonus luck. Her only concern is the quest difficulty, since it's marked as unknown. She wonders if that's because his skill is also unknown. Still, she decides it doesn't matter. She already has a plan. She's going to copy his skill and enter the crafting phase with the same ability. If they both use the same skill, then the person with higher luck should make the better dagger. It's a gamble, but she still has a 50% chance. So she tells herself this will work. But Grid just starts hammering the iron right away. That startles her. She realizes she can't relax. Their skill gap might be huge, but if they end up using the same skill, then better tools could decide the winner. So she pulls out an epic grade sacred blacksmith hammer. Even then, she knows a great item alone won't help much. Not without blacksmith skills. That's why she plans to borrow his ability, and she uses Analyze on him. But the result leaves her completely stunned. Grid notices her staring and asks if she lost something. Then the system tells her she can't analyze the target's skill because her Analyze skill level is too low, and she can't believe it. Her Analyze skill is already level 7. Back at level 5, she had copied an advanced blacksmith's ability. For a second, she wonders if this guy is a master blacksmith, but that makes no sense. Rank 1 is only intermediate. Then another thought hits her. Could he have an epic class? No. Agnes, Katz, and she are supposed to be the only ones. So she starts wondering if he's a player with a unique class instead. But no matter what he is, if she doesn't act now, she'll lose. She calls Rabbit over. When he asks what's wrong, she asks whether that guy has a mentor and orders him to bring Calm in. Rabbit asks why they would change the rules in the middle of the duel, but she just tells him to make it happen somehow. After thinking it over, he agrees. Greed notices Rabbit heading to the announcer and asks what's going on. Then Calm is called up to the stage at once, because Irina is giving them an advantage. Calm says what happened, and the man explains that she said he has the right to help his apprentice. Everyone starts thinking she wants a 2-on-1 match, and the crowd praises Irina for it. Greed takes it as her looking down on him, but Cam says that since she asked for it, they'll work together and beat her. He says he's glad to work beside a blacksmith he respects, and asks Greed if he can help protect the forge too. Greed says of course they're going to crush that spoiled brat. Seeing that, she realizes she finally has a chance. Now Cam is her target, and she asks him to lend her that amazing skill. She analyzes and copies advanced blacksmith crafting level 2. At that point, she starts to think she got exactly what she needed. If their skills are on the same level, then luck will decide it. And even if he's some kind of master, the duel has only just begun. Sometime later, she keeps watching everything the two of them are doing. Then she says she can't believe they're still hammering. Are they idiots? She's already finished melting her blade. She says if luck stays on her side, she'll win this duel. But then Greed's legendary blacksmith's patience kicks in, raising his vitality, defense, and dexterity by 200 for an hour, and he's thrilled. He says he's never felt better, and Old Khan's focus is amazing. Iron, heat, and the hammer. That's all he can feel, and it seems like the perfect match. Then the legendary blacksmith's breath boosts his crafting speed, and he feels like this is the moment iron and heat truly become one. Meanwhile, Rabbit watches everything closely. Khan is amazed and says it's an honor to help create a masterpiece like this, but Greed reminds him they're not done yet. He says they'll use the Minotaur horn for the handle after all. He spent 10 gold on it. That shocks everyone. Then attention shifts to Euphemia's dagger, and the host says she's already finished hers. He praises the dagger's beauty, saying it matches its maker, and points out that she made such a strong item in under 3 hours. Even Greed admits it looks amazing, and says the brat wasn't all talk. She clearly has real skill. Then the host calls everyone over to check the dagger's stats. It's an epic class seduction dagger with 60 durability, 122 to 127 attack power, and 8 attack speed. The host says the result is obvious. Euphemia has won. Greed tells himself not to get shaken. He needs to focus on his own work. Watching him, the company leader is surprised. He didn't think the boy could finish a dagger under that much pressure. Rabbit calls it downright scary. Khan admits she's incredibly talented for someone so young, and says she could probably teach him a thing or two. Still, he asks Greed if she really never came close to his level. Greed says absolutely not. The job is almost done. He says the crowd will be stunned when they see this dagger. Just then, several guards show up and head straight for Greed, pressing swords to his neck. They say they got word he's working with the criminal Heroi, and that Heroi has already been captured. Khan is shocked to hear Heroi was arrested, but the company leader only says that's unfortunate. Khan quickly realizes what happened. Valmont played dirty because he knew he was going to lose. Greed can't understand it, asking why he'd ever work with Heroi. Rabbit, meanwhile, watches him get arrested and stares at Greed's dagger. He says he's been a merchant for 20 years and has handled all kinds of amazing goods, but Euphemia's dagger doesn't even come close to the greatness of that one. In other words, they lost. Valmont says they almost got caught off guard by a great blacksmith and admits that dagger is splendid. Rabbit realizes Valmont saw it too and asks if he personally called the guards. If the results were announced now, they'd lose the crowd's support. Valmont says the audience will believe in Euphemia's victory just by seeing her dagger and asks if Rabbit really thinks they'd give up Khan's forge. Then he orders him to seize Greed's dagger and make sure its stats are never revealed. Looking at Greed, Rabbit thinks he really might be the best on the continent and makes sure to remember the boy's name. Euphemia asks what kind of item that was. If he had finished it, she would have lost. Still, she says the crowd ended up on her side when the duel was over, so it's time to collect her reward now that she did what she came for. Rabbit agrees. A promise is a promise. Her mission is cleared and she says everything looks great except for that skill, since it's totally random. Even so, it's still better than failing another mission. Then she wonders why they had to drag that guy away like that. Rabbit says things just turned out that way. Euphemia thinks he had an awful personality, but she's still curious about who he really is. Rabbit says he bets she never expected to lose to someone who wasn't even a real blacksmith. That startles her. He explains that her movements were rough, but exactly like Khan's, and asks if she has some kind of copying skill. She realizes Rabbit figured it out and curses the damned NPC. Then Rabbit says Marrow Company has become too greedy, and Count Steam will hunt them down soon. That's why he plans to leave the company before long. Khan's forge will be his escape route, and that's why he noticed Greed's value. With his connections and business sense, they could build a small or medium company around items made by Greed. That shocks her. Even Bega, the #1 merchant, only runs a small business, so she didn't think this could go beyond that. Rabbit then makes her an offer, asking if she'll help save him. Right away, she gets a new mission. Help Rabbit in his new job, rank S. She's stunned to get an S-rank quest right after meeting Greed, so of course, she accepts. At Khan's forge, the workers start arming themselves. Now that Heroi has been captured, they know they have to move. Khan thanks them and says they can't just sit still while Heroi and Greed fight for them. He says they'll protect their own future and win their freedom with their own hands. But then one of them is struck by an arrow. Valmont sees they're starting an uprising and says he expected this. Someone says if they keep Greed locked up, he'll crack fast. Greed has no idea what's going on, but he panics. Khan will be in danger if he stays trapped, and if he can't escape, he won't even be able to log in and play. So he decides he'll say whatever they want and tells them to take the gag off, even apologizing to Khan. But a soldier says to leave him tied up until he talks, and Greed thinks he would talk if he even could. Then they throw him into a cell and tell him to shut up. He won't be leaving until he confesses. But then a new S-rank quest appears, Apostle of Justice. He has to save Heroi, and the rewards look strangely familiar. They're the same as the quest Heroi showed him, but now he's locked up too. He wonders how he's supposed to rescue Heroi in under 7 hours, especially with a failure penalty. What kind of crap is this? He doesn't want it, but then the system says he can't refuse because the mission is already in progress. He wonders why this kind of nonsense always happens to him. 3 hours pass and he says he knew it. There was no way someone as unlucky as him would get a lucky streak for free. He starts thinking he's cursed with bad luck, and says he should have known something was wrong when he got a legendary class. He even feels like punching the god of luck. Then someone calls for Greed. He hears Euphemia's voice asking where he is. Greed recognizes the brat right away and wonders what she's doing there. But he doesn't care right now, she's his only hope. As she keeps searching, she's still calling him an annoying jerk. With only 2 hours left, he starts slamming his head against the door, saying time is running out and he has to get her attention somehow. Then she realizes he's in there, but when she looks through the door, he's covered in blood. That shocks her, but she brushes it aside and says it's a good thing she found him. She says she'll get him out, but first she gives back his dagger, saying he worked hard to make it. He gets excited that it's the dagger he made, calls it cute, and says it actually looks pretty nice up close. But she says she has one condition. She wants him to make her an orb, one that can store as much magic as possible. Greed realizes that's not just an orb, it's a magic item. He says he's never made one before, and wonders why he should even do it. Then he decides it doesn't matter, and plans to agree for now, but she says there's one more thing. He needs to stop calling her brat. Her name is Euphemina, and she tells him to use it. That catches him off guard, and he wonders if she's using a fake name. But in the middle of that dumb little argument, she frees him and hands over the dagger. He asks why she decided to save him, and then how a blacksmith even managed to get down there. She tells him she isn't a blacksmith. Her secret class is copycat, and she copied Khan's skill during the duel. That shocks him. He says he heard only 3 players had that class, then asks why she's telling him after trying so hard to hide it. She says they'll be getting to know each other soon anyway. Then she asks if he has a secret class too, saying it has to be at least unique. He wonders how she figured that out, and jokes that maybe she likes him. She snaps, asking what the hell he's talking about. She says she doesn't know what class he has, but right now he needs to fight properly. Otherwise they'll both die because a whole group of soldiers is coming for them. He wonders why there are so many, like they brought an entire army down there. She says she already took out 100 of them, but if he wants them both to get out alive, he has to help. Greed thinks the only weapon he has is that dagger. Then he realizes it's a unique rated weapon, and wonders if the dagger he made was really that good. The system tells him that because he created the item himself, he has maximum understanding of it. But the item's conditions weren't met, so a penalty was applied. Its attack power drops by 20%, and only 50% of its bonus stats can be used. He thinks that's such a joke. Damn. Shin can't believe the system is punishing him for using a weapon he made himself. Seeing that, Euphemina asks if he's some kind of assassin, since that dagger needs high mastery. But that makes no sense to her, because he also showed blacksmith skills like a master. The protagonist realizes she checked the dagger's details. Still, since she didn't steal it, maybe she's actually decent. Then the girl warns him the soldiers are coming. Shin almost gets hit. In his head, he curses her for not warning him sooner. Then he uses wind explosion and blasts the soldiers upward. Euphemina is impressed, but MC snaps at her, asking if she's just going to stand there. She says saving him was the only job she took and anything more costs extra. While they argue, more soldiers keep rushing in, and Shin realizes there's no time, because he can't handle all of them alone. So he says they need to rescue one more person, and she asks who. Euphemina says she already saved old Khan on the way here. Shin is shocked Khan got captured, but relieved he's safe. Then he says they still need to save someone named Heroi. She asks who that is, and he admits he barely knows him. They only talked once. That annoys Euphemina. She doesn't want to risk more for some stranger, and says he's asking too much. The protagonist fires back that he's tired of getting dragged into this too, and asks if she can just listen for once, calling her brat again. That makes things worse fast. She reminds him she already told him not to call her that, then starts casting skill after skill. She throws Spear of Destruction at him, but Shin dodges and the huge attack hits all the NPCs nearby. The soldiers immediately start yelling that she's dangerous. Shin realizes she's insanely strong even without chanting, probably on Yura's level. She lets this one slide since they still need to save someone. Still, she'd really like him to stop calling her brat. So MC has no choice but to apologize to Milady for his terrible sin. Alright, I don't hate her as much as I did the first time, but I'm still Team Jashuka. Meanwhile, he wonders how far down they need to go. He thought this prison only had 3 basement levels, but Euphemina says they need to reach the 4th. Then the system reminds him he only has 1 hour and 10 minutes left. The protagonist asks if she's sure since Heroi might still be upstairs. She says she checked the 1st and 2nd floors while looking for him and never saw any prisoner named Heroi. A reliable source also told her there was a 4th basement floor, so Shin tells her to show him where the hell the stairs to the 4th floor are. Right then, soldiers show up, saying the fugitives went deeper down. MC tells her to head that way, but she gets distracted by a flower on the floor, amazed that something that pretty bloomed without sunlight. Shin quickly stops her and tells her not to touch it. She then says the whole hallway is full of traps, though the lines are easy to spot, so it should be safe if they're careful. But while he tries to move through carefully, he almost gets his head taken off because she picked the flower anyway, just because it was pretty. He tells her they need to be careful, mentally calling her a brat again while trying to stay calm. But as they move through the trapped hallway, she starts setting off every single one of them, forcing Shin to go through hell. He yells at Euphemina to pay attention, and asks how many times he has to say they're all traps. She says it's actually safer to trigger them now, and asks why he'd think she's making things harder when she's already helping more than she should. Then the guards start catching up to him, and Shin drops into a trap hole. She asks where he's going, and he says it's the fastest way to the next floor. He tells her good luck with the guards up there. Since he has no armor, he can't fight them head-on. He tells her to wipe them out with fire magic or something, while he goes after Heroi. At that point, she realizes he really is awful. She says she'd roast herself alive using fire magic in a place this tight, but the protagonist honestly doesn't care and remembers she's basically broken. Her mimic class lets her copy anyone's skills, and even if someone's magic is strong, most people still need time to cast it. She can use copied magic right away, which is completely unfair. At least that means he doesn't need to worry about her. So he leaves the soldiers to the brat and she uses Queen of Ice's breath, freezing the whole area. Still, no matter how many she beats, more keep coming. She thinks long-range fire spells would be perfect here, but she'd burn herself too. After the PRO mission, she only has 11 spells left. She refuses to lose to a bunch of guards, but the real problem is that she still can't find Winston's 5 knights among them. Meanwhile, the soldiers realize one of the prisoners escaped, so they split up and send half the group after him. Euphemina answers by activating her Sword of Light. A guard asks if she's really going to fight until the end, and she says she'll keep her word for now. That leaves her with only 10 spells. She knows she can't hold them back forever, so she tells Shin to find Huro fast. Huro, meanwhile, realizes about 50 real-world hours have passed. He's at his limit and begs for someone to save him. Right after that thought, he suddenly starts collapsing and screams. MC hears it and knows that was Huro. He must be close. He can't believe that idiot dragged him into this mess, and swears he'll beat him up when he sees him. But then he runs into a very different-looking guard. The man recognizes him and introduces himself as Leo, a knight of Winston. Leo says he heard Shine escaped and figured he'd come here if he was working with Huroi. The protagonist figures a knight has to be at least level 180, and starts thinking hard about what to do. Then he provokes Leo, saying the little dog finally found the courage to do more than bark. Leo takes the bait and says MC should be grateful, because now he'll kill him himself. For a second, he wonders if he pushed too far, then activates Blacksmith's Rage and quick movements, stacking a bunch of buffs. He knows he has no choice but to fight. As the knight rushes in, Shin is shocked by how fast the attack comes. Still, he manages to block and realizes Leo is insanely fast. He barely defended in time and knows he would have lost without the quick movements effect on his dagger. Leo's pride takes a hit when a mere blacksmith avoids his blow, and he demands to know how the protagonist dares insult a knight's honor. Then he declares that Shin will die to the ultimate strike of his fire sword. Leo attacks again and deals 17,300 damage. MC's HP drops so low that legendary stubbornness activates, making him immune to all attacks for 5 seconds. After taking the hit, he panics at that insane power and thinks he needs a health potion right now. But then he wonders why that jerk suddenly stopped. Inside the flames, Leo is completely wrecked. Shin remembers Irene saying fire magic in a closed space would turn someone into barbecue, and realizes it was a dust explosion. Leo demands to know what the hell the protagonist did, and MC says that's what a skill gap looks like, managing to defeat a Winston knight. That earns him an achievement, the title Knight Slayer, the prison key, and several level ups. He reaches level 45. Then he goes to Huroi and opens the cell door. Sunlight spills inside and Shin says he was planning to beat him up, but Huroi looks half dead. Then Huroi realizes it's the apprentice and the mission is cleared. At the same time, Huroi gains the secondary class Partner of the Apostle of Justice and calls him his savior. Shin's mission clears too and he gets the title Apostle of Justice. Then Huroi kneels before him and says that if the protagonist helps him finish the mission, he'll offer total loyalty. He reveals his real name and says he's a descendant of the Blue Wolf, swearing to repay this kindness and follow him to the end as the partner of the Apostle of Justice. Watching this, MC wonders what is wrong with that guy. He must have gone crazy. Seriously, how can Shin call himself unlucky when he keeps getting absurd luck like this and basically just won a servant? At the same time, we're told the Mimic class lets a player copy skills and take advantage of any class, making it one of the most useful classes of all. With the right set of copied skills, a Mimic can solo a boss or wipe out an army in war. But there's a limit. Only 3 skills can be copied per day. Each one can only be used once. They only have 9 non-combat skills and their physical stats are weak. So a Mimic with stored skills can look overpowered. But once those run out, Euphemina becomes very vulnerable. Even so, the soldiers are still in shock that this girl beat hundreds of guards by herself. She thinks only the elite knights are left. Most of her copied skills are already gone, but at least they won't rush her carelessly now. Then a huge blast echoes out. Since Grid still hasn't come back, she wonders if he died. Still, she quickly rejects that. Even if he saved Huroi, would he really come back for her? The guards start talking among themselves, calling this whole thing shameful. Even so, they decide to work together and finish her off. Euphemina gets frustrated and thinks she just needs to stall a little longer. Her last 3 spells are all fire magic, and in a cramped place like this, using them could kill her too. Then they charge her. She barely dodges and regrets trusting Grid or getting involved at all. While that thought crosses her mind, another attack comes in, and this time she knows she can't dodge it. She figures she'll have to use at least a basic skill, but when the hit lands, it sends her flying back into the wall. The knights realize how frail she really is and say they were scared for nothing. Now they want payback for the 500 soldiers she killed. They even tell her not to take it personally, but she refuses to give up. She still has a 50-50 chance. If luck fails her, she's done. Even so, she gets ready to roll the dice. Right then, Grid arrives, calling them out for ganging up on a defenseless girl. She's shocked to see him back with Huroi. Annoyed, she asks why he took so long. She was about to curse him out. The knights realize that if he returned, then Leo, the North Star, must have been defeated. Grid says he doesn't know any North Star. He just beat some trash named Leo in a fair one-on-one fight. Everyone is stunned, and Grid asks if they think they can beat him too. Euphemina remembers that NPCs instinctively back off when someone is at least 30 levels above them. Seeing them retreat this much, she wonders just how high Grid's level is. One knight remembers he's only a blacksmith, but another warns them not to relax. If Grid beat Leo and came back without a scratch, he must have some trick, and they can't take on someone with that kind of killing aura lightly. Grid tells them to move unless they want to end up like Leo. Heroi thinks Grid looked weak before, but now even the knights are afraid of him. To Heroi that makes Grid seem incredible. Heroi gets excited and says this is great. He doubts the knights will dare attack and figures Euphemina will wipe them all out anyway. But the knights warn Grid not to come any closer or they'll kill him if he takes one more step. Then they realize he's been forcing them back toward the stairs to the second floor. They tell Grid to stop, saying they won't be humiliated by some fugitive. Grid throws the question back at them and tells Euphemina to show them how it's done. She awkwardly says she kind of can't right now and asks why he doesn't handle them himself. Seriously, just look at this psycho. Grid stares at her in disbelief and admits he has no chance against them. So she asks if he didn't just beat a knight by himself, telling him to finish them too. Grid says that was different, but the knights attack before he can explain. Offended that he ignored them, they rush in, ready to crush him. Grid realizes the knight is fast and starts wondering if he pushed them too far. Then Heroi steps in and takes the attack for him. Even so, he stays standing like he's completely fine, while the knight hurts his wrist and drops his sword. Grid can't believe Heroi is unharmed, and Heroi activates great determination, saying it's the skill he gained after surviving that hell. Euphemina wonders how he blocked a knight's strike with his body alone, and Grid admits he doesn't really understand Heroi either. Grid says they should run, but Heroi asks about his promise. He says he'll hold them here because he swore to repay Grid for saving his life. She asks if he plans to stop them all by himself, but Grid just tells her to go. He tells Heroi to hold on as long as he can, and she says they'll meet again if possible. The knights laugh and ask if they really think they'll escape that easily. Heroi steps in front of them and says no one is escaping. Then he activates Evil Tongue and starts throwing curse after curse at them. Their stats begin to drop. After that, Heroi prepares his new skill, Unshakable Justice. It deals 300% physical attack damage over a wide area. The attack looks flashy with a big effect and all, but it barely does anything to the knights. Heroi had expected that it's a useless skill for an orator like him. The knights ask if that was all a bluff and order him thrown back into solitary. Heroi thinks that now the mission is over, he can finally log out and Winston's lord is finished anyway. It's been a long 50 hours and at last he can rest. He did everything he could, all that's left is to wish Grid good luck. After climbing the long staircase, Grid and Euphemina make it outside the castle. They think they escaped, but she tells him to shut up. They're still in enemy territory. They need to get farther from the castle, especially before the knights below join up with the lord's bodyguards. Then Grid suddenly starts rolling around on the ground, saying the fresh air feels amazing. She snaps that she already told him to shut his mouth, or she'll do it for him. Grid apologizes, but she keeps thinking the most annoying thing about him is how he acts like an idiot, even though he seems higher level than her, which isn't even true. It's the Lord and his bodyguards, and the man brands them as criminals. This is Baron Louis, and he says they took down all the knights and guards. Grid tells Euphemina they only found them because she started yelling, but she shoots back that he was the one making noise. Louis thinks that if they escape, the citizens will tell the constable everything, and he'll be ruined, so he swears he'll never forgive them and orders both of them killed. Grid tells Euphemina to show them who's boss, and asks if she can handle it. She wonders if he plans to keep pretending he's weak to the very end, and decides she'll just have to put up with him. Now that they're no longer trapped in a closed space, she can attack freely, so she uses Demon King's Tailfire. The spell crashes down on all the knights. They're wiped out in an instant, and the Lord realizes her power is way too much. His elite guards were erased by one attack. She says she had to burn through every skill she saved up, and she was already in a bad mood because of a certain idiot. Still, thanks to the Lord, she got to let off some steam, and even thanks Baron Louis for it. Looking him straight in the eyes, she says they're leaving this damn castle now. Grid thinks she's terrifying and decides he should try not to make her mad again. So they head out through the front gate, thinking they're finally free, until Rabbit appears at the entrance. Grid is shocked, but Louis is thrilled and says Rabbit came just in time to save him. That makes Grid nervous. He forgot Rabbit worked with the Marrow Company, so maybe this isn't over yet. Euphemina asks if these are the men he mentioned, and Grid says yes, exactly them. Then Grid remembers she was hired by the Marrow Company too. That makes him wonder why she helped him at all, and whether this is some kind of trap. He demands to know what's going on, then decides it doesn't matter. Company or not, he won't go down easy. He reminds himself that his stats are unusually high for his level, and he even has 4 hard-to-get titles. There are about 10 enemies, and he's glad he isn't wearing heavy armor right now. Actually, he has no armor at all, so he decides to dump all his spare stat points into attack and defense. He puts 150 points into strength, raising it to 316, and 90 into stamina, bringing it to 334. Even if he doubts he can win, he has no choice but to fight. After spending those points, Grid had become absurdly strong, but his fear kept him from realizing it. A normal level 45 player would have a little over 500 stat points. Grid has more than 1,300. And with the ideal dagger equipped, he's stronger than a level 100 player with a combat class. But compared to his enemies, his weak point is experience. That makes him hesitate, and he admits he's almost sure he's going to die, but he'll still do everything he can. Then Louis asks what Rabbit is doing and why he's talking to that snake. ordering him to let go. Louis keeps shouting, demanding to know why Rabbit is speaking with that snake and telling him to release him at once. Rabbit says he's no longer with the Miro Company. He's here to punish Louis and Valmont for their evil deeds, and tells Louis to come quietly. Louis calls Rabbit a traitor and says he shouldn't pretend to be an apostle of justice when he's just a merchant. Rabbit answers that he is a merchant, which is exactly why he follows Profit. He's betting everything on Grid, leaving the boy completely confused. Rabbit says Grid's skills will let him create amazing products, but he'll never make the biggest profit alone. Rabbit is sure that if they work together, they'll outdo even a mid-sized company, and he's willing to invest all his resources and experience in him. Grid wonders if that's why Rabbit saved him, then asks why he betrayed the Miro Company. Rabbit says their new business will start in Winston, at Khan's Forge, and they'll win the people back by taking down the tyrant ruling the place. Then Euphemina tells him to move. They still have to finish this, and he agrees. Rabbit says they'll explain everything after dealing with the company, but promises one thing: Grid will make more money than he ever imagined. That gets Grid's attention fast, but Euphemina cuts in and reminds him about his promise to make her a one-of-a-kind orb. He says he didn't forget, though he'll need the crafting method and materials. She agrees, but says this all feels way too easy. Grid says a promise is a promise, but inside what really excites him is learning the production method for free. He silently thanks the brat. Euphemina says she'll contact him once she gets it, adds that this was fun, and leaves. Grid wonders if it's finally over. He's exhausted and ready to log out, but now he finally sees a real chance. A mid-sized company's profits are huge. He starts thinking he'll be rich soon. While Grid is lost in those dreams, Rabbit says he looks scared of Euphemina and asks what happened inside. She acts confused and says Grid was just putting on a show. Then she reveals he beat a knight in a duel, leaving Rabbit stunned. He asks if Grid is really stronger than a knight. Rabbit says that can't be right. How could a blacksmith be that strong? Then he remembers Pagma, the blacksmith who was said to be incredibly powerful. The pieces start to fit together. Grid's crafting skill and his strength suddenly make sense. Rabbit becomes sure he's the descendant of Pagma. Now he's thrilled that he might get to handle items made by Pagma's descendant, and thinks that means they really could build a huge company. But his dream as a merchant never came true. With help from Rabbit and Euphemina, the Miro Company fell, and Count Stain uncovered the corruption tied to the local lord. Valmont and Baron Louis were sent to the border, and the Count ordered their execution for their crimes. Rabbit wasn't so lucky either. He got 10 years in prison. He thought his help would earn him forgiveness, but Count Stain turned out to be a very strict ruler. Even so, Rabbit says it's a shame things ended this way, though at least he took part in a page of history for a nation. And once the tyrant's rule ended, Winston quickly returned to what it had been before. Soon, a bard starts telling the story of the company leader's right-hand man, the most beautiful woman in the world, and a young blacksmith, the three who brought peace back to Winston. Then a white-haired woman walks up, says it's an interesting story, and gives him a few silver coins. She thanks him for telling it, and the bard is shocked by how generous she is. He says he's never seen her before and asks if this is her first time there. She says they'll be seeing each other often from now on, and she's looking forward to hearing more stories. And so the story of the Yatan Temple goes on. Meanwhile, Count Stain names his daughter Irene as Winston's new ruler. Then TV News breaks a shocking update. Satisfy officially announces that a player has gained a secondary class. In the United States, powerful figures complain that the SA group refuses to reveal any details about it. In England, people hear the player is from Mongolia, and they're shocked since that country has very few players. In China, they say SA clearly wants to rule the world through Satisfy, and one spokeswoman insists the game should be banned before people get addicted. Things get pretty heated there. In Japan, they assume they already have a player with an epic class, so they say it shouldn't take long for someone in their country to get a secondary class too. Then one reporter asks if Korea has a chance since it's a Korean game and has the biggest player base. Another says no, the odds are low because they barely have any top-ranked players besides Ibelin. In Korea, analysts explain that a secondary class can raise a player's stats and expand the kinds of weapons they can use. They also say players may get 2 extra stat points every time they level up. Watching this, Grid thinks that's totally broken and unfair. He gets jealous of whoever got the class. Later that night, he tells his family he's done with physical labor from now on. His sister asks how he can be this irresponsible at his age. His mother reminds him he still has debts to pay, and asks if he got caught in another pyramid scheme. He says no. This time it's different. He explains that he's a blacksmith in the game and can sell what he makes for real money. A major merchant promised to back him, and Grid says that one day he'll make as much a year as a CEO. Before he can keep talking, his father smacks him in the face with a spoon. His mother starts crying, asking what they're supposed to do with him, while his father demands to know if he just plans to lock himself in his room and play games all day. His sister says if he could really make money in the game, he wouldn't be buried in debt. She tells him to wake up. Grid insists things are different now and says he became a legendary blacksmith, but his father tells him to stop talking nonsense. Then his father warns him not to even think about skipping work the next day. Grid thinks no one ever listens to him. Still, he's forced to go to work. On the way, he thinks it always comes down to money. If he wants to stop working, he has to make his family trust him, and he decides he'll accept Rabbit's offer as soon as he logs in. With Rabbit's experience and resources plus Khan's Forge as a base, he might get real results he can show his parents. So he logs back into the game. Khan is surprised to see him so soon. Grid says everything looks peaceful now, like that whole mess is finally over, then asks if Rabbit came by. Khan says it seems he hasn't heard yet, and that he has something for him. He hands Grid a letter and says it's from Rabbit. In it, Rabbit says he wasn't fully forgiven for his past ties to the Marrow Company, so their business plan is dead. Still, he believes Grid's skills alone can make him the richest man around. Rabbit says he'll watch Grid's legend from afar and cheer for his success with all his heart. Khan explains that Count Stain didn't fully forgive Rabbit for his crimes. Rabbit will spend the next 10 years in prison, and Grid is crushed because his plans just fell apart. But Khan tells him not to be sad. He has an offer for the boy. He says he wants to leave the forge to Grid someday because Grid protected it from the Marrow Company, and he believes he's worthy of it. That completely shocks Grid. Khan says he plans to retire in a few years and it would be an honor to pass the forge down to Pagma's descendant. Grid is stunned. He's never heard of a player becoming the heir to an NPC's business. He says he'll only believe it after they make a contract. There's no taking it back after that. So Khan draws up the contract, and Grid gains the title of heir to the forge. He can barely believe it. For now, he still has to keep doing manual labor in real life, but one day he'll own the forge. Khan then asks if he's ready to train like its future owner, and Grid eagerly joins him. Elsewhere at the auction, Jashuka notices it's gone. She can't find that special Jaffa arrow she saw before. Blacksmiths usually make items in huge batches, but this one sold only 99 and vanished. She starts wondering if another guild found the smith first. While she worries, some NPCs start talking about how hot Jashuka is and wonder if they should hit on her. She's clearly not in the mood and tells them to get lost before she kills them. Then she opens the guild chat and orders everyone to listen. If they don't find that blacksmith before the end of the month, they're all getting put through hellish training. The only one who likes that idea is Faker, and everyone immediately tells him to shut up, because he's the only one thinking that way. One member says they honestly don't have enough info and asks if she realizes how many blacksmiths there are. Jashuka tells them to figure it out anyway. They need that blacksmith to make the guild stronger. Thinking of Faker and how much he loves training, she asks where he is, and one member realizes she just wants to dump all her stress on the poor guy. Then Kotz logs in and she starts complaining right away, asking what he'll do if she takes his rank. She can't believe he slept for 7 hours. Kotz says he's late because he found something interesting online. He asks if she's heard of Winston Village, and she says, isn't that near Byron? Khan says there was apparently a blacksmith duel there and one of the challengers made an epic dagger in just 3 hours. Jashuka realizes at once, it's him. That epic item in just a few hours? Not even Pamasur, the top blacksmith in the rankings, could do that. So she orders everyone to meet in Winston right away, and the guild starts asking why. Her answer is simple, the last one there is dead. Meanwhile, in-game, Khan storms a castle and cuts down wave after wave of scouts. Using his Blood Warrior class, he starts draining blood from the monsters he kills. That class gives him high attack and speed, making it perfect for hunting. It pushed him all the way to 40th in the overall rankings, and he's also the second heir of the huge Jin business group. His rank shot up in less than a month, thanks to that class, but lately he hasn't climbed at all, no matter how hard he tries. So Ket starts wondering why he still can't reach first place. Are his skills not enough? To him, that's unacceptable. In real life, his brothers beat him at everything, and he refuses to lose inside the game too. If he wants to keep rising, he'll have to hunt in even harder places, and money isn't a problem. He'll just buy the best potions and push through. But then he thinks about the armor of excruciating pain and the dark wind gauntlets, and realizes he still can't find better gear. So what are these blacksmiths even doing? To him, they're all useless, and he yells in frustration. 1 month later, in Frontier, the capital of the Eternal Kingdom, Euphemina runs into trouble again. She thinks she still hasn't found it. The production method for orbs. She never thought high-level item recipes would be this hard to get, and she's already spent a month searching. She made 6,500 gold from the quest, but what's the point of having money if she can't use it? While walking through the city, she feels something off, someone's presence. It was annoying before, but now it's getting on her nerves. So she tells whoever is following her to come out. Her class has sharp perception, so being watched like this is no joke. Even though her identity as a rankier is still secret, it's never happened before, so she demands again to know who's there. But the stalker stays hidden. He's shocked that a mere blacksmith noticed him. This is Faker, Sudaka's #1 assassin. Another guild member immediately starts mocking him for getting caught. The others pile on, saying the whole guild would cry laughing at this. Looks like becoming the top assassin made him sloppy. Annoyed, Faker snaps back and explains they all came because of new information about the blacksmith duel. With so many people watching that match, they track the winner down fast. The suspicious blacksmith, Irene. He remembers Jashuka saying she wants to meet her in person, so they were told to find her location as soon as they arrived. Still, Jashuka only ordered them to watch until she got there, and even with level 7 stealth, Faker got exposed. Then the girl attacks. In one move, she reveals the assassin's position and smashes part of the building they were hiding in. Everyone crashes to the ground and Faker asks if they're okay. But Euphemina keeps attacking, yelling at them to stop spying on her and calling Faker a creep. Then she unleashes Angel's Cry on all of them. The attack tears through their ears and Faker can't believe a blacksmith is using high-level magic. That's when he realizes she isn't a blacksmith at all. A bunch of guilds were after the creator of Jaffa's special arrows, so maybe a rival guild spread fake info. Maybe even the blacksmith duel was fake from the start. His guild got played, so Faker calls it a dirty trick and demands to know what guild she belongs to. She just asks what he's even talking about, and why every man she meets is insane. Spying on her was bad enough, but now they're threatening her too. Fed up, she calls down lightning. Faker notices right away that she cast it without chanting, and even he's impressed. Still, he says that won't be enough to beat him. Then he flashes behind her, catching Euphemina off guard. A hard kick follows, sending her flying. She realizes this is the first time a player has hurt her since becoming a duplicator. This guy is strong. Faker responds by using Shadow Clone. Several copies appear in front of her at once. He says it ends here, but a burst of light she summons wipes out multiple clones in one shot, leaving Faker stunned. Then the girl summons the old Queen's Knight behind her, a golem nearly 3 times her size. Faker is shocked she has a familiar. She's not a summoner, so is she really a duplicator? He can't make sense of it. But the knight doesn't give him time to think. It charges and attacks at once, and Faker can feel how destructive it is. An assassin has no chance against a knight in a straight fight. Since he can't beat the knight head-on, he decides to target the girl instead. Take down the master. Euphemina is startled when daggers fly at her, and Faker wants to see if she has any defense spell ready. She starts casting something, but those daggers were made to react to any magic she uses. Instead, she dodges them with pure agility. That shocks him, because it's an assassin skill. She explains she copied several rankers' abilities while searching for the orb recipe, and says she's never been stronger than this. Then the knight attacks Faker again, forcing him to leap back. His subordinates shout that they'll cover him because there's no way he can beat her alone. He tries to stop them, but it's too late. The knight rushes them and drops several in a single blow. They complain that fighting is impossible with that familiar around, and before they can recover, Irene hits them all with Dragon's Claw, making things even worse. A rain of fire crashes down on the whole guild, and Faker gets blasted away face first into the ground. None of this makes sense to him. How is she beating 4 elite rankers so easily? It almost feels like they're looking at some all-powerful god. Then the girl drops one last fireball on him. Sometime later, the place is completely wrecked when Jashuka and the rest of Sudaka arrive. She sees the destruction and wonders what kind of monster they fought. Someone explains that she beat 4 guild members by herself, including Faker, and seemed to use skills from several different classes. That makes Jashuka think the girl might have a hidden class. Then she wonders how that girl dared attack her guild. With stronger guilds around, they can't afford to look weak, so she orders everyone to find her immediately. They're going to wipe out her and all her followers. Meanwhile, Khan goes to Shin and asks why he never takes a break. He wants to know if the kid ever gets tired, but he says that after hammering away for a whole month, he's learned a lot. Making the same items over and over barely gives him any experience, so he keeps pushing. There are 2 big requirements for making high-level items: either use great materials or spend a long time working with weaker ones. On top of that, dexterity and strength matter a lot too, especially when you have to hammer heavy metal for hours. Even so, he finally stops to rest for a bit. His stamina isn't really the issue. He gained 30 points in every stat while crafting items. Legendary Blacksmith's craftsmanship reaches level 2, and even his item-making skill improves, which almost never happens. Legendary Blacksmith's patience also reaches level 2. The real problem is time. It takes him more than 6 hours to make one item, and he's crafted 73 so far. But only 3 turned out epic, so he starts thinking there's nothing legendary about that. Still, he did at least get a list of item recipes. After becoming Khan's heir, he learned dozens of production methods. Before that, learning even one was incredibly hard. Then he remembers that brat who wanted him to make an orb for her. He never expected to get both the recipe and materials for a unique orb for free. She's kind of scary, sure, but this is still a huge chance for him. Then a bad thought hits him. What if he only ends up making a normal orb? She'd definitely kill him. That idea starts to freak him out, and then someone arrives at the forge asking if Euphemina is there. Instead, they ask if the boy is blacksmith Khan. Sheehan has no idea what's going on, so he calls Khan over. Khan asks what they need, and the man asks if he fought someone named Irene in a blacksmith duel a month ago. Khan says yes. Then the man asks if that girl is really a blacksmith and whether Khan actually saw her forging items by herself. Khan says that's a strange question. She's an outstanding blacksmith. Then he asks who they are to come here and start interrogating him. But the man keeps pressing, asking if Marrow Company was the only group involved in that duel, or if anyone else was part of it. Their attitude feels off, and they press the old man to answer because they don't have all day. Grid starts wondering what these jerks want. Even if Khan is an NPC, he still has memories and feelings. He's also way older than they are, so Grid asks what their problem is. Rouge snaps back, asking who Grid thinks he is. Grid says he works there, and they're getting in the way of business. The guy mocks him, asking if they were supposed to bring a gift just to ask a simple question. His friend can tell he's going too far and tells him to calm down. He says the guy's been tense ever since Faker and the others lost. Then he tells Khan they only want information about Arena. They also heard Khan's successor was in the duel and ask if he knows her. Khan says they barely met her during the match, so how would they know much? Grid notices they still haven't realized he's Khan's successor. Then again, looking at him, that makes sense. The men decide to leave, saying they can just ask other people if no one here knows anything. That sets Grid off. He warns them not to come back and calls them a bunch of Zeruella punks. Khan just says that girl must have become pretty important, and Grid should try to see the bright side. While that's going on, another customer comes to check Khan's goods. It's clear the rumors about Grid's high-quality items are pulling in more and more people. Grid thinks that's great, they can sell them right there. Selling items yourself and haggling with customers is a huge pain. Auctions and direct money transfers also take heavy fees. But at Khan's forge, Khan sells Grid's items for free. If this keeps up, Grid could make serious money. Still, he doubts it. Lately, he's only been making lousy normal items, and he starts cursing the game system. Meanwhile, at the SA Group headquarters, someone in the operations team shows their boss an email from Grid, full of insults and accusations that they're rigging the odds. The guy keeps reading that storm of swearing until his boss tells him to stop. But he asks if the chances of making better items shouldn't go up as the level rises. She says the answer is simple: Grid is an idiot. He has a legendary class, yet he still doesn't understand something that basic. Still, the employee points out that only 3 of 73 items turned epic, so it makes sense that Grid thinks something's wrong. His superior says that's exactly the strange part. If anything, it would make more sense if it were a bug, or if the rates really were being changed. But even with a legendary class, Grid is somehow the unluckiest guy around. Then Grid does the math. After selling 73 level 60 items and subtracting production costs, he made 1,079 gold, just over $1,000,000 yen. And that's from only working 5 or 6 hours a day, so if he worked all day, he'd make even more. He can't understand why his parents still don't get it. No matter how many times he explains, he figures he could probably convince them by showing how much he'd earn from selling the ideal dagger, but no one can use it yet because it needs advanced dagger mastery, so there's no reason to sell it now. Since nobody can use it, he heads back to his part-time job again. But then a flyer smacks him in the face. It says there's a top-tier capsule room with a lifetime 30% discount on usage fees. Right away, he thinks this could be a huge chance. Using a capsule room costs 100,000 won, and with a 30% discount, he could use one in the morning and afternoon, then use the one at home at night. From that day on, this would become his new workplace, and he'd never do manual labor again. From then on, Xin Yongwu, Yang Wu in the game, started working as a full-time blacksmith. Sometime later, people start complaining, because the anonymous blacksmith's items are already sold out. A girl asks if he's really that popular, and a man says she must not have heard. Mid-level players can't even buy his gear because it's always out of stock. It's a little pricey, but it's about 20% better than other items at the same level. So people start asking Khan where they can find the anonymous blacksmith. They want to place custom orders, but Khan knows he can't answer that. Even working non-stop, Grid can't make gear for everyone. On top of that, he still doesn't want his name spreading yet. From that day on, more and more players crowded around the forge trying to place requests. Meanwhile, Grid kept working without stopping, and none of them guessed the rookie hammering away in the back was the blacksmith they were looking for. Grid looks so plain that nobody even considers it. His luck stat feels so cursed it's almost funny, and now he's begging for one item to finally come out right. He's been spending 15 hours a day in the capsule room, and because of that, the number of items he makes has doubled. This day feels like the final test. He made that metal armor by following Khan's method exactly. It cost 483 gold, about 1/5 of everything he had, and it's officially the most expensive item he's ever made. He spent 20 hours on it because he was scared it would turn out normal. So he starts praying for it to be legendary, or at least unique. The moment he puts it all together, the armor is complete, but it only comes out as epic. Grid instantly starts cursing the developers. Thinking it's all over, he shows Khan, who asks if he really used the method he taught him. The result looks very different, even with the same process. Then Khan says his successor is amazing. Grid asks how much he thinks it's worth. Khan says it's hard to name an exact price, but it would be better to auction it to the knights than sell it at the forge. He's seen their armor and this one is much better. Grid is shocked, then realizes that actually makes sense. Because he used legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship and legendary blacksmith's breath, the stats are 20% above normal. Most knights are around level 180, but even this level 120 armor would catch their eye. Khan says this is a great chance. Grid would have to go to the castle to sell it, but there'd be no fee this time. He asks what Grid thinks. Grid asks if he's going to get robbed, then agrees right away. They'll auction it there, and besides, he's been stuck in the forge long enough. It's time to get out. Khan says the auction is still 2 days away, and tells him to use that time to make more items. Fired up again, Grid decides he'll try for a legendary one. 2 days later, on the day of the auction, Khan wishes him a safe trip. But Grid looks really down. Khan tells him not to be so upset, because even the normal items he made are impressive. Before he leaves, Khan gives him a medallion. Only people with one can join the auction, and with it, he won't have to deal with all the usual requirements. He receives Khan's successor medallion, and Khan says it'll be a good experience, as long as he doesn't expect too much. Grid thinks that with his luck, everything will probably fall apart anyway. Then he says goodbye to Khan. The Winston Castle auction is a place where knights can get top-quality gear, and where many skilled blacksmiths gather, hoping to earn the right to sell their work to the Lord. Grid looks around and sees players and NPCs everywhere. Some are saying it's the perfect place to find workers once they inherit a shop. Then an announcement says the auction will start soon and reminds everyone to submit their items with a starting price. Grid heads over to register the metal armor and the epic gauntlets he managed to finish at the last minute. His problem is that he has no idea what starting price to set. If he makes it too high, they won't sell. And then someone walks up and asks if something's wrong. Noticing he's a blacksmith, the person says it must be his first time there and offers help. Grid sees he's a player, and his name looks familiar. Grid admits he doesn't know what price to put. The other guy is shocked and says his mentor should have explained that in the quest, since people usually decide it ahead of time. So he shares the quest details with Grid. Grid asks why he's selling his mentor's items instead of his own. The boy says his own gear can't compare to what's in the auction. His mentor's skills are on another level, and he shows off a rare level 190 longsword made by him. Grid realizes most players usually learn crafting through NPC quests. He almost feels bad seeing this kid so excited over a rare item. Then the boy asks if he can see Grid's mentor's items, but Grid just finds him annoying and refuses. Instead, he asks what a level 120 armor piece should start at. The boy looks disappointed because he was really curious, but says normal ones usually start around 300 gold. When Grid asks about epic items, the boy is stunned that his mentor made one, and says that's amazing. Even with bad effects, a gauntlet would go for about 600 gold, and an armor piece around 1,800 gold. Grady quickly does the math and realizes this is almost 3 million won. After costs, that's about 2 million profit from just 1 week in the capsule. At this rate, he thinks he might pay off his 10 million won debt by himself. He starts laughing like a maniac, which freaks the boy out. The kid tells him to stop spacing out and set the starting price already. Once the items are registered, all he can do is wait and hope the knights buy them. Then the auction begins and moves on, item by item until the very end. People start complaining that most of it was junk, and only 3 items seemed worth buying. Some NPCs even say giving those items to Lady Irene would be embarrassing, and wonder if the remote territory has any good smiths at all. Then they hear the last item is high quality, a magic affinity longsword brought by Lord Rosvan's apprentice. That gets everyone's attention and they admit the wait was finally worth it. Since it's the final item, the bids keep climbing higher and higher. But then a maid rushes over and whispers something to the auctioneer. She asks everyone to stay calm and announces that a late delivery just came in. After the auction resumes, someone calls for Grid. They say the results are about to be announced, and he asks if it always takes this long. The boy says yes. The knights are known for being very picky. Then the auctioneer starts reading the results. Out of 110 items submitted, only 6 were sold. That disappoints the blacksmiths. One of them even entered 7 items and still sold nothing. The auctioneer lists the sales. Clarissa's necklace sold for 453 gold. Mr. 39's armor sold, and Piglet's potions went for 15 gold each. Stank's longsword sold for 1,900 gold. The boy is thrilled his mentor's items sold, and asks Grid if he thinks his master will be happy. Grid coldly tells him to ask his master himself instead of asking him. That stings. The kid may be nice, but Grid still gets annoyed by him. Then the auctioneer calls out, asking if Grid is present. He answers, and she says the manager wants to meet him in person. Grid asks why. She just tells him to come along and says she bets it's good news. He's still suspicious. Even so, he follows her to the manager's office. Inside, the man is already examining the gauntlet. He tells Grid to sit and says Khan's skill is clear in this piece, praising him for learning so much at such a young age. He also brings up the blacksmith known as the Smith of Justice, saying he's heard rumors about him in Winston. Even with his humble look, the man says his talent is obvious and Khan must have taught him well. Grid cuts in and says Khan had nothing to do with it. He made everything himself. The man gets right to the point. He'll buy the items for 5,500 gold, and he also wants Grid to make gear for his soldiers. Grid freezes. He can barely believe what he's hearing, and nearly spills his drink. On top of that, he gets a new quest. Fulfill the deal with manager Vlad by crafting more equipment for the knights. He walks out in a daze. He still can't believe it happened, but he already accepted the quest and he desperately needs the money. Still, he figures it might be possible. 2 of his last 3 items were epic, and each took about 20 hours, so maybe he can finish the job in less than a week. Then he remembers that friendly boy, the one who said it would probably be good news. Even though the kid was so happy for him, Grid left without even saying goodbye. Still, the auction was a success. From this moment on, he thinks he's officially rich. Meanwhile, it's explained that Count Sten has spent months hunting down the Yaten Church, a fanatical group that sacrifices young virgin women. Irene, the Count's daughter, was kidnapped by them, and during the rescue, Doran, the strongest shadow of the Sten family, was killed. But now the situation north of Winston has changed. As the knights continue tracking the Yaten Church, they run into Yura. With the Blood Witch on the battlefield, things turn ugly fast. Yura sees there are too many soldiers and realizes this will take longer than usual. That means her SS rank quest is now in play and she knows a mission this valuable can't be wasted. She remembers meeting Agnos, the 7th rank player, and how helpless she felt against someone with an epic class. So she charges the soldiers and fires off black lightning while they brace for battle. If she wants to become number 1, she knows she has to get stronger. While she's tearing through NPC soldiers back at Winston Castle, Irene is told they suffered 412 casualties, and 5 knights were badly injured. She asks how that happened. There were only 150 enemies, so how did they lose 1,000 soldiers and 8 knights? The report says there was one incredibly powerful enemy, and rumors claim she is one of the 8 servants. Irene realizes things are getting worse. Her thoughts go to Doran. She swears to avenge him and orders them to prepare an expedition with their strongest soldiers. At the same time, Grid keeps fighting with his own bad luck and manages to make just another normal item. He's frustrated, while Khan says it's still an excellent sword even if it's only normal rank. Grid snaps, asking if he's kidding. It's normal. Khan asks why he's so angry. Grid says he only had enough money for materials for 7 swords, already ruined the first one, and if he wants to finish the 3 epic swords he promised, then 1 out of every 2 remaining items has to be epic. Khan points out the sword is still worth 800 gold, but Grid says it cost 900 to make. The old man reminds him he's pushing himself to the limit, spending 20 hours on each item. Sooner or later, that effort will pay off. He just needs to believe in himself. Grid thinks maybe he's right. But even after all that work, the next item is normal too. Khan tries to cheer him up, but Grid tells him to shut up because this feels like a scam. Then he goes back to cursing the game developers, saying he'll sue them if they secretly lowered the odds. To him, this legendary blacksmith class feels worthless, and now he only has materials left for 5 more items. As for getting another legendary item, he can only dream. Then he finally makes a rare item, though even that feels hard to get. Still, he tells himself that if he keeps focused, something good might happen. He makes another rare, but still feels like everything is going wrong. At that point, he decides to just finish the rest. 1 week later, Khan counts the results. 2 epic items, 1 rare, and 3 normal. He says 1 more epic is still missing, but this is already impressive. Grid stays locked in on his work. Khan says with the time left, this will be the last one, and asks if he's okay. Grid says sure, but he's already given up. He knows he's completely screwed. Khan says a descendant of Pagma shouldn't act like that, but Grid is so beaten down that he says he's more like a descendant of normal items. He thinks this is the last sword, and there's no way it'll be epic, so he just wants to finish it, get this over with, and finally rest. But when he sets the blade into the handle, he notices something strange happening. A huge light bursts out, and he grumbles for the normal item to stop messing with him. Then the weather suddenly turns. A bolt of lightning crashes into the forge and strikes the sword he just made. Grid can only stare and ask what the hell is going on. He had already given up, so he tells himself not to care anymore. But then the self-transcended sword is created. A legendary item. The system announces that because he created a legendary item, all his stats permanently increase by 25. His reputation across the continent rises by 1,000, and he earns the unique title, Creator of Legendary Items. Grid is stunned. He looks over at Khan, who can't believe it either. The old man is so shocked he starts foaming at the mouth and passes out. Grid panics and begs the old man not to die, because he still needs to finish the quest. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Irene is told the second expedition ended in a crushing defeat. She asks if the 8th servant stopped them again, and they say yes. Irene realizes that if they want this mission to succeed, they have to get rid of her first. Her attendant agrees but says it's impossible with their current strength. Irene knows they can't do anything right now, but no matter how long it takes, she swears she will avenge Doran. As she stares out the window, she spots a total weirdo by the fountain. It's Grid, who finds a coin. He gets excited over free gold and thinks he never imagined he'd make money for nothing one day. Then someone calls for Irene, asking if she's there. She says the director arrived at the perfect time because there's a strange man in the garden. He's glad she already noticed him and says the man is Grid, someone she needs to meet right away. That surprises her. When Grid is brought before her, they explain that he's the smith ordered to make swords for the knights after the last auction, and he's also the one who dealt with the Miro company. Irene realizes he's the blacksmith from the rumors. She had planned to reward him, but never got the chance because of the crisis. Grid instantly thinks she should have rewarded him sooner, then wonders where he's seen this girl before. The director tells Irene to inspect the weapons made by this man, saying they're clearly excellent. But when he opens the box, a huge light fills the room. One of the servants says the sword holds amazing power, and Irene wonders how he made something this good. Grid, being Grid, cuts right to the point and asks how much they'll pay. He remembers they promised more money for better items. Irene realizes the sword is incredible. With it, they might actually win, so she turns to Faker and asks if this blade would let him fight the 8th servant. He says that with this sword he could match her, or maybe even beat her. Hearing that, Irene stops hesitating. She orders the manager to buy the sword and lets him decide the price. Then she asks if his name is Grid, and says she hopes they meet again. As he looks at her, Grid notices the ring hanging from her neck. He tries to remember where he saw it before, then gives up and just thanks her kindness by kissing her hand. After that, the manager walks over to Grid. Grid says he wants to finish this fast because he's sick of making swords. The manager says that makes sense after creating a masterpiece, but Grid warns him not to cheat him. The production cost was about 1,000 gold. Then the manager offers 220, and Grid immediately thinks that's way too low. Just 220 gold? The man corrects him, not 220, but 220,000 gold. He even says he wants this sword to become a treasure of the Sten family. Hearing that, Grid freezes on the spot. He quietly turns toward the shelf, and the manager mistakes that for disappointment. So he explains that all of Wimsun only makes 170,000 gold a year, and this is the best offer he can give right now. Grid does the math in his head and realizes that's about 264 million won. Even after paying his debts, he'd still keep 254 million. He thinks the sword might sell for even more on the auction site, but no one can use it yet because of the stats needed, so it's better to sell now. He feels like his 26 years of hard work finally paid off. Now he can show up at his school reunion in fancy clothes and a nice car, maybe even confess to Aoyang, his first love. At last, his spring has come, so he agrees to sell it. The manager says that's a smart choice, and adds that there's also a reward for him. Grid asks what it is, and the manager explains it's blue or chalcum, a rare ore. Grid instantly remembers that this is the material for failure. He needed 15 pieces, so this is a huge stroke of luck. With that, the deal is done. He clears the quest, earns 234,000 gold from selling 3 swords, gets blue orichalcum, and also receives the status of being prestigious in Winston. That title is given to people recognized by Winston's government. Items made by someone prestigious in Winston sell for more there, and they're free from all local taxes. Grid sees right away how big that bonus is. No taxes once he owns a forge. Everything really worked out. Now all he has to do is head home with his happy ending. He can't wait to tell his family. In Sheen's mind, he had finally hit the jackpot, but really he had taken a huge loss. Even if nobody could use the sword right now, some players would unlock advanced sword mastery in the next few months. And once that happened with the current market the way it was, his sword would have been worth billions of won. Still, there's no doubt this was a fresh start for the boy. He gets home and starts talking to his mom and dad, saying he finally made it, but everyone is sitting at the table looking down. He asks what happened and whether something went wrong. His sister explains that their father made a mistake with a loan guarantee, and now they're stuck with a problem worth 800 million. His father tells him not to worry. If they sell the house and use their savings, they can cover 400 million. Grid doesn't even know what to say to them. He can't believe his father is losing everything. Then his father apologizes to Siri, because that money was supposed to be for college and her wedding. That's when Grid notices something feels off. He asks, "What about me? I'm your son too." His father's answer is basically, "So what?" Grid can tell the balance here is way off, and Siri says she doesn't need college. She'll just help by taking a part-time job. Their father quickly shuts that down and says he'll make sure she finishes school no matter what. Their mother says they're making Siri suffer, but Siri insists she's fine. Grid knows they're right to worry. Siri always had the best grades in school, so if she quits now to work, all her effort would be wasted. So he says he'll make the money. Everyone stares at him in shock. He tells Siri not to worry and to keep studying. His father says he'll look for another job tomorrow. His mother says she'll find work at a restaurant, and Siri says she'll get a weekend part-time job. Seeing nobody takes him seriously, Grid tells them to stop ignoring him. He made a lot of money in the game, more than 200 million. That leaves everyone stunned. Grid says he'll save the family. For the first time, he feels like he has a real duty to carry. Meanwhile, back in the game, Irene gives Faker the honor of wielding the self-transcended sword to punish their enemies from the Yatan Church. He vows to win this battle for honor, for glory, and for the North. Irene orders everyone to march and return with the head of one of the 7 servants. She knows the enemy only has 150 soldiers, but with one of the 7 servants there, they still can't be careless. Even so, with 12 knights and 1,500 soldiers, their overwhelming strength should guarantee victory. Faker tells them not to fear anything. He's the strongest knight in the north, and he's leading the charge. Meanwhile, at the cult, a man tells Yura that the pagans have come back. He says there will be plenty to sacrifice in Yatan's name, and that he'll support her with magic while they fight. Yura thinks to herself that she knows very well how evil this cult is, especially the 7 servants. She regrets taking their quests, but without a hidden class like Agnes and Katz, she doesn't have much choice. So she comes down, ready to face the army. The enemy notices that one of the 7 servants has appeared and declares that evil will fall before them. Yura hates being lumped in with those monsters, but then admits their actions really are disgraceful. Still, she calls on the great god of darkness and orders him to show his power and strength. With a powerful spell, she darkens the sky and says she has to protect her followers. Then she casts Black Tempest, thinking it should wipe out a quarter of the soldiers, but Faker bursts through the dark fog on horseback, leaping straight at her. Yura can't believe it. Their leader blocked Black Tempest. As he attacks, she quickly puts up Diamond Shield. Faker tells her not to even think about hurting his soldiers. He says her opponent is him, then activates perfect self-transcendence and shatters the Diamond Shield. Yura is shocked. That barrier could block even strong attacks, yet one knight skill broke it in a single hit. To her, it makes no sense. So she casts Hell, a dark spell that puts fear into one target. Even the horse reacts, but Faker stays calm. He's impressed that she could even frighten his mount, and Yura can't believe the spell still failed. Perfect self-transcendence protects him, boosts all his stats by 200%, and Yura feels that same helplessness she's felt before. It reminds her of Grid. Then Faker lands a heavy slash right into her stomach. Yura realizes she has no more choice and no way to turn back. 17 days earlier, she had reached 100,000 faith and heard Yatan's voice, telling her to become his follower and receive a new power. She wanted that power because of Grid, a weapon against enemies her dark magic couldn't affect. So she unleashes the darkness and enters a berserk state, her eye glowing deep red. In the real world, Grid shows his parents the money in his account. They ask if he committed some crime or if the account is fake. And then his sister asks if he sold an organ and wants to check his stomach. Grid gets why they can't believe it. A jobless 26-year-old suddenly showing up with that much money sounds insane. So he swears he earned it in the online game and begs them to trust him. He thinks about everything he sold, including Maymun's longsword and Mengel's metal armor. He made 240,000 gold, and after turning it into real money, he lost 13.2 million to taxes, but he still has a huge amount left. His mother says a friend once asked her son if someone could really make that kind of money from a game, and the boy said only people who were very famous could do it. Then she corrects herself and says that from what she heard, there are fewer than 20 people like her son. Grid asks if that means he can finally relax, but his father says they've only been causing him trouble this whole time. But now all that money proves his hard work paid off. So his father says he approves of the game he's been playing. Grid feels like they finally see him for who he is. His dad says that because of him, the family can get through this crisis, and he should do what he wants. He and his wife can pay back the 240 million won within the next 3 years. Then he thanks Young-woo, saying he owes him a lot. His mother says they'll get through it together, but Young-woo knows the other 600 million is still a huge burden for his parents. He tells his father family doesn't keep score over debt, so he shouldn't worry. Now it's his turn to help. He may stay in debt for a while, but at least he can support his family. Then he reminds his dad it's not just 240 million, it's 240 million and 800,000 won. Yep, he even counted the extra 800,000 his father ignored after checking his wallet. He's really that stingy. Back in the game, he logs in ready to do his best that day. He also knows he has to use his remaining 20,000 gold wisely. Even with bonus effects, a normal item with high use restrictions won't make him much money. A high-quality item would be ideal, but the odds are too low. So he needs to make level 140 gear, normal or better, so the price still covers the cost. Then he hears some players talking about the expedition against the Yaden Church getting crushed again. They say Sir Phoenix, the strongest knight in the north, was badly hurt, and one of the 7 servants is insanely strong. Grid thinks about it. Customers at the smithy are always talking about stuff like this, so he starts wondering if they're really that strong. He opens his status window and sees his stats have gone up a lot while he was crafting. He's already far past a normal level 80 warrior, and with the right gear, he could even hunt level 100 monsters. For a second, he wants to go monster hunting like the old days, but drops it. He still has to work hard to pay off his debts, so he heads back to the smithy and gets to work. Khan notices he came in early, and Grid says he needs to push himself more. Khan calls that a smart choice and asks what he's making next. Grid says he's forging a hammer since the one he's been using is almost broken. Khan says that makes sense. He's always wondered why Grid kept using such a worn-out hammer. He thought it meant a lot to him, but Grid shrugs and asks who cares about some old hammer. Khan can't believe what he's hearing. Annoyed, Khan asks if he's lost his mind. A hammer is a blacksmith's most important tool, and Grid is caught off guard. Disappointed, Khan says he expected more from Pagma's descendant and tells him to inspect his hammer. He explains that materials, patience, devotion, and skill aren't the only things that matter when forging. Grid uses appraisal and finds out it's a rare hammer that boosts the chance of making better items. He understands the maker's intent and the method behind it, then learns how to craft the excellent blacksmith's hammer. Khan says Grid wouldn't have suffered so much if he'd had a better hammer from the start. That makes Grid mad, and he asks why Khan is only telling him now. Khan tells him to calm down and just do his best from here on. So Grid makes the unknown master blacksmith's hammer, an epic item with tons of extra effects and a restriction for Pagma's descendant. He realizes Khan was right. The hammer even has special effects, and it's a personal weapon only he can use. The Khan says Grid is hard to predict, but having him around has made him smile a lot more lately. Then he says he has a favor to ask, and Grid asks what it is. Khan explains that it's the anniversary of his son's death, and asks if Grid can visit the grave with him. That catches Grid by surprise, but he really does go with the old man. Khan leads him to his son's grave, and Grid thinks it feels strange. Still, in both real life and the game, Khan is the only person who accepted him as he is, his only friend, so he agrees. Khan says this is the family graveyard where all his ancestors are buried, and points out the tomb of his son Oliver. Oliver was a great blacksmith too, and Khan always believed he'd one day become as skilled as Lord Albertino, but he died young from illness. Even after 10 years, Khan still misses him every day and wishes he could have taken his place. Then Khan softly asks his son if he can recognize him. He says this is Pagma's descendant, the blacksmith Oliver always asked about in his stories, and wonders if his son is surprised. Khan adds that he's working with someone amazing now, the very person who saved their forge. He says Grid even helped him stop drinking, and on top of that, he'll become the heir to the forge. Khan acts like his son is answering him, then calls Grid over and says Oliver is jealous of him, but happy Khan brought him there. That starts to get to Grid. He even curses Satisfy for making its NPCs feel so real, like they actually have hearts and emotions. Then Grid steps up to Oliver's grave and says Khan is his dearest friend. He promises to make the forge they love the greatest forge of all time, so Oliver should keep watching over him and his father. Khan is deeply moved by that. Then a strong wind hits the grave and startles Grid. His bond with Khan grows deeper, and the graves around them begin to glow as Khan's ancestors rise, touched by Grid's sincerity. Grid tells Khan to look at what's happening, but realizes the old man is asleep. He can't believe Khan would fall asleep at a time like this. Then the spirits speak, saying it's a pleasure to meet Pagma's descendant, the friend of their descendant. They tell him not to panic. They're Khan's ancestors, and they came to reward his sincerity. Grid isn't sure what to make of that. One of them says that 130 years ago they witnessed a sword technique that pierced the sky. Grid has no idea what they mean, so the oldest spirit explains. He was so moved by it that he carved the memory into a cliff on the north side of Kizan Canyon so it wouldn't be lost. There in Kizan Canyon, Grid will find Pagma's swordsmanship. Once again, he sees how everything is connected. Then the Pagma's descendant quest finally updates. He gets his first-class quest. Go to Kizan Canyon, south of Winston, and find a clue to Pagma's swordsmanship. The goal is to learn Pagma's swordsmanship. The reward is Dainsleif replica, and there's no time limit. Now he remembers. It's the class quest moving forward. The ancestors tell him their memories will help him learn Pagma's swordsmanship, and they hope he'll one day surpass even Pagma himself, all while calling him the friend of their descendant, Oliver. Then Oliver appears and asks Grid to take care of his father. That really moves him, and he promises Oliver can leave it to him. He almost cries, but only almost. After the cutscene ends, Khan wakes up. He asks when he fell asleep, and Grid tells him old men shouldn't doze off just anywhere. From now on, he needs to take better care of himself. But Khan notices Grid standing stiffly in a weird pose and asks what's wrong. Grid tells him not to worry about it, while thinking ghosts are terrifying. A while later, outside the forge, Heroi wonders what to do. Will Grid be happy to see him, or ask why he took so long? It's been 40 days since Heroi finished the wait quest. He spent a week in the hospital, just like the SA group advised, and used that time to think about whether he should reveal himself as the first player with a secondary class. After that, he took a short break, came back to the game 3 days ago, learned more about his new class, and finally headed to Khan's forge. He came to find Grid, the one he had sworn to serve. Right then, Grid himself opens the door, and Heroi is glad to see him. He drops to one knee and introduces himself as Heroi. Grid barely remembers him but says it's good to see him. Then in a very polite voice, he asks if Heroi even knows who he is, and why he told the knights about him when they didn't know each other. Because of that, Grid says he got kicked out of the competition, thrown in jail, beaten by knights, and dragged around by that crazy woman. He asks if Heroi has any idea how much he suffered. Heroi quickly starts apologizing, saying he's truly sorry and that it was all his fault. Hearing him call him master, Grid wonders what's wrong with this guy. He even asks if prison messed up his head. Then Grid tells him to forget it and just leave. But Heroi asks where he's supposed to go. Grid says to crawl back into whatever hole he came from, but Heroi refuses, saying a descendant of the Blue Wolf never breaks a promise. He adds that it's better for the Apostle of Justice and his partner to stay together, and says his place is by Grid's side, his master. Grid thinks this guy is a huge pain, but Heroi still asks to join his guild if he has one, and says he'll follow him anywhere. He wants to serve him, but Grid says he's not in any guild and tells him to get lost. Heroi answers that he should make one, because people will gather around someone with such a righteous heart. Grid knows that's not true. He says he's busy forging gear for his class quest, then thinks this guy seriously needs to stop bothering him. After that, he tells Heroi again to quit the nonsense and leave. That clearly hits Heroi hard. Even so, Grid heads into the forest. Heroi follows in stealth and thinks that even if he shouldn't disobey his master, a descendant of the Blue Wolf never breaks a promise. Meanwhile, Grid keeps going through the rain, sleeps outside, and goes through one miserable thing after another. Seeing that, Heroi decides he has to protect him and wonders how someone can have such terrible luck. While Grid kept searching for materials and failing to find ore, the world of Satisfy was thrown into chaos. Right after the brutal battle against the Church of Yatan in northern Winston, the power of the god Yatan appeared, marking the birth of the 8th servant. Heroi had gone beyond the limits of a black mage and was fully reborn. Then a system notice says the influence of the Church of Yatan is spreading across the continent. The minimum level of Yatan followers rises from 160 to 170, and if the church keeps growing like this, it may become powerful enough to found its own nation. To stop that evil cult of sacrifice from growing any further, many nations join forces and give subjugation quests to their players. The believers decide to show the power of their god Yatin, and the church's bishop, the first servant, the black mage Talos, orders everyone to attack. But Condestine orders his side to defend the Yatin church's base in the north, and that's how the battle between the Alliance and the Church of Yatin begins. It's the start of a huge event that will heavily shape the continent's future. Then a newspaper asks what will happen if the Church of Yatan succeeds in founding a nation, saying nothing this massive has happened since Satisfy launched. One reporter asks for an analysis of the Church of Yatan, and the other says the cause of all this is the 8th servant. They also recently found out that she isn't an NPC but a player, and if the 8th servant really is a player, then it can only be one person. Yura, 5th on the unified rankings, the Blood Witch. Everyone needs to keep their eyes on her, and the whole world is in chaos because of this unheard of war. Around then, Grid gets a quest to defeat 25 members of the Church of Yatan. He's surprised it's Yatan again, since missions like this have been showing up a lot lately. Still, he shrugs it off. Like most players, he doesn't really care about the bigger situation. Right now, finishing even one class quest would solve a lot of his problems. He thinks about how he finally made rare and epic gear with all the ore he gathered over the last 10 days. But there's still one problem. Even with gear like that, Keeson Gorge is still way too hard. It's known as one of the worst areas in the north, and moving through it is difficult because of the terrain. Worse yet, hidden caves are scattered through the gorge, and they're full of monsters, at least level 160. There's a reason it's one of Winston's 5 forbidden zones. Because of Asher's quest, Grid has already died there more than 10 times. Heroi notices his master has been acting like this for days. He wonders what he should do. Ask him, stay quiet, or even ask permission to speak first. In the end, he can't decide. Grid, though, tells himself it's not completely impossible. He's much stronger than before, but still thinks he has no real chance. Should he wait until level 150? That would take too long, and right now all he wants is to get overgeared with Dainsleif. So what should he do? Yes, he really says overgeared. The idea of becoming super strong through items. Then he suddenly writes something down, thinks about being overgeared, and decides that's the answer. But Roy has no idea what's going on. Grid gets deep into thought and realizes he's being stupid. Then he says failure has amazing design, and after dying more than 10 times in the gorge, he knows that place like the back of his hand. That means he might be able to make an item to deal with it. While the world was in chaos from war in one corner of the continent, a totally new item was about to be born. Kay's Gorge, one of the 5 forbidden zones in the Eternal Kingdom, is packed with hidden caves, where level 160 Moros live. Grid thinks he has to use every chance he gets to make money and help pay his family's debts, so he has no time to waste. His only choice is item creation. He needs to make something that helps against Kay's Gorge's terrain. More stamina would help him endure the harsh ground, but the real issue is the level 160 monsters. They hide in the gorge's caves and ambush travelers. To handle that, he'll need an item at least on the level of the High Transcendent Sword. But how the hell is he supposed to make another masterpiece like that? It feels impossible, but then he notices some ants coming out of a tree trunk and an idea hits him. Maybe he doesn't need to fight them at all. Instead of battling those monsters, he could avoid them with something like an invisibility cloak. So he goes to Khan and asks about materials for stealth items, and Khan suggests silver dragon scales. Grid is shocked, and Khan explains that unlike other dragons, silver dragons are cautious and sneaky. Their scales have natural camouflage that makes them invisible to human eyes, making them perfect for stealth gear. But Grid points out the obvious. If they're invisible and belong to one of the strongest monster races, how is he supposed to get those scales? Khan admits that's true. He's almost sure humans can't even melt dragon scales, so Grid asks why he didn't say that sooner. Khan then says the strongest stealth item ever made was Kruger's invisibility cloak, created by a legendary tailor from 200 years ago. That surprises Grid, but Khan says there's another material for stealth items, sylphid scales. Sylphids are tiny wind fairies, and their scales also have camouflage colors. Dragon scales are so hard they count as ore, but sylphid scales are thin enough to be treated like cloth. So items made from sylphid scales are usually for tailors, not blacksmiths. That gets Grid thinking. He opens the system, chooses to create an item, and says he wants to make a cloak. The system asks what materials he'll use, and he answers, sylphid scales. He figures blacksmiths sometimes use leather, so if cloth really won't work for him, the system should stop him. But instead, it just tells him to draw the item, and Grid is shocked that it works. He says it's time to show off his skill, because a plain cloak would be boring. So he adds a hood, but then thinks it looks too much like priest clothes. Something comfy, like a Krypton, would be better. When he finishes the design, he thinks it came out better than expected, and would make him really popular. Though if it's an invisibility cloak, no one would even see it. The system then asks him to describe the item's abilities. He decides not to overdo it like he did with failure, so he simply says it should completely hide the wearer's appearance. The system asks if the item is ready, warning that one item creation use will be spent, and he confirms it. Then the correction process begins and he prays the cloak turns out amazing. A moment later, the automatic correction is complete, and what he gets is basically a really sick unique rank hoodie. Grid is thrilled. It's not just a stealth item, it also boosts movement speed and wind resistance. On top of that, all he needs are 20 sylphid scales, and he thinks that's great. As for the name, he keeps it simple, Zipper Hoodie. But when he goes to Khan to ask about hunting sylphids, Khan says that unless he's an elementalist, he won't even be able to see them. So how is he supposed to hunt them? Grid snaps back, asking what's so funny, and why Khan never tells him this stuff sooner. Now he feels completely screwed, because he designed an item without a way to get the materials, but Khan tells him to listen to the whole explanation. Even without seeing sylphids, he still can get their scales. All he has to do is hunt ice orcs in the northern snowfields. They have a sixth sense that lets them detect and hunt sylphids, and they like hoarding the scales as treasure. Even with a major weakness to fire, they're still bigger, smarter, and stronger than normal orcs. Grid realizes there is a way. Orcs are usually very weak mobs, and if he can handle the cold, he should be able to beat them. Now he just needs to prepare for the hunt, and that means getting the recipe for armor that resists cold. Khan says if that's what he wants, he should use giant brown bear hide. Grid thinks that since he made an epic hammer last time, he should definitely be able to make rare gear now. So this is it, now or never. Time to get started. But the very next day, he ends up making only a normal armor piece. He curses the devs, furious, while Khan tries not to react. Then he snaps again. After more than 20 hours using top-tier materials, all he got were plain normal items. He even used his epic hammer, so now he's wondering if he's cursed to make nothing but normal gear. Still, he tells himself this won't happen again, so he keeps crafting. After some time, Khan says the hunt day has finally come and reminds him that the ice orcs are no joke, so he needs to be careful. He's glad he finished preparing in time and asks what Khan thinks of the new gear. In the end, he made a normal hat, a normal cape, rare gloves, and epic boots. He figures that's not too bad. But then the system warns him that penalties will be applied for not meeting the use restrictions, and he's annoyed that penalties are still a thing. Even so, the giant brown bear set gives him 60 defense and 60 cold resistance. Grid asks if Khan really taught him how to make a full set, and Khan has no idea what he means. Khan explains that method should only make common items, and this result only happened because Grid picked the exact right ratios. Grid realizes he only followed the recipe, so he wonders if this happened because he's Pagma's descendant. Since sets sell for a lot, this could mean big money. So from now on, he'll use the ideal dagger. It's time to hunt some orcs. He tells the old man to watch the forge because he's heading out. This is the first hunt Grid has actually prepared for the right way. What he doesn't know is that Sylphid scales have a drop rate below 1%. Honestly, this guy is hopeless. With a legendary class, he still keeps making normal items, and now he's chasing something with less than a 1% drop rate. At this pace, he'll be out there forever. Meanwhile, in the snowfields of the north, Grid thinks the cold actually feels nice, and says the giant brown bear set is the best. Now he gets why players get hypothermia after just a few minutes here. 60% cold resistance is amazing. Then he decides it's time to hunt. He spots the Ice Orcs village and is surprised they really have Sylphid scales. He thinks this will be fun since those weak monsters probably can't even use bows. But when he gets there, the orcs notice him right away and start wondering who this guy in fur is. One of them even thinks he must be crazy, because he's walking straight at them. Grid notices they're talking among themselves and assumes these dumb monsters have no idea who they're dealing with. He boasts that he came fully geared with the right armor and weapon. Then he orders them to hand over all their Sylphid scales, or he'll turn the place into a bloodbath. But while he talks way bigger than his actual strength, an arrow flies past his side, and it scares him badly. He's stunned. An orc just fired that shot and it was crazy accurate. Only then does he remember Khan's warning. Even with their huge weakness to fire, ice orcs are smarter and stronger than normal ones. Now this idiot finally wonders if he messed up again, so he starts running, using quick footwork to avoid the attacks coming at him. He figures they're about 10 meters away, but he never expected an arrow to cut through a snowstorm that easily. Just how strong are these guys? Then the arrows stop, and he wonders if they ran out. But one of the orcs has already closed in enough to swing an axe at him. The orc tells him to shut up and get lost. Up close, Grid realizes they're huge, around 2 meters tall. He fires off Wind Blast, using 60% of his current power, and hits the orc in the chest, making it bleed. Grid thinks even an armored NPC would be badly hurt by that, so this should finish it. Instead, that same axe swings up from below and catches Grid off guard, sending him flying. The orc curses at him and says that actually hurt. Grid stares in shock. That hit looks shallow, but the thing isn't even wearing armor. How thick is its skin? How can an orc be this strong? He realizes that even if he can fight them head-on, he won't kill them all before sunset. He needs to fight back with combos, so he starts kicking while blocking the orc's axe. After a perfect guard, he spins and uses Blacksmith's Rage together with Wind Blast. After buffing himself, his attacks finally start working, and he spots an opening in the orc, then lands a critical hit. He deals 923 damage, and the precise strike adds a bleeding effect. Grid wonders if he finally killed it, but the orc comes back even angrier and smashes him again. Grid can't believe it's still alive, but he doesn't get time to think. He takes 1005 damage. His attack worked. The problem is that the orc just has way too much HP. As the beating keeps getting worse, he forces himself to hang on by using potions. He chugs one health potion after another just to stay alive. Then he turns it into a straight endurance fight to see who drops first, trading damage the whole time while burning through more potions. The orc keeps attacking harder and harder until Grid gets rammed backward and slammed into a tree, taking 929 damage. His HP drops below 10%, and to make it worse, his potion is on a 7-second cooldown. The orc gets ready to hit him again, and Grid thinks he's done for. But then the passive effect of Apostle of Justice activates. The system says the Apostle of Justice will not fall easily before his enemies, and all his stats surge with that unmatched courage. Grid realizes this is the title he got after saving Heroi. He had no idea the title had an effect like this, so now he can't blame Heroi anymore. With every stat up by 30, he decides all that suffering was worth it. The other orcs start cheering for their ally, then get confused about why it's taking so long and talk about joining in. A second later, the orc fighting Grid comes flying straight toward them, and they panic, wondering what happened. Then they realize their brother is dead and can't believe it. Grid gets 266,000 EXP and levels up. His HP fully restores, and he's shocked that killing one orc gave him that much. The orcs stare in disbelief, asking how he's completely unharmed. Then they charge him together, out for revenge. Grid decides to use them for leveling and tells those walking EXP points to come at him. He activates Unshakable Justice and unleashes a long-range physical skill boosted by 300% attack. 3 days later, Hiroi arrives in the north and immediately says it's freezing. He wonders if he should have prepared better. Then he remembers Khan saying his lord came to the northern snowfields to hunt ice orcs for materials. Hiroi blames himself for letting him go alone. He made a vow and he's not keeping it. So he checks his gear and confirms he brought 50 firebombs, since ice orcs are weak to fire. After getting the title Partner of the Apostle of Justice, he also gained the ability to use a sword and shield, something an orator normally couldn't do. Even so, he's not sure that will be enough against such strong orcs. But when he gets close, he senses a huge burst of power. Something is happening, and he hopes he's not too late. Ice orcs usually fight in groups, so Grid could be in danger. He runs faster, thinking he has to save him. But when he arrives, he just stares, wondering what kind of massacre this is. Ice orcs are powerful level 120 monsters, so he was sure his lord couldn't come out unharmed from a fight like this. Then he hears Grid complaining that his back hurts, and that's when he spots Hiroi behind him again. Hiroi is just happy his lord is safe, especially after seeing him wipe everything out with such a small dagger. To him, this is his lord's true power. Grid, meanwhile, wonders what the heck he's doing as Hiroi lowers his head and apologizes for leaving him. Grid opens his status window and sees he reached level 83. He gained 38 levels in 3 days. He can't believe he got back to the level he had as a warrior that fast, though he figures it's still not as crazy as pay-to-win players hitting level 100 in a month. Then he changes the subject and wonders why Hiroi keeps following him. He asks why he looks so happy and why he's always smiling whenever he tags along. Hiroi says of course he's happy. He came worried but found him safe, and even got to watch him beat monsters. Grid fires back that being strong means nothing if he still didn't get what he wanted. After hunting for 3 full days and killing 80 orcs, he only got 3 sylphid scales. Hiroi asks why he's still so grumpy, and Grid tells him not to annoy him. He's mad because he still failed to get what he needed, and now this pest keeps calling him lord and following him around. He says Grid saved him from that hellish prison, and because of that, he could finish a quest that forced him to spend 50 real-life hours locked in a dungeon. That shocks Grid. What kind of quest makes someone sit in a cell for 50 hours? The boy insists he's telling the truth. Then he explains the quest was so hard because the reward was a secondary class. That's when Grid realizes Hiroi is the Mongolian player who first got a secondary class, and the boy confirms it. Grid gets even madder. Hiroi hit the jackpot, even though Grid was the one who faced all the danger to save him. Hiroi tells him to calm down. The reward may look great, but it's an honorable class built around serving and sacrificing for his master. Grid admits the Apostle of Justice title he got isn't bad, but Hiroi still benefited from all his pain, sweat, and hard work. So Grid gets greedier and asks if Hiroi will serve him until death. Hiroi says that's what he's been trying to say this whole time. Then Hiroi asks where Grid is heading next, since all the orcs near the lair entrance are dead. Grid says he still needs 20 sylphid scales. Since he doesn't have enough yet, he plans to go into the cave and hunt deeper inside the nest. Still, after 3 straight in-game days of hunting, he's getting tired. If the next kill gives him nothing, he's done after one more orc. But the next one isn't normal. It's 3 times bigger than Hiroi, the level 140 field boss of the ice orcs. At once it hurls its axe at them, forcing both of them to run for their lives. Grid panics, wondering why a monster this strong showed up out of nowhere. Hiroi says it probably came out after finding its whole village wiped out. That makes things worse. This is a level 140 field boss, but Grid still sees one way out. He tells Hiroi to buy him some time so he can escape safely. Grid figures it's not a huge ask since Hiroi was supposed to sacrifice himself for his master anyway, so he thinks he's safe, but Hiroi keeps running right beside him. Grid snaps, asking what the hell he's doing. Didn't he just call him his master? Hiroi tells him to wait. They don't need to run. As the Apostle of Justice's partner, fighting together boosts their stats by 30%. And Hiroi is level 138, so they have a better shot if they fight side by side. Remembering how strong Grid looked in the underground prison, Hiroi believes they can beat the boss. Grid agrees but makes one thing clear first. Every drop belongs to him. No defending Grid here. He's rotten to the core. Even so, Hiroi accepts and says Grid is his master anyway. So Grid makes a party with item distribution set to leader's choice and tells Hiroi to come on. But when Hiroi sees that the party leader Grid is only level 83, he wonders how Grid killed so many orcs at that level. Grid immediately gets defensive and asks if there's a problem with that. Hiroi starts to wonder if Grid has one of the 3 known epic classes. Grid basically says yeah, something like that. Hiroi is thrilled. His master really is amazing. Now that he gets it, Hiroi says it's time to fight. Grid says now that Hiroi understands, the boss is all his. He leaves Hiroi to deal with that monster alone, while he handles the mobs. Hiroi is stunned. He really didn't see that coming. Even so, he decides he has to live up to Grid's expectations. To prove his loyalty, he uses taunt to draw the boss's attention. The boss instantly locks onto Hiroi and charges. Grid watches and thinks this is the first time he's met someone, even better than him at insulting people. Seriously, Hiroi's trash talk is next level. Meanwhile, Grid activates Blacksmith's Rage and Unbreakable Justice, then uses Wind Blast on the orcs coming his way. He thinks this combo is the one he came up with after hunting non-stop for 3 days, and it works insanely well. He gets 2 Sylphid Scales and drops 11 orcs, thinking he got lucky. Now it's time to finish the boss with Heroi's help, but the boss is already rushing straight at him to attack. Heroi shouts that taunt just wore off. The boss nearly hits Grid and Grid yells back asking why he didn't say that sooner. Then Grid takes 104 damage. He realizes he's getting hurt just from the wind pressure, and the damage keeps coming even without a direct hit. He says he can dodge the attacks, but he can't fight back because the pressure is too intense. This is the first real boss he's ever faced, and he starts wondering if winning is even possible. Then legendary stubbornness activates. Grid decides he'll do everything he can to win, and calls Heroi in to attack. Now Heroi moves around to flank, while Grid uses Unbreakable Justice. Together they strike the boss from behind. That finally makes it feel pain. Seeing Heroi use the same move, Grid realizes Heroi can copy those same skills. Grid drives a blow into the boss's knee, making it drop, then rises above it and uses Unbreakable Justice again, combining it with Wind Blast right in the boss's face. Grid thinks they've exposed its face and left its legs wide open. He calls Heroi in to attack, and after their combo, the boss's mask cracks and falls off. Heroi starts to think they might really be able to beat it. As clingy as Heroi is, at least he can sync his attacks with Grid's. Grid admits that was impressive, but then the boss gets back up and starts threatening both of them. Grid wonders if their damage was too weak. Its hide is tougher than they thought. Then it comes in with another attack. The boss swings its axe in front of them. It doesn't even hit directly, but they still get blown back. Grid can't believe something that big is so fast. He doesn't even get time to figure out what's happening. Both of them are hit again right in the chest. They crash to the ground and the system says they took 5,300 damage. Grid says he has less than 20% HP left. Heroi passes out from blood loss because his HP dropped below 10%. Unlike Grid, who's Pagma's descendant and has debuff resistance, most players get paralyzed for 3 seconds if they lose 40% of their health in one hit. That leaves Heroi completely helpless. The boss takes advantage and charges at him. Right before the attack lands, Grid stops it. As Heroi wakes up after the 3 seconds end, he hears Grid telling him this is no time to sleep. Grid snaps at him, asking if he really expects him to fight this monster alone. Then he tells Heroi not to dare die in a raid he's leading. Heroi is stunned that Grid stepped in front of the attack to save him. He asks why Grid would sacrifice himself like that. Grid tells him to shut up and just buy him some time. Heroi asks if he'll be okay. Grid says he needs time to drink his potion because legendary stubbornness is about to end. Heroi thinks he failed to protect Grid and even got him hurt because of it. Grid asks what the hell he's talking about. Then the orc throws its axe at Heroi. Grid yells for him to look out, but Heroi only tells Grid to drink the potion. Grid shouts back that he needs Heroi to pull aggro first. Heroi tells him not to worry. He says he'll always protect him. Then the boss strikes him, and Grid thinks Heroi didn't protect anything. Trying to block an attack like that should have blown him apart, but Heroi says he won't give up on his master against such a weak enemy. Then he uses great determination, making himself invulnerable for 10 seconds too. Grid remembers that skill. It's the same one Heroi used before when he blocked a sword with his own body. What kind of defense skill is that? Heroi says there's no way he can miss a target that huge. Then he throws a fire potion at the orcs. Grid thinks that was smart. Ice orcs are weak to fire, and Heroi really came prepared. Then the boy starts raining fire bombs down on the orc. The boss finally starts feeling pain, and Heroi knows this is their chance. He calls Grid in to attack with him. Both of them rush in and chain one combo after another. Grid sees they've cornered the orc. Maybe they can actually kill it. Heroi is sure they're dealing damage, but the boss is so tough that its fire weakness barely seems to matter. If they can't land a critical blow, they're the ones who'll die. Grid says the boss hasn't moved since they set it on fire. It's almost like a shield of meat now. Then Heroi tells him not to worry. He'll finish it in one hit, but Heroi also warns him to be careful, because the boss still has enough life left to attack. And sure enough, the orc comes alive again and slams Grid with a headbutt, sending him flying into the wall. Heroi calls out to him. The orc starts cursing at them while pulling out an orb. Heroi wonders what that orb is, as the orc starts drawing some strange power from it. Heroi knows this is bad and he has to do something, but the orc says it's going to crush Grid into pieces. Its whole body turns red as it raises the axe for the killing blow on Grid. Then Heroi suddenly transforms. Heroi suddenly turns blonde and taunts the orc, saying that if it noticed the difference, maybe it's smarter than the usual monster. Then he tells it to focus on him, because this next skill will crush him. He raises his sword and gathers power, and even the orc looks shaken. Grid has no idea what Heroi is doing. Heroi says he's never had a chance to use this before, but now is the time. Right after that, his HP drops all the way to 0. Grid is stunned to see his life bar completely empty. Heroi activates Sacrifice of Justice, a move that uses up all his life and puts everything into one strike against the boss. The hit lands hard and it works way better than expected. Seeing that, Grid realizes it was an amazing blow, a clear critical hit that leaves the boss in serious pain. Heroi crashes to the ground, barely holding on, and even though the boss staggers back like it's about to fall, it plants its back foot, refusing to go down. Heroi expected this much. It still wasn't enough. So he tells Grid to finish it, saying this time will be different, and Grid wonders what he means. Heroi just says he'll see the window soon, but before anything else, the boss kills him. As Heroi fades away, he leaves the rest to Grid. And just like that, party member Heroi dies. Then the orc senses Grid getting back up behind it. Grid still doesn't know what window Heroi meant, but he figures out what he has to do and activates Blacksmith's rage and quick movements. The boss charges him, and Grid knows he has to hit a vital spot. He drives Wind Explosion straight into the boss's chest, blasting a hole through the middle of the orc. Grid notices the monster is taking more damage now. Then he remembers Sacrifice of Justice. It burns the user's life and drops the enemy's defense to the bottom. But while Grid hesitates for a second in battle, the monster tries to hit him again. Grid keeps dodging and realizes the orc is dying too. Still, he refuses to believe he'll lose after coming this far. For a moment though, it feels like the monster has won. But the courage of the Apostle of Justice is on another level. One of Grid's eyes turns gold. The system says all stats rise by 30%, and Unbending Justice comes off cooldown. Grid isn't about to give up, so he hits the boss again with Unbending Justice. In the final clash, the boss even lifts its axe, but Grid cuts it in half. At last, the boss drops dead, and Grid can hardly believe it. He actually beat the chief of the Ice Orcs and lets out a huge scream of joy. After all, this is the first boss Grid has ever beaten in his life. Later, when Grid gets home, he thinks about how hard that hunt was, and he still didn't get the 20 sylphid scales he needed. Everything on the table is all he earned. Then he spots the Ice Orc Chief's helm, a unique item from a set, along with the red lightning summoning orb. In the end, he only got 7 sylphid scales. He doesn't care at all about the useless orc leather, but the orb and helm should sell well at auction. He also notices something new to him, holy enhancement stones. A normal enhancement stone can make an item lose 3 levels if it fails, but a holy one only drops it by 1. The problem is, they cost about 1,200 gold each, 12 times more than normal ones. Grid figures top players must use only those expensive stones. Being as greedy as ever, he instantly turns that into cash in his head, about 720,001, and decides he'll sell them if he has to. He admits he wouldn't have gotten all this without Heroi, and feels a little bad keeping everything for himself. But not that bad. He shrugs it off, saying it's unfortunate, but nothing can be done now. Then Khan walks in and asks if he's happy with what he got from hunting. Grid quickly grabs his loot and says Heroi only got that second class because of him, so all of this is his. He even tells the old man to back off, leaving Khan confused. Khan steps closer and asks if those are really the items Grid brought back, since he's never seen some of them before. Grid keeps warning him not to touch anything. Then Khan asks if Grid is throwing that item away, and Grid says it's just Ice Orc leather, totally useless. But Khan disagrees, saying it's high-quality material and could absorb impact well if used as inner armor. Grid immediately wants it back, but Khan reminds him he just threw it away. So Grid says Khan can use it as long as he makes armor from it for him, because he's heading to the auction. Khan wonders why this somehow feels like a bad deal for him, but accepts anyway, since he rarely gets to work with such valuable material. At the auction, Grid buys 10 normal weapon enhancement stones for 1,000 gold, and nearly cries over the cost. Still, he says he has no choice. If he wants to head to the canyon, he needs to be ready. The sylphid scales aren't the only problem. It'll also take time to find Pagma's Wall of Grims in Kisan Canyon. Grid remembers how awful the orc fight was, and even at level 85, he still doesn't have great odds against the monsters in the canyon. So his only real option is to upgrade his gear. He decides to start as soon as he finds a quiet spot. He slips into an alley where nobody will bother him, and tries to enhance the ideal dagger, but then he starts thinking about how badly his family is struggling. He promised he'd save them, so he wonders if he should really waste money on upgrades when he ought to be counting every coin. Then he talks himself into it. Enhancing to +5 is supposed to be easy, so it shouldn't be a problem. This is an investment, not a waste. With that, he starts the upgrade process, uses 1 stone, and keeps going until +5 without failing a single time. Now the ideal dagger is +5, and its attack power shoots up like crazy. Grid is shocked by how much the stats increased. Since the dagger already had good base stats, the enhancement boost was huge. He knows the success rate drops hard at +6, so stopping here would be smart. He gets excited and says he can finally go back to hunting properly this time, but then he stops and lives up to his own nickname, wondering why he shouldn't keep enhancing. His greed takes over. A +6 item is rare among players, and he tells himself he only has to succeed one more time. A +5 item doesn't change how it looks, but +6 makes the weapon glow, and he wants that badly. He tries to come to his senses, asking how he can think like this while his family is struggling, but Grid pushes those thoughts away. No risk, no reward. Besides, he's Pagma's descendant, so maybe he's extra lucky. A little while later, he's back at the auction, asking for 10 more enhancement stones. He can't believe the dagger dropped all the way back to +2 after using all of them. To him, that makes no sense at all. He calls it unacceptable and swears he'll reach +6 no matter what, so he keeps trying again and again. That's when he runs into a harsh truth he didn't know before. He assumed Pagma's descendant had a better enhancement rate, but he's struggling badly. Even so, he refuses to stop until he gets +6. Sometime later, everyone in the square is amazed by him. They say they've never seen that before, and one person doesn't even know what it is. Others explain that blue glow means the weapon is +6 or higher. Grid soaks up the attention with pride, even though he's dressed like a peasant. One player admits he always fails at +3 and gets insanely jealous. Grid feels on top of the world. Seeing all that envy makes him even happier, and he decides he doesn't regret spending 2,000 gold to get to +6. Then people start asking what all the noise is about, and if it's because of the weapon in Grid's hand. That's when the Blood Warrior shows up and calls him a loser. Grid is surprised to see Cats there. People quickly recognize him as one of the 3 hidden class players, and also the number 40 player on the overall ranking. Cats asks if Grid is really that happy over a trash dagger at +6. Grid asks what his problem is, since they don't even know each other. Cat says he just thought it was funny watching someone in such cheap clothes trying to show off, so he came over to look. Then he says this is what a real enhanced weapon looks like, and draws a sword shining gold. He says he'd be embarrassed if his weapon wasn't at least at this level, and luckily for him, it is. Everyone starts saying that weapon is +8, and even Grid thinks it looks awesome. Still, he wonders what that has to do with him, and asks why Cat's weapon level even matters here. As far as Grid is concerned, his dagger looks way cooler. He asks if Cats has ever felt the joy of finally reaching a goal after spending so much time and effort on it. But Cats, acting full of himself, just turns to leave and says whatever. Good for Grid. Grid thinks Cats is every bit as awful as the rumors say. He needs to grow up, stop acting like a child, and quit showing off just because of his weapon upgrade. Some people come up to him and say that was a great comeback. Back at the forge, he gets back to work, still thinking about what Cats said, then brushes him off as just an attention-hungry jerk. He still has sacred enhancement stones, and he can't waste them if he wants to save his family. This isn't the time to get jealous. Khan walks over and says the protagonist is always working hard. The protagonist explains he's making gear for the gorge tomorrow. Then Khan tells him to accept his gift and take a look. MC lights up. Happy Khan really made it. He jokes around, asking what the point of all that effort is, if you use some trash item. But when he checks it, he sees Khan's masterpiece, an epic class item. Khan proudly says it's the best thing he's ever made, and he hopes it helps Shun a lot. That alone makes him grin. He thanks the old man over and over. He'd been feeling down, and this cheers him up fast. Forget extra enhancement levels, this is way better. He decides he's done wasting energy being jealous of Cats. Then he heads for the gorge and says he's ready. It's time to fight. He equips the Orc Chief's helm, Khan's masterpiece, and the adventurer's boots. No regrets now, he just has to keep moving forward. Then he grabs his sword. He can't help himself and blurts out that he really did it. +8 is awesome, and he actually used the sacred enhancement stones. Seriously, this guy is completely insane. As he moves through the gorge, he thinks he'll never get used to this place. One fall means death. Silpha's scales matter, but he reminds himself not to forget his real goal, so he checks the quest. He has to keep going through the gorge until he finds a clue about Pagmay's grimoire, and earn the Dainsleif replica. Even if the ideal dagger reached +8, it's still a level 180 weapon. It can't compare to Dainsleif, a level 250 longsword. Still, the biggest reward is Pagmay's grimoire. He really needs it. Right now, he only has 4 attack skills, but he also has to watch the caves in the wall. He died so many times to the level 160 monsters here that he learned their patterns. As long as he stays quiet, he should be fine. Except this is Shine, so of course not. A gorge lizard suddenly appears right beside him, and he thinks once again his bad luck won't leave him alone. The monster rushes him, and the protagonist figures it's around level 160. The lizard snaps its tongue at him, but he throws on his mask and dodges fast. That sharp tongue has killed him plenty of times before, and it's still just as dangerous. Then it swings its tail. He barely avoids it and notices his body is shaking on its own. Still, he says he's not the same as before and strikes back with his dagger. He uses Blacksmith's Rage, and the lizard drops in one hit. He dealt 1,230 damage, and even Shin thinks that was more than expected. The Gorge Lizard should have more defense than the Ice Orcs, so the dagger's enhancement must be boosting his skill damage a lot. Now he realizes he can beat them easily. Then Unyielding Justice catches the monster off guard and finishes it for good. He gets 329,000 experience. Even Shin starts to feel something is off. He's only level 85, yet he just beat a level 162 monster that easily. He really has gotten strong, but then more lizards show up above him. These ones are different. They walk on 2 legs, carry weapons, and they're level 185. MC immediately thinks they really didn't need to throw him a welcome party. All of them charge at him, and he charges right back, saying he's not the old Shin anymore. But when he hits them, they block his attack and start beating him down. The damage piles up fast, and he realizes their defense is even higher than the regular lizards. Their skin and armor are both tough. He would have already died without Khan's epic armor, and the lizards keep coming at him non-stop. Shin sees his armor won't matter if he can't endure these endless attacks. For now, he needs to stop their movement, so he uses Unyielding Justice and sends one crashing into the other 2. Then he follows with Wind Explosion to hit them from range. They dodge it, but he says he still stopped their advance, and now it's his chance. Using agile movements, he closes in on one of them, and once he gets close enough, he uses Blacksmith's Rage. He plans to use both buffs while they last, and he does, taking the lizards down one by one. The experience he gets is ridiculous, almost 1 million. He reminds the lizards that he warned them. He's not the same as before. He killed them, but now his mana is running low. He only has 4 attack skills, and they burn through mana like crazy. Still, he's not worried about potions, so smaller mobs aren't a problem. And if he kills 2 more monsters, he should level up again anyway. He just has to avoid the gorge spider, the strongest thing around here, and of course it's already right above him. Shin's bad luck never takes a day off. The spider locks onto him and lets out a screech. It's level 188. At this point, he's not even surprised. Monsters always seem to spawn the second he mentions them. The spider fires a stream of web at his face, and he scrambles to dodge, yelling at it to get lost like it's a stray dog. This thing is on a whole different level. It can kill lizard men like they're nothing. It already ate him once before, but then he uses Courage of Legends and reminds himself it's still just a normal monster. He fires Wind Explosion to attack, but it only deals 300 damage. He's shocked. Its defense is even higher than the Ice Orc Chief's is. Then the spider sprays more web at him. Using agile movements, he barely dodges it all and knows that if he gets caught here, he's dead. So he sends out another Blacksmith's Rage with Wind Explosion at the spider, and lands the hit, but the damage is pathetic, just 344. He starts wondering how high this monster's defense even is. His best combo barely scratched it, and at this rate he's going to die. He can hardly keep dodging, even with the buff. Even Wind Explosion feels useless. It should raise his attack power by 60, but he only gets half since he doesn't meet the requirements. Unyielding Justice could work if he gets an opening. It boosts attack power by 300. But it needs physical contact, so it means nothing, unless he can get close. Then he pauses and remembers something. Looking at his fist, he wonders if this strategy might work. This is an obstacle he has to overcome, and he has no other choice. He says he's betting everything on Satisfy's freedom system. Then he uses Wind Explosion, and in the middle of it, right before releasing the skill, he adds Unyielding Justice. The attack flies straight toward the spider and deals much heavier damage. And this wasn't just a lucky hit. The skill fusion actually worked. A new fuse skill is born, Justice Explosion. His intelligence goes up by 10. And Shin is thrilled that he created a brand new skill by combining 2 others. On top of that, he kills the gorge spider by tearing open its abdomen and dropping it for good. But then the spider starts moving again somehow. He realizes it fell on its back, and now that it can't move, he has to get close and finish it. He uses the gauntlet's special effect, so his attack hits twice, and talks down to the spider, reminding it that he's not the same as before. This time he finally kills it. After the kill, he earns 387,500 experience. He reaches level 86 and gets excited. From high above the gorge, someone watches Shen shouting below and notes that he just beat a gorge spider alone. It's been a long time since he's seen that. He says the protagonist may still be weak, but his abilities grow every time he defeats an enemy. His potential is beyond measure. Then he speaks of Asmophel. Even after being branded a traitor and losing everything, he survived all these years. He endured only to deliver a cruel death, telling Asmophel to wait for him. This man is Pro, the strongest knight of the Saharan Empire. Pro stares at Shin and says he's finally found the key to his revenge. Meanwhile, at the spider's nest, a few people hear the noise and wonder what it was. One guesses it was probably the gorge spider going out to hunt. Choi Chan thinks it must be chasing more prey like them. Gil asks why his friend even came to Winston when they're just going to end up as spider food. Junho tells him not to dump all the blame on him. He wasn't the only one who wanted to come. He says he spent forever looking for them and now they want to pin it all on him. Gil Hun starts apologizing, saying it was Shin Chan asks Junho if he's being too harsh. Junho shrugs and says he doesn't need to bow his head to anyone. He goes on saying those idiots should be more like the protagonist. Gyewan has no clue who he means. Then he explains, MC was a total idiot. He'd give up his own money without even complaining. Gai Hoan laughs, saying that really was funny back in high school. They add that the only one who never joined in was good boy Shin Chan. Then Gai Hoan remembers that the protagonist plays Satisfy too. The punk says he heard that at the last school reunion and that the guy was only level 70, useless even in a game. He Chan cuts them off and tells them to do something before the spider comes back. He can't cut the web with his knife and even fire won't burn it. The bully snaps that of course he already tried, but even his strength can't break it. Jiwan starts wondering if this is really how they die. Then he spots someone coming, and it's the protagonist. He figures that cursed spider must have been alive for almost 10 years, so its nest might be full of treasure. Instead, he gets annoyed. Killing it was a pain and it only dropped a few items. He calls the spider useless. From inside the web, the 3 trapped idiots hear that the protagonist killed the spider. They guess he must be a high-level player and bet he'll help if they beg enough, so they start shouting for help. The protagonist strains his eyes, trying to see clearly and wondering if those are captured people. But when he gets close to the bully, greed suddenly stops. Then he turns around and starts walking away. Jun-ho wonders what that was about and calls the protagonist a weirdo. Greed finally recognizes Jun-ho and wonders what that bastard is doing there. He remembers Jun-ho calling him a jobless, broke nerd and gamer. The last class reunion flashes through his mind, along with the truth. Those 3 were the same bullies who stole his money and beat him in high school. He fears it'll all happen again if they recognize him in the game. He tells himself he doesn't want to be weak anymore, especially now that he's finally getting stronger. Then another thought hits him. He really is getting much stronger. In fact, he's not the same person anymore. Meanwhile, Jae-won asks if they should log out, but Jun-ho says they'll die if they do. He bets Greed will come back. He doesn't know it's actually Greed, but high-level players love messing with people stuck like this. When Greed does return, Jun-ho smugly says he knew it. Greed walks back over and coldly asks if they want his help. Jun-ho is confused. It's good that he came back, but even under that helmet, the guy feels scary. Greed gets angrier by the second. They're trapped, his face is hidden, and this is the perfect chance for revenge. He steps up to the web and asks if they're having trouble with it. Then he pulls out his dagger and slices it apart with ease. The moment they see the blade, they realize it has to be at least a rank 8 enhancement. Jun-ho thinks they hit the jackpot. If they play this right, they can get out. So he starts flattering Greed and asks if he'd kindly help them. That only pisses Greed off more. Jun-ho has no shame about begging when he needs something. Greed says sure he'll help, but only if they hand over all their items. Jun-ho and Jae-won hate that deal. Jun-ho mutters that he thought this guy would be useful, but maybe he's just crazy. Greed doesn't let that slide. He slams a hard punch into Jun-ho's chin. The bully can't even process what happened and wonders how that hurt so much, when Greed only used his fist. Still burning with rage, Greed adds Blacksmith's rage and asks if they really thought saving their lives would be cheap. At the same time, he's thrilled this is the first time he's ever punched Lin Jun-ho back, and Satisfy feels amazing. The bully gets back up. He asks if Greed thinks he can do whatever he wants in-game, just because they can't find him in real life. Then he demands his address, promising to track him down and beat him up. Watching him rage like that, Greed actually gets a little nervous. Even so, he says he lives in Brazil and punches him again. Then Jae-won shouts for Greed to wait, saying he'll get him for this. Greed immediately remembers that bastard too, Jun-ho's partner in bullying him. He's almost glad Jae-won is there, now it's really payback time. He throws another punch at the fat guy and asks if he remembers him. Greed can't believe this is happening. Satisfy really is incredible. The others quickly offer him money, but he says he doesn't want it, he just wants to keep punching them. Then Choi-chan tells him to calm down. If he's not gonna help, he should just leave. Choi-chan asks what kind of sick hobby makes him beat tied-up people. That's when Greed recognizes him and remembers that sometimes Choi-chan at least apologized for what happened. Even so, Greed says he still wants him to beg like a dog before he helps, because he was just like the others. Then he says, forget the money, he's a nice guy. Choi-chan just stares at him. There's no way he'll humiliate himself that much. He'd rather Greed kill him. That answer catches Greed off guard. The other two say the same thing. They'd rather die than beg a psycho like him. Greed complains that this ending sucks. If he kills them himself, he could end up in jail and ruin his reputation. So he settles on what he thinks is the best idea, leave them there to die on their own and walk away. They ask if he's seriously just leaving. As he keeps walking, Greed says they have no idea how long he suffered. Did they really think he'd let them live that easily? He says he'll drag a canyon spider over to them so they can die slowly. They say they expected him to get revenge if he ever lived long enough, but not to abandon them like this. Jun-ho is furious. They waited for nothing, got beaten up, and their luck only brought them a psycho without telling them why he hates them so much. Jun-chan cuts in and asks what good crying will do. What are they supposed to do now? The fat guy says there's no way to escape, and if they wait too long, Greed might come back. Jun-ho says he refuses to become that lunatic's punching bag again, so they decide they have no choice. As night falls, that idiot Greed comes running back. He calls out to those bastards, asking if they didn't say they'd rather die. Then he says scum like them don't deserve a peaceful death. They need to die in pain. But when he looks ahead, all the tea capsules are empty. His excitement drops at once. Did they log out? And now what is he supposed to do with the giant spider on his back? So he ends up fighting the thing again. Later, he reaches a legendary waterfall surrounded by snow and towering 1,300 meters high. 5 colored rainbows always shine around it. Lauren, founder of the Eternal Kingdom, first discovered it before conquering the north. It hides the harsh lands of Kizan Canyon, and the route is only passed down by word of mouth. Lauren's waterfall. He thinks the place is amazing, but then asks where Pagma's swordsmanship mural is. He remembers reading that Pagma carved it into a northern cliff, and starts feeling stupid for believing a ghost. He's been searching all day, and found nothing. For a second, he even wonders if he's supposed to drink the water. Then he notices a narrow gap beside the waterfall. He realizes he never checked that spot. Annoyed, he grumbles that nobody would guess a tiny cave was hidden behind the waterfall. The ancestors of Khan could have warned him. Still, he's thrilled. He finally found Pagma's swordsmanship, marked all across the wall. It's covered in moss, but he can still make it out. He notices the carving of Pagma and thinks the guy looks pretty handsome. He also spots Dane's leaf in his hand, and it looks way bigger than Khan's replica, maybe even 3 meters long. And he wonders why no window popped up saying the quest was complete. Does he really have to learn all of this himself to finish it? What a pain. But since he came all this way, he starts trying to learn it. After a while, he gets frustrated, asking why it still isn't working. He's already spent 3 hours copying the moves. They're so hard that his stamina can't keep up. While grumbling, he notices a mark on the floor he missed before. That's when the system announces he learned Pagma's swordsmanship and cleared the quest. Only then does this idiot realize he never had to copy the moves, he just had to look at every one of them. And just like that, he gets Pagma's swordsmanship level 1. The skills are crazy strong too, both the passive and the active ones. He also gets Wave, which deals 155% of his attack power to every enemy around him, plus Restraint, Link, Kill, and Transcendence. Then he realizes he got a passive and a whole set of skills, and they're just as good as the ones from combat classes. But the mana cost is insane. With his current mana, he can't even use 2 skills. What he doesn't notice is a dark shape creeping up beside him. Still annoyed, he decides to head back. If he wants to use Kill, his intelligence has to reach 400. To him, that makes no sense. A blacksmith should need strength, not intelligence. He also knows he doesn't have time to raise stats slowly. He has to make items and pay off his family's debt. Then a few monsters suddenly drop down next to him. They demand to know where Grid thinks he's going and tell him to hand over his heart. That's when he sees their mermen from the Kazan Gorge, monsters known for being dangerous in the water. There are 4 of them. Even so, the kid starts smiling. He says it's fine, they can help him test his new skills before he leaves, and he calls on Pagma's swordsmanship. Right away, he feels his body move on its own. Even with those hard sword motions, he's able to pull them off smoothly. Then he uses Restraint and strikes all of them. Because of that, the monsters can't get close to Grid. Still, one skill burns through half his mana. He quickly drinks a potion and tells himself he has to manage it until the fight ends. He tells the Byaku heads to stay calm, then uses the buff swordsmanship Disable. After that, he follows up with Wind of Justice. The moment it lands, one of the monsters dies instantly, and the others panic over their fallen ally. Grid tells them they should worry about themselves instead. Then he cuts down the others with quick, sharp moves, but one of them hits him from behind and takes away a third of his HP. Even so, it still can't kill him. He admits these monsters are no joke, but restoring mana comes first. So he grabs his dagger again and gets ready to use Pagma's swordsmanship one more time. This time he uses Wave, and the last 2 die fast. He levels up and gets 10 stat points. He puts all of them into intelligence, which raises his mana by 30. That's perfect for him right now. And he figures he doesn't need to stress too much. He can always earn more points later by making items. Then Pyro suddenly appears and says the view is nice. Grid immediately wonders why there's a person out here. He checks the name above his head, sees he's an NPC, and recognizes him as Pyro. Pyro tells him not to be afraid. He just has a request, but Grid, being clueless as ever, asks if Pyro is a beggar. Pyro laughs and asks what made him think that. Grid says everything about him does, and warns him to stop shouting before more monsters show up. And of course more do show up, asking who killed their brothers. Grid thought they were rare at first, but now there are way too many, 11 of them. He panics and thinks this time he's really dead. So he sees only one way out and points at Pyro, saying he was the one who killed them. That makes Pyro furious. He can't believe the kid would throw someone else to the wolves just to save himself. Then he draws his sword and wipes them all out with a single slash. After that, he starts talking about how much he despises people like Grid. Meanwhile, Grid is too stunned by the sword itself. He wonders if it's some famous weapon because Pyro just killed 11 mermen in one hit. He starts apologizing, but Pyro cuts him off. There's no point dragging this out. He simply says he wants Grid's help. Then Grid gets an S-rank quest, the true traitor of the Red Knights. Pyro asks him to act in his place and finish his revenge. The target is Asmophil. The reward is the title Agent of Revenge, which gives the cruelty stat. He also learns the Red Knights used to be the strongest knight order on the continent. Pyro found out that Asmophil, the vice-captain, had a secret meeting with the Empress. Pyro was jailed for knowing the truth, and because he's been on the run ever since, he now needs someone else to carry out his revenge. Grid admits the reward is tempting, but there's no way he can fight a vice-captain. It's also insanely far away. So he refuses, saying he doesn't have the time or the power to do it. Pyro calls that an obvious lie and asks if the reward still isn't enough. Grid insists he's serious. He really doesn't have the strength for this, and he tells Pyro to just leave him alone since he already said no. Then Pyro reminds him that he was interested in his sword, and says he'll add it to the reward. It's a unique ranked weapon with amazing stats. Pyro says if Grid can kill the spiders and mermen in the gorge, then saying he lacks skill is just an excuse. Since the reward got bigger, his answer should change too. Then he touches Grid's leg with his sword and warns that if he keeps refusing, he can die. That one touch deals 7,500 damage. Grid is left reeling, and the Apostle of Justice's courage activates to keep him from collapsing. Grid can't believe it. Pyro only hit his thigh once, and it shredded his HP. He realizes Pyro somehow knows everything he did here, and won't even listen to him. Grid can't believe an NPC would actually kill a player for refusing a quest, so the kid tells Pyro to go ahead and kill him. He says dying here and losing some experience is way better than failing the quest, and losing 4 levels. On top of that, respawning in Winston wouldn't even be so bad. Pyro looks at him with disgust, and says people like him have no idea how precious life is. Then he tells Grid to get out. Grid asks why, since Pyro just said he'd kill him for refusing. Pyro answers that he doesn't kill innocent people. Still, if Grid changes his mind, he should come find him. Pyro won't force him, but Grid is his only hope. Back outside, Grid finally gets Dane's Leaf, even if it's only a replica. He's thrilled. Even top-ranked players don't have weapons like this, and since it's a great sword, boosting it later could make its stats ridiculous. Khan starts crying because he's seeing Pagma's swordsmanship with his own eyes. He says he can't thank Grid enough. Grid brushes it off and asks what he should do next, but Khan tells him to rest first. Grid notices his second-class quest still hasn't opened. Even so, he made it to level 98 on the way back, and even if he thinks some of it was a waste, he still put more points into intelligence. At least both of his skills leveled up, so he's in a pretty good mood. Then someone asks if Grid is there and says the Lord is urgently looking for him. They need him to come to Winston Castle right away. When he gets there, he's taken to the castle forge, and Grid says he didn't even know they had one. They tell him they want his next job done here because they're in a hurry. The man explains that the Yatan church has been growing fast since the appearance of the 8th servant. Now they're heading for Winston and destroying villages along the way. Grid says he heard that Yura, that witch from Yatan, is the 8th servant. That makes things even more dangerous, since players get 20% bonus XP for joining the Yatan church during this event. So the man says they need defenses at Kimban Fortress to stop them, and hands Grid the item they want him to make. It's the production method for the Divine Shield, a rare legendary rank item. He gets an AA rank quest to forge it, and the goal is to make a shield of at least epic rank within 2 days. Grid thinks that item is amazing. There's no way he can turn down a free production method for a level 190 item. Then the man says he brought a priest to add divine power to the shield. He introduces him as Cassius, a priest who serves Rebecca, the goddess of light. Grid takes one look at the priest and is thrown off by how shady he seems. He wonders when the guy even got there. Then he gets to work, quickly realizing Mithril is really hard to handle. At this rate, he'll have to stay up for 2 straight nights. He also accepted the quest, because he made no money at the gorge. The problem is, the materials are insanely expensive, especially with Mithril in the mold, and gold being the symbol of Rebecca's church. In the end, he spends 17,000 gold just on materials, and uses up all his savings to make 2 shields. And even if they turn out rare, he still can't sell them, because only Rebecca church members can use them. Back in the real world, they talk about the real Grid, a guy who's hard to sum up. He keeps avoiding the fastest path to success, and chooses the slow way instead, so Sang-min's frustration makes total sense. Then he notices someone else there and wonders if it's an NPC. He asks the supercomputer if it might be a character named Isabel. The computer says no. That only makes Grid even more interesting to him. An unexpected variable has appeared. 2 days later, the deadline arrives. Grid barely finishes in time and tells the priest he can start his part now. And he asks why he stayed there for 2 whole days, when Grid could have called him after the shield was done. The priest says he stayed to pray for Grid's good luck. Rebecca is the goddess of light, and that light includes all good energy, even luck, so his prayer should help. Grid thinks that's pretty funny, because the guy looks so gloomy that it's hard to believe he brings anyone luck. Still, Grid hopes the blessing works, since all his money went into this. A moment later, the priest calls out, "It's ready." The prayer was answered. Grid checks the divine shield, sees only a rare rank, and goes pale. He stares at the priest with dead eyes, saying this was supposed to be a blessing, not a curse, and calls him a demon. But the priest says that wasn't the real result. The one that was answered is this, the perfect legendary divine shield. Grid freezes. Then he lights up, thrilled that he actually made a legendary item. The priest tells him to deliver it. Grid starts thinking the prayer really did work. No matter what, this shield is amazing, and the administrator better be ready to pay big. Instead, the administrator says, "Good work," claims the payment will come later, and tells him to go home for now. Grid is stunned, but the administrator blames the recent war and says they're dealing with an economic crisis. Grid demands the shield back since he paid for it himself. It belongs to him, and this is nothing like what happened with the self-transcendent sword. The administrator responds by ordering the guards to throw Grid into the dungeon. Everyone is confused, but the administrator says the shield must be delivered to that person. Grid was reckless for pushing this, even after being treated well. The owner of that shield is someone they can't go against. Grid keeps cursing and asks what the hell he's talking about. How can they do this to a tax-paying citizen? Then that dead-faced priest steps in. He uses purifying light, and the attack hits the administrator. A black mist bursts out of his body, and he falls backward. The priest says he knew something felt wrong. Only members of Rebecca's church can use the divine shield, yet they asked a priest to make it instead of a paladin. If they wanted something they couldn't use, then the plan was to steal it. He figures a Yatan priest must have brainwashed the administrator. Right then the culprit appears beside them holding the shield. He's surprised the priest figured it out, but laughs it off. A mere priest can't stop him. The priest realizes this can't be an ordinary Yatan priest. A normal one would struggle just to look at the holy shield, so this man must be a high priest. In the back, Grid is still yelling for his shield. Then someone crashes through the wall, saying she knew this would happen. Isabel asks what he would have done if she hadn't come. This isn't like their usual bet. Grid notices she's another NPC and has no idea what's going on, while the priest asks if she really had to enter through the wall instead of the door. She says this way is way cooler, then turns to Yatan. She tells him to explain why he wants the divine shield. Then he spots the spear she's carrying. It's Lifefull's spear, and he asks why Rebecca's daughter is here. She tells him he'd better start praying. He realizes this wasn't part of the plan and decides to get out fast. The priest calls to Isabel. They need to catch him now. Grid gets left behind while they chase after him. Still confused about this so-called daughter of Rebecca, and wondering if he'll at least get a quest from having his shield stolen. But that variable from earlier wasn't the kind that comes with a normal quest notification. Grid only understands what happened 30 minutes after everyone is gone. Furious, he runs outside screaming, calling them scammers and demanding his shield back. Meanwhile, in Pedro, a city south of the Giant Guild's territory, Kronos, the third-ranked player overall, is looking at armor made by an unknown blacksmith. He says the performance is solid. They may have failed to recruit the number 1 and 2 blacksmiths, Panmure and Stang, but they still need to find the smith in Winston. Every guild is desperately searching for this rumored blacksmith. Back at Winston Castle, Regis says his informants learned that Erica was actually Euphemina. Finding this blacksmith should calm Jashuka down, and they hear the Tezuka Guild is searching Winston too. On the way, Regis spots a depressed-looking Grid and recognizes him as the guy they recruited for the Forest Guardian raid. He calls him the armorless gladiator, and Grid realizes it's Regis. Grid gets annoyed because this is that muscular pretty boy from Baron Village, the same idiot who let him join the raid. Then he realizes he might get something out of this and decides the nice guy will probably do him a favor. So Grid starts whining that his item was stolen and says he wants to die. Regis instantly feels bad, says that's awful, tells him not to be like that, and promises to help. But Jushuka shows up and smacks Regis right away. She asks what he's doing, why he isn't handling what she told him to do, and who exactly he thinks he's helping. Grid meanwhile notices up close that she's gorgeous. She catches him staring and asks what he's looking at, then says Regis has orders so Grid should mind his own business. Regis explains that she's his guildmaster, Jashuka, but Grid doesn't care and asks why she's stopping someone from helping him. They start arguing. Grid says being guildmaster doesn't mean she gets to boss everyone around, and Jashuka fires back that of course her guild member has to follow her orders. Who would ever follow Grid's? But Grid knows that shield is worth millions of gold, so he really needs Regis's help and begs him to come along. Jashuka realizes this could hurt her image and says she can't believe Regis got dragged into something so weird but leaves the choice to him. Regis says people should help the weak. That's the spirit of Taekwondo. That makes Jashuka even madder as the two idiots bounce around like fools, and she swears she'll kill that Taekwondo nerd. After they leave, she hears people saying Grid was the one who competed in the blacksmith duel, alongside Khan against Irene. Only then does Jashuka realize he's the boy she was looking for, and he might know where Euphemina is. She thinks about messaging Regis, but he's blocked all her messages, so she says Grid won't get away after dragging Regis off to help someone else, and she'll have the whole guild hunt him down. Meanwhile, at the Yutan church, they pray before a strange cross, and the man leading them is Malicus, Yutan's sixth servant and the church's high priest. He says he didn't expect Winston Castle's defenses to be so weak. Because of that, he even managed to get the best virgin sacrifice of all, Irene, locked up. Irene keeps staring at the ring she still has. She remembers Doran saying that man was the reason they managed to save her, and that she should keep him close and trust him. He's the man who will recognize that ring. The next day, Grid complains that they searched all night, so what if this isn't even the right mountain? Raga says they can just search another one. Ragas also comments on how amazing Grid's gear is. He says he knew Grid was strong, and Grid explains he finally put armor on, since they don't know when they'll find the thief. Ragas remembers Grid saying the thief had dark energy, and guesses he's a servant of Yaten's church. If he's a priest, then stealing the item makes sense, especially if it could harm their church. Grid agrees, then points ahead and asks if those are the guys. Ragas says it looks like it. Since they're in the middle of a subjugation mission, some of them must be around Winston. Grid tells Ragas to lure them over and take them out quietly, but Ragas charges straight at them. He shouts for them to come on and hits them with Storm Strike. After wiping them out, Ragas says he's been training hard thanks to Grid. Grid is shocked he beat all of them, and admits the guy isn't all talk. He's actually strong. Grid says the old man must be inside since he wasn't outside, and Ragas says that means more training. But the moment they step into the cave, Malicus says he hates unwanted guests. His dark power hits both of them with fear, weakness, and paralysis. Then he goes after Grid, but the system says a legend doesn't give in to fear so easily, and Grid dodges after resisting all the debuffs. Ragas isn't as lucky, he gets hit and pierced through the stomach. Grid turns back in shock, wondering if Ragas failed to dodge because of the paralysis. Ragas says this is probably as far as his training could take him. Malicus says it's impressive that someone endured his magic, and asks if Grid is like Yura, though he clearly doesn't care much about the answer. He just says he'll show the boy no mercy. Grid thinks this idiot has it backward. He attacks first and asks questions later. Then Malicus sends a strip flying up and creates a burst of wind over Grid, leaving Malicus surprised by what happens next. Seeing Malicus, Ragas says they need help from the guild. He tells everyone he's on a hill in the middle of the cursed mountains, and that Malicus showed up there. Jushuka snaps at him, asking if he has a death wish and how he could be this reckless. But Ragas tells her to calm down. He doesn't know what's going on, but Malicus should be at Yatan's main temple. Since he's level 310, everyone needs to get ready and come fast. Jushuka says she doesn't care about Malicus right now. He needs to stay with Grit because he's Khan's disciple, and they still need answers from him about Euphemina. That only confuses Ragas more. So the kid's a blacksmith? Meanwhile, Grit keeps moving fast, using the blacksmith's footwork and chaining attacks with his new sword. He says he always meant to use this someday, just not this soon. Still, he got ready for this while searching for what was stolen. Grit says he has to hold it with both hands since he lacks strength, but the sword's weight makes up for that. Then he brings out +5 ideal sword. Using Pagma's swordsmanship link, he cuts through all of Malicus's attacks. That burst of power from Grit leaves Raga stunned. He can't believe someone this strong is really a blacksmith, and says everyone must have it wrong. Malicus starts laughing. The sword is amazing, he admits, but it's useless if it can't touch his body. Grit wonders what kind of cloak that is and how much damage it can absorb. Malicus says Grit's own weakness ruined his fun, then orders him to die under divine punishment. His attack hits the boy and knocks off his mask, but Grit uses Pagma's swordsmanship restraint to stop Malicus, who looks shocked that he can't get any closer. Grit is relieved. His mana recovered just in time. He tells Ragus that if he's healed up, they need to get out of there. Ragus says he wanted to fight someone strong, and luckily, backup got there fast. Right then, the guild master arrives and fires an arrow straight at Malicus, catching him off guard. She tells them to stay to the side unless they want to end up full of holes and dead against that monster. Ragus is happy to see her there, and she says they'll talk later. Then she warns Grit not to even think about leaving, and to stay right there. Looking at her, he realizes that's a special Jaffa arrow. He says he made those himself and asks if she bought them. She's stunned and asks if he really forged them. So the person they were looking for was right in front of her the whole time. Malicus calls them idiots and asks what mere humans can do against a servant of Yathan who has transcended. Jaffa tells Grit not to move and to stay exactly where he is. Then she tells Malicus to quit the nonsense. He's just prey standing in front of the Tezaka guild. Malicus, Yatan's sixth servant, was one of the church's strongest high priests. He oversaw brutal rituals, including sacrificing 87 virgins to turn the king of the Burgerstein principality into a fool, and 607 more to spread an epidemic through Count Raven's land. Malicus asks if he's the prey and mocks them again. What can mere humans do against someone who transcended as Yatan's servant? Jashuka puts that confidence to the test as he faces her guild, the strongest one there is. He says he'll offer her to his god and attacks Jashuka. But then Tobin steps in front of her and blocks it with the Shield of Patience. Using that opening, she keeps firing at him. Tobin realizes even that simple hit took 20 durability off his shield. He knows she's acting tough in front of the others, but this level 310 mage is no ordinary enemy. She keeps attacking from every angle, while Malicus calls her arrows useless. Then Ragus appears behind him and tries to strike. He says this is exactly why he came. His body can't stop moving when a powerful enemy stands in front of him. Malicus is surprised to see him there, but Ragus uses Piercing Mirror, sending Malicus flying. He even crashes to the ground with his eyes rolled back. Jasuka tells Ragus not to make her waste arrows, and he says he knew she'd fire at the perfect moment. She says Malicus's combat skill is weaker than the other servants, and her guild's average level is over 200, so they can win. Then she asks why everyone's standing around. They need to kill him now. Vant charges first, saying he wants all of them to survive, but Ragus notices something strange on his back and gets hit by several dark beams from Malicus, ending up pinned like a bug on display. Malicus shows his true colors and says they are worthless beings daring to defy a god. Then he pours magic power into Ragus. His massive dark power spreads fear, paralysis, and weakness over everyone there, and they can't move their bodies. Right after that, Malicus unleashes a surprise spell. The damage is huge, blasting everyone away and leaving them badly hurt. Jashuka notices that everyone lost over 30% of their HP from just one attack. It was a black magic debuff skill with no cast time, and it also gave the caster big mana recovery. In other words, Malicus really was terrifyingly strong. So he asks again, who's the prey now, while slamming Ragus to the ground. Toban tells them to protect the guildmaster. She says she can handle herself with a health potion and orders everyone to listen. As guildmaster, her priority is protecting the blacksmith grid. Even if they all die here, he has to live. But then she notices he is perfectly fine and wonders how that's even possible. Not only that, he's wearing armor and holding a sword. Isn't he supposed to be a blacksmith? She wonders if their info was wrong, but then remembers he said he made the arrows. Malicus also notices the boy wasn't affected again and demands to know what that brat did. Jashuka says she doesn't get it either, and orders the vanguard to advance. Vantner really does rush in and swings his axe at Malicus, but thinks he can't get through the cloak. If that's the case, he'll raise his speed. Malicus calls it annoying and says speed won't help anyway. Then a lancer appears and attacks together with Vantner. Malicus notices the strike is lightning fast and barely blocks it in time. On top of that, the force behind it is huge. Pong says it was a perfect surprise attack, but sadly Malicus still blocked it. As the two keep attacking, they start arguing over who's trying to steal Ken's spotlight. Malicus gets furious at their bickering and tells them to shut up, then blasts both of them away. Plong still mocks him, saying getting mad like that won't help. So Malicus throws another ribbon-like attack at Plong, and Plong realizes it homes in on him. He fires Kill Spear at it, cuts the strip apart, and lands a direct hit on Malicus. Malicus thinks the blow broke through 3 layers of his shield, and he's shocked to be humiliated like this by a mere adventurer. Banter keeps up the pressure with weapon throw, and Malicus gets hit again, but it does almost nothing. Banter wonders why. Pong says he's being too greedy as a Guardian Knight. He explains that Guardian Knights with high strength grow fast and do well in PvP, but that build also makes strong enemies harder to deal with. Vanter gets frustrated. It's not like he can just reset his stats. He doesn't have valuable gear to make that kind of money. Pong says that even so, he can't believe Kill's spear was this useless. Guess there really is a first time for everything. Then he realizes it's not because of Malicus's defense. It's because his weapon isn't level 190, is low level, and even as a rare unique item, this is its limit. He says he's probably not the only one who understands the real value of the blacksmith who shook the world with the arrows he forged. Then Malicus turns to Jashuka and says he'll show her real despair. He grabs Regis by the hair and tells her to watch closely, because that'll be her in a few seconds. Vantner asks if Regis has any potions left and wonders if he really came without preparing to help anyone. Regis says he wanted to see things up close and thought it would be good training. But then Malicus asks if he's done with his last words. Everyone starts feeling hopeless, because the experience a ranker loses on death is way too huge. On top of that, there's nothing they can do. His magic attack and defense are all top tier. Jashuka starts to despair. While people call Regis stupid for rushing in without thinking and say he brought this on himself, Jashuka forces herself to think, should she risk everyone and push forward or save their strength by sacrificing? But then Grid cuts in, asking what these rankers are even doing. Does any of them know how much money is on the line for him right now? That catches Malicus off guard. Grid charges straight at him with Pagma's swordsmanship, shouting for him to let Regis go. Malicus is stunned to see the kid already right in front of him. Then Grid uses Pagma's swordsmanship again and binds Malicus once more. People call it a style of swordplay that makes your heart race with every move. It carries crushing pressure, but there's also something beautiful about it. To everyone watching, it almost feels like time stops. The only word for that swordsmanship is overwhelming. And Malicus can't understand why he feels this way when he only fears God and Adan. He knows he could kill Grid in a second, so why does this weakling keep standing in front of him and pressing him like this? In the end, he lets go of Regis. Regis says Grid gets more amazing the more he watches him. It's rare to see someone who isn't even a ranker fight this hard, and it reminds him of something Grid said before, that good control doesn't just come from gear. Grid is shocked that a ranker is thanking him like this, even though he only used a simple sword skill. He thinks Regis really is the perfect sucker, probably the kind of guy who'd do anything if you asked. Grid basically gives up on him, then remembers the bind only lasts 3 seconds, and Malicus is already in front of him. Malicus demands to know who the hell Grid is, because that pressure from before vanished like it was never there. Grid can tell Malicus is furious, and there's no way he can escape alone. Then she suddenly creates a wall of fire in front of them, telling them to get out now. Even then, Grid still has time to simp over the world-famous singer, and the idiot runs toward her saying he loves her songs. She warns him that something's behind him. He almost gets hit. Jashuka yells at him, asking what he's doing and telling him to move. Malicus gets even angrier, asking if they really think he'll let them run, and this time he actually lands a hit on Grid's back. But things aren't what they seem. Malicus realizes there's a rat among these worms. Faker saved the two of them with stealth. Grid tries to say something to him, but Faker is already gone. A second later, he's attacking Malicus again. Malicus mocks them, asking if they really think numbers alone can beat him. Vantner starts complaining, and so does Pong. But then someone asks if Vantner remembers Jashuka's arrows hitting Malicus earlier. He has blind spots when he can't prepare for an attack, and they ask Regis if Penetrating Mirror was meant to confirm that, but even he didn't know about that plan. Faker says it doesn't matter, because Malicus can still block every high-level skill the rankers use, and if Pong is right about his mana problem, then Malicus should be taking hits by now. Right then, Malicus starts casting something nasty, and he unleashes magic over everyone while summoning a huge Cerberus behind him. He orders the demonic hound to kill them all. For a moment they laugh, saying he made all that fuss just to summon a dog, but Jashuka warns them not to lower their guard. The beast immediately attacks with ice, fire, and poison. Tabam is shocked that it all came out so fast, and Jashuka orders the front line to attack while the people in the back protect Grid. Meanwhile, Grid himself barely seems to understand what's happening. Watching his swordplay, she thinks he's not a blacksmith at all, but a blade dancer. Still, he recognized her arrows, so for now they need to protect him. She keeps attacking, while Vantner says smashing Cerberus's head is a frontline job. He might not be able to finish Malicus, but these bastards are his. He even manages to hurt the dog a little, but it definitely doesn't go down. Vantner is sure he landed the hit, so he wonders if the beast is just ignoring the damage. Then it attacks him at point-blank range. He thinks these punks shouldn't underestimate a Guardian Knight's defense, but then he notices his axes are being corroded. Just then Misha fires magic missile bread and slams the dog from the side, knocking it away, then tells Vantner to keep going since the path is open. Vantner grumbles that he can't believe he needed that bastard's help, then uses Guardian's effort to attack the monk again, but the dog rushes him even after losing one of its mouths. Pong thinks Vantner may have dumped everything into strength, but he's still a Guardian Knight, and no one can deny he has the best armor and magic resistance in the guild. Even so, Pong is surprised that dog endured even the magic spear. He says the beast has to be at least level 300, and then it attacks everyone again. Tabem says a lot of unexpected things are happening, but they're getting too impatient. Malicus may be a high-level monk, but the damage is building up. If they can just hold the line, the people in back can fire their strongest attacks. Jashuka agrees and tells Tabam to hang on. But Tabam thinks even his best shield is being eaten away. That dog is a monster. Still, if they endure a little longer, they can win. Malicus starts thinking these travelers are terrifying. Not only did they stop the wild dog, it even looks like they might beat it. But that only matters for one of them. So he summons a whole pack of those dogs. That shocks everyone, and their fighting spirit drops hard. Jushuka lowers her bow and says it looks like this is over. There's nowhere left to run. They've been completely beaten. She tells everyone the raid has failed and apologizes to the guild members. Malicus laughs and calls them weaklings, asking if they finally understand the power of God Yatan. As high priest, nothing makes him happier, and now it's time for them all to die. But then Grid starts walking toward them. The dogs begin backing away, and Malicus wonders why they're retreating. They keep stepping back, growling the whole time. Grid says he can't believe he almost forgot about this, in the middle of all that chaos, and he pulls out the sacred shield, or at least the rare version. He grumbles that some jerk stole the real one too. Malicus realizes that once again this brat is ruining his plans. Grid complains that he can't believe he had to use this crappy shield at all, and keeps walking with his head down while Jushuka asks if he made that shield too, just like her arrows. That's when everyone learns he forged the arrow, and Vantner asks if the shield is good or something. Tobam says it's far beyond good. As a shield user, he knows this shield is unlike any other, one of the 3 best he's ever seen. The kid asks what they're talking about, because this shield is just a failed piece. The real shield was stolen by a thief from the Sishan church. Tobam is stunned, asking if that thing is really a failure. Malicus then recognizes it as the divine shield, and realizes Grid is the rumored blacksmith who worked for Lord Winston. If Grid has the shield, then Mesta failed. Grid gets mad when he hears Malicus knows the man who stole his shield and asks if he was the one who sent him to steal it. Still furious, Grid keeps pressing him, while Pong says that from the way Malicus talks, Grid really is a blacksmith, but he's wearing heavy armor only knights use, has enough dexterity to equip a dagger, and on top of that, he showed serious sword skill, so they can't treat him like some ordinary blacksmith. Pong figures risking the guild over an unknown player only makes sense if Grid has a secret class, though for now that's just a guess. They'll learn everything after the raid is over, and Jushuka asks Ragas if he's ready to move again, because she knows he won't just stand there. He says of course. After that last attack, he says he already understands how to strike Malicus, and plans to finish this now. Jushuka thinks Ragas is pure combat talent. Even Pong can't match him there. He may be a bit dumb, but he's strong. Then Ragas speaks to Grid, saying those dogs seem afraid of his shield, so he wants Grid's help. Grid figures the guy must finally understand his value, if he's asking now. He decides Ragas must be thinking straight at last, and there's no way he can pass up this chance. After all, he can smell it, the smell of money. So he agrees, but on one condition: he wants 50% of whatever items Malicus drops. Vantner says that's insane. There are 17 people here, so how is Grid supposed to take half? They've been helping him for free, and now he wants to get paid? But Grid points out they're all in the same group, and besides, the one actually asking for help is Ragas, so why is Vantner the one complaining? Pong tells him to drop it. If Grid's shield lets them clear the raid, splitting it 50-50 is still worth it. Still, Grid shouldn't forget they were strong enough to make this possible for him too. Once Jushuka agrees, greedy Grid immediately thinks he should have asked for 70-30. Then she sends a party invite to him, and Grid sees that all 17 guild members are over level 200. Jushuka, Pong, and Ragas could easily be in the top 20 of the whole ranking, and the rest could make top 100. He had no idea they were this strong. At the same time, they see that Grid is only level 95. Even with a secret class, they wonder if maybe he's actually terrible at the game. But Ragas walks over to comfort him, saying it's fine. All he needs to do is hold the shield, and Grid admits Ragas really is a nice guy. Ragas grabs the kid and throws him straight at Malicos, telling him not to come back. He lands right at Malicos' feet. Malicos reaches for the shield, but Ragas rushes in. Malicos catches it and says their attacks are useless, as long as his cloak is active. Even so, Ragas still lands the hit, using Grid's shield to help. Malicos is stunned. How did that attack get through his cloak? Just a moment ago that brat looked weak, so where did that power come from? Then Ragas unleashes a chain of strikes on Malicos. Malicos starts to realize it's not a trick. Ragas is dodging the cloak by changing his attack path at the last second. He pushed his muscles so hard they look ready to burst, and Malicos can only think one thing: this guy is a monster. Ragas keeps going all out, getting faster and faster, until Malicos takes a final hit in the back and gets blasted across the room, crashing into the wall in ruins. Jushuka orders everyone outside. It's not over yet, so nobody should let their guard down. Ragas tells Grid to handle the dogs, and Grid shoots back, asking if he looks like some kind of vet. Malicos starts waking up, furious, demanding to know how mortals dared do this to a priest of Yatana. Then he moves into his next phase. For a second, they wonder if it's over, but Pong says no. Malicos still has plenty of mana. He already knew they couldn't hurt him unless they broke his shield. Even after spending a ton of magic power, Malicos is still healing. Malicos mocks them, saying weaklings like them can come this far, but they'll never break his shield. Then Jushuka fires an arrow straight into his eye, making him scream, and she says it went through. Ragas explains that when Malicos attacked, he got hit by penetrating mirror. On top of that, he had to use 3 layers of his shield to block Pong's spear. That means he has to focus to keep the shield up. If too many attacks come at once, he can't defend everything without exposing a gap. Jishuka says that makes it obvious. Her strongest arrow can pierce him. She even gives him credit for healing after half his head got blown apart. Grid asks Regis how things are going because standing back here is getting boring. Regis tells him they can finish this because of him. Malicos rises again, saying mortals are impressive but still doomed to die. Then, with a grim look, he asks if they forgot about his magic power. A cloud forms at the ceiling as he casts divine punishment and black lightning starts crashing down. Everyone gets hit, taking huge damage, and some of them even die. Malicos laughs and tells them to perish before the power of his god. Jishuka realizes they'll be wiped out, but she can't let her guild die here. They have to beat him now, so she fires her last arrow and says she'll use her strongest move, pouring in 100% of her mana to launch the Phoenix arrow. Even Grid, all the way in back, can feel how strong it is. The shot tears Malicos in half and he tells Jishuka it was truly powerful, but says he'll just heal again and that victory is still his, calling them worms. Jishuka drops to her knees. Tobin and Vantner charge in. Since they're the only ones still able to move, they have to kill him before he heals again, so they throw everything they have at him. From the back, Grid asks what happened and why everyone's down, yelling at them to do something. She asks if he's okay, if it's because of the shield. Regis says they were hit by a massive attack, but the two of them alone won't be enough. Grid starts wondering how this is supposed to be the top guild if they're still struggling even with his support. Then he notices something new, a group buff he didn't even know he had. So he pulls out Dying Sleeve and Malicos tells them to enjoy their final moments. The others think his healing is too strong. They can't win. The raid has failed. Malicos says he had a lot of fun, but Grid suddenly appears above him, sword in hand, and cuts Malicos in an X with a perfect critical. Everyone stares, asking what just happened. He's a messenger of Yatan, so how is this possible? Then Grid uses Pagma's sword dance kill. Malicos can't believe a weakling like Grid would dare do this, and the kid finally ends the raid against Malicos. Since Grid got the killing blow, fear spreads across the world. His fame on the continent rises by 3,000. The Yatan church becomes permanently hostile to him and the other churches grow friendlier. With this high priest dead, the Yatan church loses a huge amount of power until a new one is chosen. Grid also gains 1.5 million experience and levels up. As party leader, Jishuka gets all the loot, while Grid is thrilled. She can't understand what just happened. A level 95 player beat that monster. Who even is Grid? Grid points out that the party was active, so the leader gets the drops and asks if she's trying to cheat him out of his share. Jishuka can barely believe this guy but says she'll keep her promise and tells him not to worry. The others all say he's amazing, and when Layla tries to thank him, he starts getting flustered. Then snaps back to Jishuka and asks if they're trying to distract him and run off with the loot. Pong starts realizing Grid is incredible in more ways than one. Jishuka says once everyone is healed, they'll split the rewards. She thinks that even if his personality is a mess, a blacksmith with combat skill like this is someone they need. Then she brings out Malicos' unique rank cloak, Malicos' mask, and his dark magic orb. Pong says the cloak isn't that great. It raises intelligence, but the blood smell is awful. Vantner asks if that insane defense skill was unique to Malicos. Zednis says the mask is good because it boosts all resistance and lowers cast time. Tubin points out that Zednis and Luella are the only mages in the guild, and Jishuka says she wants to give the mask and orb to them. Since they all agree on that, Grid thinks it over, looks at the items, and says he wants the cloak. Jishuka is shocked that he picked the worst item. Grid asks why they're staring at him. They cleared the raid because of him. So are they backing out now? Pong starts thinking this idiot may be giving up the best items on purpose, and says he didn't expect him to be that kind of person. Rigas can't believe Grid chose wrong, but for the guild's sake nobody says anything, even though he feels he should be honest. Then Jishuka steps in and tells Grid the cloak is the least valuable of the three, asking him to think again. Grid thinks there was nothing to worry about. She really is honorable. Still, he has his reasons. The cloak gives intelligence, which matters for his sword dance, and its blood scent draws monsters in, which is perfect for hunting. For a blacksmith like him who needs to level fast instead of boosting pure combat power, it's a great item. So Grid tells them he still wants the cloak. For a blacksmith, that was a rare choice, but it showed he had matured and was focused on leveling as fast as possible. Jishuka thinks even his item choice is surprising. She says they want the mask and orb and asks if it's okay for them to buy one from him. Since Malicos is a unique boss that doesn't respawn, there's no market price, so they'll need time to list it at auction and see what players offer before canceling the sale. Grid agrees, but says they'll be the ones paying the fee. Then they move on to the enchantment magic stones. Altogether, they're worth about 33,600 gold, but Jishuka says they'll give every one of them to Grid. Without him, they would have died in that raid, so all the stones are his. Grid thinks she's not just beautiful but generous too. Rigas says he did a good job and they'll keep looking for his stolen item the next day. Grid is happy Rigas still plans to help, and Rigas says of course he made a promise. Jishuka says they'll meet again in 3 days to finish the trade. She'll send him a private message and he'd better reply. Grid says he'll see about it, then thinks it's finally over and heads out too. But then he starts wondering why that bastard was here in the first place. Just seeing this cave makes him want to explore it. Meanwhile, Irene dreams of Doran telling her to get ready to return to the palace. Since he arrived at the perfect time, she must not let him slip away, and she should remember the young man she was told about. She recalls the man who helped save her from the Yatan temple and wonders if he's really coming. When she opens her eyes, she sees Grid's hand holding her ring. He says he knew that ring looked familiar. It's Doran's ring, which means she must be the Count's daughter that Doran saved. Her eyes go wide in shock. She tells him they've met again, then asks if he's the one who made the self-transcended sword. He wonders why she was missing while the castle was in chaos, then realizes Malicus kidnapped her. That triggers a new quest: escort Irene back to Winston Castle. He notices it's another automatic quest. Still, the reward makes it worth it. He can finally get Doran's ring. To him, that ring is special because of Doran, and he's already thinking about how much it could sell for at auction. There's an even bigger reward on the line. But when he turns around, Yatan's followers start chasing him. He scoops Irene into his arms and says she won't be able to move fast on her own, so she should hold on. She apologizes for slowing him down. He brushes that off and tells her he'll do everything he can for her. Meanwhile, the Yatan men rush in, determined to kill Malicus's enemy. With Irene on his back, Grid uses his quick movement skills to get past them. As they keep moving, she starts to see him differently. Irene knows real strength. She grew up around powerful people like her father and the Northern Knights. Then she remembers Doran telling her to trust the man who recognized the ring. So she starts putting her faith in Grid. Grid, on the other hand, is thinking about something else. If the ring boosts his affinity with Irene enough, maybe he could even marry her. That would make him the husband of Winston's lady, and basically its lord, which makes him even happier because he's already dreaming about paying no taxes. Right then, the enemy tries to curse him. He blocks it with that shield, then mocks them, saying weaklings like them can't even scratch him. After all, he beat Malicus. That same day, Yatan's church quickly weakened after the death of its sixth servant, Malicus. Until a new high priest was chosen, players couldn't become black magicians. At the same time, the Sadaka Guild shot up in fame after the Malicus raid. Players flooded in asking to join, and the impact spread through both Satisfy and the real world. While they travel, Irene asks how he can be so strong when he's supposed to be a blacksmith. He says he's a little different, though he struggles to explain it. In the end, he just says he's overgeared, and that day became the start of a whole new path in Grid's life. Once they reach Winston Castle, everyone is overjoyed to see Irene back. Faker asks to be punished for failing to protect her. She tells him to worry about healing from the mission, but he still blames himself and begs for punishment. Irene insists he recover quickly, because Yatan's attacks will only get worse. During her rescue, Malicus, the sixth servant who kidnapped her, was killed. She explains that she almost died as a sacrifice, but survived because Grid defeated Malicus and saved her. Faker then recognizes him as the blacksmith who made the self-transcendent sword. Still, he wonders what kind of blacksmith Grid really is. He doesn't look impressive, and Irene's expression makes it seem like she's fallen for him. After hearing what happened, Faker admits Grid seems very different now. If he truly defeated Malicus, his reputation must be huge. Then Faker calls him Winston's savior and says he'll never forget this kindness. With that, the quest is cleared. Irene gives him the ring as a sign of thanks, saying it was left behind by the man who once saved her, so he must treasure it. The boy says he has a connection to Doran too, so of course he'll take care of it. But the moment he takes Doran's ring, it binds to him. He's stunned. He was planning to sell it at auction. He says the effect alone should be worth millions, but now he can't even sell it, which makes it useless to him besides the stat boost. Irene then says she'll hold a banquet for him and asks him to come. Tearing up, he happily agrees. Later that afternoon, he thinks over everything he gained. He reached level 97 after killing Malicus, and the drops brought in 33,600 gold, almost $35,000. He realizes the guild helped him a lot and decides it's time to log out. Back in the real world, he goes out to eat with his sister. She asks for somewhere cheaper because the place costs $200 a person, but he says it's fine. He made $35,000 the day before, and even promises to take their parents somewhere better later. She points out he can't make that kind of money every day, and they still owe $500,000. He tells her she worries too much for someone who just started high school. While he says that, Yura happens to pass by and recognizes him as the guy from the Yatan church. She never expected to see him in real life, so she quietly watches him while another woman talks to her. Yura thinks that even after all her digging, she still never learned his real identity, and wonders if he lives nearby. He's the only person who ever made her feel defeated, and now the rank 5 player has finally found him. So she calls someone and tells them to investigate the man eating there. She's going to find out who he is. Around then, he gets a call from a woman, and he instantly gets excited. It's Jung, his first love. He recognizes her voice right away and asks what happened. She says he still remembered her voice and teases that he really is as caring as ever. Then she says it's nothing serious. She was looking through their graduation album, saw his picture, and wondered if he wanted to grab a drink later, if he had time. He hurriedly tells his sister to finish eating, wondering what's going on, because she actually called him. Back then, he was too scared to confess, because he had nothing. But now things are different. Now he has money, so he goes to dinner with her. She says he seems a lot nicer now, and it's been 2 years since they last met. Meanwhile, he can only think about how beautiful she is and feels like his heart might burst just being near her. He's waited so long for this moment and decides he has to finally tell her how he feels. When she says he's changed a lot, he answers that he got a good job and even paid off all his debts. He remembers spending $1,000 on those clothes, then starts worrying that a sudden confession might catch her off guard. She tells him he always worked hard and she knew things would turn out well for him. That part of him is what she likes. That leaves him blushing, but he tells himself he just needs courage once. All he has to do is be honest, so he admits that he likes her, and always has. She hears him out, then starts laughing and asks why he's being so serious. She says that side of him makes her happy, asks if he really means it, and says she needs some time to think. He says of course, and thinks that's just like a young. She knows how to make things feel easy. Then she says she needs a moment to clear her head and touch up her makeup. So he's left there completely dazed. He heads toward the bathroom, wondering if he should act more serious or keep things light. Then he hears her voice saying that his confession was painfully embarrassing. On the phone, she says everyone from the reunion was right. He's out of school and still can't even dress properly. She doesn't know where he borrowed all that money, but he put on a decent act. She laughs even harder, saying that's not even the worst part. He actually confessed to her. Then she tells them to get the money ready because she's bringing him to the next reunion. She says she's never seen such a stupid virgin in her life. To her, he's just ridiculous, and she can't wait for the reunion. Outside the bathroom, the boy is crushed. He just stands there in shock, then goes home without saying another word. He changes out of those clothes and goes back to his usual style, thinking he had really changed from the broke, empty person he used to be. But now he feels like money and expensive clothes change nothing. In his eyes, he's still worthless, so he goes back into the game. Khan notices right away that he seems down, but he tells himself he needs to work. He still has a debt to pay. All he has to do is make money non-stop without thinking about anything else. Then he gets a message from Jishuka. After reading it, he starts feeling a little better. He asks the old man what needs to be done, and the message says Jishuka needs him. That alone lifts his mood a bit more. Jishuka tells Grid that the guild needs his skills and promises to give him the best support possible so he can make items. He never expected every member of the guild to come find him at Khan's smithy. He wonders if they figured out he has a hidden class after seeing the gear he made and the way he fought. Even so, he says he can make money on his own. Jishuka answers that he'll earn even more with them. Not just more gold, but more fame too. He points out that his base is Khan's forge, so he can't move to where they are, and asks if she's still okay with that. She says she was already ready to move the guild's base there, so it's no problem. In the end, he's what matters. That settles it. He agrees, thinking this is how he'll show his old classmates just how successful he's become through the guild. Then he joins them. But once he looks things over, he's confused. He doesn't care much about alliances. But why don't they have any territory? And why do they have so many enemies? They're even hostile with the fire dragon Trauka. He asks why. If they're a guild, they never got land from a king or noble, so they could collect taxes. Jishuka says they had great offers but turned them all down. He can't believe it, and asks if they know how many guilds would do anything for a territory, so how exactly is this guild supposed to make him profit? She says the nobles offered them territories while they were searching for him, but they couldn't manage land and search at the same time. They looked for him across the whole continent. Hearing they gave up that much for him leaves him shocked. He starts thinking his secret class must be amazing if a whole guild came after him. But Tobin cuts in. It wasn't just that. High-level blacksmiths are extremely rare, and among players there aren't any advanced ones. Jishuka explains they weren't chasing a secret class player. They were chasing the smith who made those epic ranked arrows. They are curious about his class, but if he wants to hide it, they'll respect that. When Khan joins the talk, he says they may seem rough, but they're good people. He adds that they're nothing like the people Shin knew before. That makes him realize they were really looking for him, not just his value, so he says they came to the right place. Everyone gets excited that they finally found a blacksmith, and the kid feels cornered. With 17 people staring at him, he gets embarrassed and asks if they really plan to bring him the materials and production methods. He reminds them he won't craft for free, but Boris says supporting their blacksmith is the guild's job since it helps the whole guild grow. He starts wondering if he's really that valuable. The feeling is strange, so he asks what they want first. The guild members instantly start arguing over it. One of them insists the guild master should go first. Then the arguing starts all over again. Griggs notices the whole place has turned into a mess, so he steps in and talks to the three causing trouble. He tells them they'll be last. After all, Shin still remembers everything they did to him. They're told not to expect any items from him until they apologize to Khan first. The three of them immediately bow their heads. Jishuka then asks if he's okay with it to make Khan's spear first. Khan is their only damage dealer of that type, and he's key in high-level raids. The spear he uses now is low-level, so he can't bring out his full strength. Khan says he already has the production method and asks if Shin can learn it. The protagonist learns it almost instantly. That shocks them because it needs advanced blacksmithing mastery level 4. Even the top-ranked blacksmith is only intermediate, and MC also has real combat skill from the raid. Jishuka starts thinking that even among secret classes, his may be the best of all. He says it's not on the level of the Transcendent Sword, but it's still solid. Pong says he'll buy the materials while Regis looks for the stolen shield, so the protagonist should just focus on crafting. The protagonist likes that kind of support and says he'll do his best. Like when he made the Transcendent Sword, he feels his breathing is important. If he activates that skill right, the finished item should come out even better than normal. Vanner walks over and asks for a repair. His weapon got wrecked fighting those dogs. Khan brings over the anvil and the repair hammer, and MC asks if there are special tools for repairs. Khan explains that consumable repair tools let them charge clients more. Their ancestors came up with that to keep a steady income, and he thinks that's genius, so he starts fixing the weapon. While working, he points out that the axe is strange. Its attack power is lower than other bloody axes of the same rank. Vanter says he noticed too, but the effect was good enough that he kept using it. As Shin studies the axe, he senses there's something more to it. Then he realizes what it is. He grabs the hammer and makes an adjustment. After that, he gives the axe back to Vantner. The moment Vantner takes it, he can tell the axe is way better now. It has turned into the true bloody twin axes, and it even gained a new skill, true conversion. Jashuka notices the weapon changed and that Vantner got a new skill. Torbjorn stares at Shin and asks if that was magic or something. The protagonist says it wasn't magic, it was a skill. With Analyze, he can spot hidden effects in items. He explains that the axe had a hidden function that changes its attack power by adjusting the grip with a secret button, and it had been stuck in the weaker mode all this time. Both of them are stunned, while MC gets proud and says that's what a legendary class can do. Jashuka asks if that means every item has some hidden effect. The question catches everyone's attention. Shin gets distracted by how pretty she is, but forces himself to focus and says not every item has one, he has to check them first. So everyone asks him to inspect theirs too. He thinks this skill is even better than Hawkeye, which costs 15 gold, so maybe he should charge 20. Still, he feels weird taking money from his own guildmates for something he can use forever. But then he changes his mind. To celebrate joining the guild, he says he'll give them a discount. Only 30 gold per item, and if it has a hidden effect, he'll charge 300 more. What a scammer. Even so, everyone thanks him and starts pulling items out of their inventories. Shin is thrilled. He just has to look at gear and he'll make millions of one. He still makes it clear those three will be last. Sometime later, Pong and Regis head out to buy materials. They need griffin tendons, but normal sellers don't carry them, and the auction house price is way too high. Pong says they'll need a lot of them, because even an advanced blacksmith has less than a 10% chance to make an epic item. With costs this high, he can only afford enough for 3 spears. Regis says he'd lend money if he had any, then apologizes. Pong tells him to stop handing cash to other people so easily. Then they notice something. Those guys are from the Giant Guild. Regis asks why they're in Winston, and Pong says he heard their leader Kree recently became Lord of the Patreon territory. That means they're probably planning something. Pong says they should head back, buy the materials later, and avoid trouble for now. Giant may be weaker than them in the rankings, but here they're the biggest guild around. Then Regis points out the people selling the tendons are from Giant Guild too, which shocks Pong. So they return to the workshop, and when they get there, they find Vantner making a huge fuss. Pong asks what he's yelling about and what's going on. Vantner tells him to look. He might get jealous because one of his twin axes is now a mythic item. Pong is stunned and asks what happened, and Vantner says Shin found a hidden ability in the weapon using Analyze. Tabam says that's why everyone in the guild is bringing over their weapons, but out of 300 items, only 3 had hidden features. Even so, Pong gets excited and asks him to check his spear too. They realize the protagonist made the guild stronger in less than half a day, but when Pong hands over his spear, the protagonist says there's nothing special about it. MC meanwhile is thinking about the 10,000 gold he made in just a few hours. That's 10 million won. And on top of that, he learned a lot from examining hundreds of different items. Then he says he's finally going to start making the spear, and asks if the rest of them are heading out to hunt. But Tabam notices it's already night. He says they need to go. Regis asks Shine to show him the item when it's done, and Vantner jokes that he doesn't need to try too hard on Pong's spear, which annoys Pong. As they leave, he thinks those people are really loud, but having friends like that might actually be nice. While he works, he remembers that he can equip any item even without meeting the requirements, and he also has skills like immortality and even Pagma's sword dance. Maybe Pagma's descendant isn't such a bad combat class after all. Still, it shines even more in blacksmithing, so he activates the class bonus and gets to work. He says the furnace has to stay between 1820 and 1840 degrees to melt mithril. Being able to raise and control the heat that precisely is something only an advanced level 3 blacksmith or higher could do. As he works, he thinks the color looks perfect. Then he even mutters that the spear looks better than Ao Young, before catching himself and realizing he's still losing it over that girl. Next, he picks up his epic hammer and starts forging. Ever since he began using it, the rank of his items has gone up, but if he wants to make something better than a unique item, he'll probably need to improve the hammer too. For now though, it will do. This is his first job for the guild. And just like that, 3 days pass. Pong walks in and asks why everyone is gathered there for his spear. Vantner says they came after seeing Grid's guild message. Then he laughs, saying he heard Pong's spear turned out awful. Jashuka tells Pong not to feel bad, even a normal rank spear could still help. Hearing all the noise, Grid asks why they showed up so early. He says he never told anyone the spear was trash, and tells Pong to come pick it up already. Pong notices Grid stayed up all night and thanks him for the hard work. Grid shrugs it off and apologizes that the result wasn't better. Pong says it's fine and thanks him anyway. He didn't expect much with only 3 tries, but when he unwraps the spear, he stares at Grid in shock. Grid says he hopes Pong will use them, even if he's disappointed. He wanted to make one legendary spear, but instead he made two epic ones and one unique. Pong is stunned. Vantner, burning with jealousy, calls it a lie, and says Pong should throw that trash away. Tomban can't believe Grid really made a unique item. Grid explains the two epic spears are decent, but the unique one has 19 more durability and attack power. In his head, he notes that 12 came from his legendary blacksmith skill and 7 from the blacksmith's breath. It also has extra effects. Even with a penalty, letting the main damage dealer stack several buffs at once could become a hidden trump card. Tobin spins the spear in his hands, amazed. To him it looks as beautiful as a national treasure of the Saharan Empire, and the size feels perfect, like it was made just for him. He says he's only felt this thrill twice before in Satisfy. The first was when he learned about the game. The second was when he met Kragel, the world's top-ranked player, a genius who crushed him completely. Since then he traveled everywhere looking for a blacksmith who could make unique gear. He never imagined someone could do it in just 3 tries, and now it feels like the wall in front of him has finally broken. This is the 3rd time he's felt that way. He lowers his head and thanks Grid for opening that path, saying he's truly honored to have such a great blacksmith as his teammate. Then Jashuka jumps on Grid, hugging him tight and shouting that he's the best, that he's amazing. Pong tells Vantner that since there are 2 extra epic spears, maybe he should try using them as dual weapons. Vantner tells him to shut up, but Faker appears behind him and says it's not a bad idea if Pong can really use them. Realizing Faker is offering to spar, Pong thanks him. He wanted to test them anyway. Pong rushes in and Faker thinks he's doing pretty well already for someone using dual spears. He wonders if Pong practiced this before. Pong says it's just his basic skill. He adapts fast, just like assassins do. Faker replies that Pong may rank higher, but his own agility is much better, and he's definitely faster than those spears. Pong agrees, but wonders how long Faker can keep up. He keeps attacking, thrust after thrust, until one finally lands and sends Faker flying back. Faker asks why Pong's attack speed keeps rising. He wonders if it's a special effect. Reaching an assassin's speed with spears almost feels like cheating. Pong realizes it's working, and thinks he might even surpass Kragel someday. Then Vantner shows up behind him and tells him to pick on someone his own size. From a distance, some other customers look over and ask if this place is really a forge. Khan notices their confusion, and one man says the place looks like total chaos. Grid is happily buried in Jashuka's arms while everyone else keeps fighting. Khan yells at them, asking what the hell they're doing in front of his forge, and calls for Grid too. That snaps Grid back to reality. He wonders what he was even doing, then suspects Jashuka was trying to charm him into giving away the spear for free, so he tells them to stop messing around and pay up. Khan says they got carried away. This is the first time he's bought something this good, so he really doesn't know the price. He offers 800,000 gold and asks if that sounds fair. Grid is shocked. That's almost 960 million won. He remembers the self-transcendent legendary sword sold for only 220,000 gold, yet Pong wants to pay 4 times that for a unique weapon. Grid thinks Pong must be some clueless country bumpkin who knows nothing and can't even gather materials alone, another idiot after Regas. Of course, the biggest fool here is Grid himself, since he sold a legendary item to an NPC for 220,000 gold when he could have auctioned it for millions. Still, Grid says it's fine. He's in a good mood, so he'll throw in the 2 epic spears as a bonus. Pong is stunned, thinking each one should be worth 150,000 gold on its own. Jashuka starts to rethink him. She thought he was just cheap and greedy, but maybe she was wrong. Maybe he really is special. Pong thanks him and says he really is the best blacksmith. Hearing that, Grid starts feeling pretty pleased with himself. Not far away, members of Giant Guild watch the scene. They'd heard Tusetica Guild kept visiting this forge, and now they finally know why. One says that if this man is the unknown blacksmith, they can't let Sedekai keep him. They need to recruit him for Giant Guild. Sometime later, Regas is fighting. As he battles, he thinks he needs to hurry and find Grid's shield, but there are way more monsters in the way than he expected. Then Pong calls and asks if he found anything. Regas says he's heading to the place a witness mentioned, then asks where Pong is. Pong says he's also checking a spot outside Winston that a witness told him about, but there's still no sign of the shield. Regas asks about the wind spear since the whole guild is talking about it. Pong says it's amazing, almost too good to waste on monsters. Then Jashuka cuts in and tells them to forget the monsters and find the thief. Regas notices she's nearby. She says they have to recover the shield. They need to repay Grid. The rest of the guild will focus on the raids they missed while searching for Grid. Since they have fewer people this time, they need to work efficiently. Vantner thinks Jashuka has taken the whip back out again, and Tauben guesses it's because Pong mentioned seeing those Giant Guild jerks in Winston. They may have been stronger back in LTS, but things are different in Satisfy. Jashuka just wants to catch up to them fast. On the call, she tells Pong that if he doesn't find the shield today, she'll kill him. Neither of them answers, so she asks if they're ignoring her and hangs up. Vantner then asks why they don't have Grid make him a weapon first to strengthen the guild. Jashuka says it's not Vantner's turn yet. Wasn't that the whole reason they left that busy kid alone? The second item Grid makes will be Vantner's. Meanwhile, Ibellin stands outside the forge and sees Grid completely absorbed in his work. He thinks about the weapon Grid is making for him and gets curious. Figuring Grid would be annoyed if interrupted, he decides to just take a quick peek, but he quickly shuts the door again, noticing Grid is already in a bad mood. Inside, Grid really is irritated. He wonders why this has to be so hard, then realizes it's because of that damn flamberge. Looking over the method, he complains about all those useless spikes. He explains that the more the metal is tempered, the stronger it gets, but that also makes it harder to shape. Since the flamberge's form matters so much, making an epic one will be tough, because he'd have to give up half the normal tempering time. He knows the shape matters because it helps the blade cut through anything it touches, but he refuses to settle for a normal or rare item. Then he reminds himself that, with his title effects included, his dexterity is 1,500. An advanced level 2 blacksmith has only around 600. That means Grid's dexterity is higher than the best blacksmith in the north, so he decides he can do it. He'll make a flamberge so strong no one else could ever copy it. Elsewhere, in the basement dungeon of the southern castle, Chris defeats a vampire while saying he'll rise again and pay back his misery. After the kill, he gets the vampire necklace, the grace elixir, and the agility elixir. Chris tells it to keep reviving so he can farm those rewards again. Then he defeats the monster again and drinks all the elixirs. He says they finally completed the vampire accessory set. His guildmates cheer, saying Chris just got stronger again. Chris says his strength will become the guild strength, and since the vice leaders also completed the set, they'll keep pushing hard. Another member tells the guildmaster he heard Sadaka recruited some unknown blacksmith and asks why they still haven't taken him. He points out they have 530 members, so why are they holding back against a guild with only 17? Then he catches himself on that word only and remembers he became a vice leader after they all entered Satisfy. People keep saying Giant ran to Satisfy after losing to Sadaka in LTS, and he calls that rumor humiliating. Still, he says they'll understand once they see their power. Those bastards are hidden dragons. The red-haired guy asks if they really need to be this scared, and Chris asks if he noticed that 3 of their 5 captains aren't on this raid. Those 3 have been with them since LTS, always on guard against Tazaka. Intimidated? No one wants to beat them more than those 3 do. And soon those 3 clash head-on with Tazaka's group. Mihara goes straight at Regus. Zircon joins the fight too. He takes on Pong. They say the same thing goes for all of them. Haselis is also near Jishuka. He watches her from the top of a mountain. At the same time, Mihara speaks up. He calls Regus the strongest taekwondo master in LTS, and says just thinking about fighting him again makes his head spin. It's been a long time, he says, so they should both go all out and take this little gift for their reunion. He sends a wave of fire at Regus. Regus gets hit. Mihara asks what happened. Did he get weak? He says this Regus feels completely different, like he got too strong for them to even be rivals now. Regus says it's been a while since he fought someone who talks this much, then asks who he is. That ticks Mihara off, and he asks if Regus is serious. Does he really not remember him? Meanwhile, Zircon rushes Pong, who remembers him, and asks if he's still wasting his time serving that useless master. Zircon says it really has been a while, and it sounds like Pong still hasn't heard. His master went far beyond expectations. Zircon says he's already better than Pong, and serving him is worth it. Pong realizes that unlike in LTS, Zircon now ranks above even Jishuka. He can't afford to be careless, so he asks if Zircon is actually happy. Zircon swings his sword and asks if Pong thinks a man close to 70 would be happy. Still, being able to live this actively at his age is a small joy, and he slashes across Pong's chest again and again. Jishuka wonders what the hell is going on. The gear they brought to protect against the lizards is useless here, which means someone strong is nearby. Then Haselis says she can stop looking. He introduces himself. Jishuka tells him to show himself. He stays hidden, speaking through magic so she can't track him, and asks if she thought he'd beg for death in front of a sanctuary. He's surprised he only managed to petrify their senses, even with his specialty in petrification magic, but says it doesn't matter. They've all been waiting for this day, and monsters start appearing all around them. Bantner counts at least 200, and Tobin says Giant being the biggest guild clearly isn't just talk. Jishuka says numbers alone don't make a guild famous as the strongest. Looks like Giant never changes. Haselis thinks Jishuka hasn't changed either. She still doesn't look nervous, even facing those numbers. But hearing that they never changed annoys him, and he says Kree calls them hidden dragons. Jishuka realizes he's speaking politely while attacking them without their strongest members around. She sees this was all planned by Kree, and starts thinking fast. Haselis says Kree already recognized their strength, so does she really think he came here just for some small win? Then he says her constant tone of looking down on others is annoying, and tells them to hear Kree's order. Their mission is to hunt dragons and punish those who always underestimate others. Elsewhere, Ibelin is shaken when he gets surrounded. More and more members of Giant close in on him. Ibelin uses his old sword and cuts down everyone who comes near. He counts this as the 4th one and swears he'll protect Shine no matter what. Another man charges in and attacks Ibelin, shouting that Tazaka is nothing. He mocks them for letting a brat like this into the guild, then lands a hit that knocks the boy down. The man says it's impressive Ibelin lasted this long, stomps on his hands and says that once he dies, being specially chosen won't mean a thing. He asks how long people will keep talking about LTS rivals. Giant is the strongest now. Ibelin thinks he already took down 4, but the other 12 are all above level 150. After fighting non-stop for 3 hours, his stats are already low. Worse, over half of them are wearing knight chest armor, and his damaged flamberg can't pierce it. People watching ask what's happening. Giant and Tadaka are fighting. Some even say Tadaka deserves it for acting like the best while not even noticing their own members are under attack. Ibelan thinks his seniors are being mocked because he's too weak. The attackers taunt him, asking if he's crying and saying they'll finish this fast. Even on the ground, Ibelan tries to strike back, but the man dodges and tells him to just accept death. Ibelan shouts that he won't give up, but he gets thrown away. Even so, he still believes Tanaka is the strongest. Then Sheena's door gets smashed open. Meanwhile, Regas keeps taking hits. Mahara is amazed that even wounded, Regas can still break through the flames. Then Regas lands a blow and sends him flying. Mahara realizes Regas isn't weak at all like he first thought, but he traps him inside flames, then throws his sword at him. Regas sees right away that Mahara is using Grima magic, and both of them are at a scary level. Still, he thinks attacking with the same pattern after losing the sword makes this simple. Mahara calls that pure arrogance, and asks if Regas really thinks every fight is built on the same moves. Then the sword flying near him starts crackling with electricity. Regas realizes the air dried out after all that fire and an explosion goes off right in his face. Mahara says that was a good one, and now he'll finish him with the skill that killed 180 Yeton followers. He tells Regas to feel the lost glory of his past. Then Regas loses sight in his left eye. All his stats drop by 30 until the wounds heal. Regas is disappointed that a basic element attack managed to injure him, and thinks his training still isn't enough. Mahara pulls out the 5 infinity jewels and starts casting another spell at Regas. He says he'll kill him while he's still stunned, using Ultra Fire and Ice Storm. After the spell hits where Regas was, Mahara starts to feel dizzy. Using all that mana makes it hard to even stand. Even so, he says there shouldn't be anything left of Regas. But Regas is still standing. His foot starts to glow, and he says stun usually lasts 5 seconds, and that skill took 3 to cast. For a martial artist who trains both body and mind, recovery is much faster than for a normal person. Mahara then realizes Regas destroyed his magic with a kick. He can only stare in shock. This guy is insane. Regas leaps at him, using Golden Dragon's fangs to strike with his foot, killing Mahara in one hit. Mahara had thought he was already strong enough that he had fully surpassed him, but Regas says Mahara was an amazing opponent, and a good fight that forced out his full power. That's what gave everyone a chance to grow stronger.